All right, hello. If you're just tuning in, welcome, you're early. You're already here. Cool trousers, thank you. Today we're going to be talking about Russell Brand, Adolescence, and we're also going to be talking about the Trump tariffs. So yeah, but as always, we're going to start off with a little bit of a jam. So let's go. I fucked that up, didn't I? There we go. Hey, thank you for the sub. Shall we pour our first beer? What have we got? Taya. Oh, it's Mittel. Ooh, Mittel. My mic's very quiet. That can be sorted. A little bit louder, a little bit louder. No, I did not see the new Minecraft movie. Whenever on machine, I want to double the length of a pattern. I press double and it stops, and I have to restart the pattern when I've doubled it.
Some bass. I think we need some bass. Up in this motherfucker. I think we need some bass. I think we need some bass. Up in this motherfucker. I think we need some bass. I think we need some bass. Up in this motherfucker. Some bass. I think we need some bass. I think we need some bass.
I think we need some bass. I think we need some bass. I think we need some bass.
bling. Look at my bling. Got a 30K blue coin chain on, motherfucker. More auto-tune.
More auto-tune, please. More auto-tune. Get some more fucking auto-tune up in this bitch. Let's get some more auto-tune. Do you like my new Go Piss Girl poster? So now when I go for a piss during stream, you can all stare at my Go Piss Girl poster.
Go piss girl.
Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss. Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss, go piss. Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss, go piss. Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss, go piss. Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss, go piss. Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss, go piss. Go piss girl, go piss girl, go piss, go piss.
Well, you know what just fucking happened? Literally, Ableton just closed. It just like, I've had enough of that. I guess that's the end of that then. Oh, it was fun while it lasted. You bastard, Ableton. You bastard. Alright, let's put some lo-fi on, shall we? Is my volume low? It might be a little bit. Hang on, let me turn the mic up a little bit. Let me turn that up. Let me turn that bit of it. Let me turn that back down a bit. There we go. Alright, let's get some lo-fi on, shall we? Oh, fancy that! Oh, well, this is lo-fi house. Alright, one sec. Did you turn the paddle off? What do you mean? Still barely audible. What, my mic? Are you sure? My mic? Hang on, let me turn it. Okay. Oh, sweat. Sweaty pits. I just switched my heater off because it's actually getting a little bit warm in here. Plenty loud on Twitch and YouTube. Okay, good. All right. You're the 69th person to like the stream. Nice. Nice. Well done. Oh, I have to open Ableton again if I want my sound effects to come back. Hopefully I won't completely demolish my entire computer if I try and load it again. All I tried to do was like open some effects on the machine and all of a sudden it took a big fat shit. I wonder where that happened. What's that sound? Is that coming from the song? Or is that something on my... Oh, it's coming from the song. I thought my computer had literally... was having some kind of stroke or something. Have we got... Yeah, we got sound effects. There we go. Instead of talking about that used condom Russell brand, let's talk about lack of pit sweat acceptance. Exactly. I don't know why I decided to put this t-shirt on when I know I'm going to be sweating. I'm still depressed from that Adolescence making of video we watched with you last stream. Why was that so depressing? Why are you depressed from that? Oh, light. Solidarity, my pits are also moist. Yeah. Go sweat, girl. Yeah, this stream is all about the emitting bodily fluids. This is a bodily fluid acceptance stream. A bodily fluid safe zone. Love the sunny Yorkshire weather today. I have been loving it. I have been loving it. As soon as there's a bit of sun outside, I am one of those British stereotypes. I'm out there immediately. Out there. With my sun cream on. I have to have my sun cream on. I'm like desperately trying to get tanned. I don't know if I look tanned at all yet. Probably can't tell in this light. I'm trying to get a bit of a tan. But also trying not to get burnt. It's a horrible balance being so pasty. Do you spray tan? No, I don't do any of that. I always think like I much prefer like a natural tan. Cause like spray tans, they like, or any type of like fake tan, it like flakes off in this horrible way. I just don't like it. But I would never go in a sunbed. That is just asking for trouble. Trump uses a lot of spray tan. Yeah. I honestly think, like, how old is he now? 78 or some shit. Like, he is old. And I honestly think, like, he's getting oranger and oranger. And I think that he's, like, kind of trying to cover up how old he's looking. Is he 78 now? Yeah, he's 78. Because he's the one having to go at Biden, going, oh, you're senile and all this. But if Trump wasn't so fucking orange, we'd be noticing how old he's starting to look. But we're just really distracted by how insanely orange he is. I think that's the plan. It's not working for him. Yeah, I bet his skin underneath the orange is like so white, scarily white. Because the skin underneath all of that spray tan has, if you think about it, never seen the light of day. It's the molecules of skin on his face have never seen sunlight. The skin on his actual face is probably like see-through. You could see his internal organs if he didn't have spray tan. That's an image for you. But yeah, no, what's been going on? What's been going on with me this week? Well, yeah, I apologise. I didn't stream last week because honestly, I was just feeling a little bit burnt out. I've been doing a lot of stuff. This video that I'm working on, like, new information just keeps coming out. Like, things keep happening. And then I'm like, oh, now I have to research this. And, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I keep on giving me... I don't know why I keep on giving myself, like, harder and harder challenges every time. I guess because it makes me feel alive. I'm not the kind of person who can just sort of be happy doing something that was kind of similar to the last thing I did. I always have to try and push it the extra mile, don't I? 14-hour. Yeah. Go off of vibes, fuck research. Well, that's basically that's basically what they did in the court in the trial. During the trial, it was based on vibes. Like, literally, the people who were sat in the courtroom who think she's guilty. Like, there's like there's one journalist who's like convinced she's guilty, and like her reasoning for thinking that she's guilty is like because she was sat in the courtroom, guys. None of you lot were sat in the courtroom, but she was, and what she did was she looked into letby's eyes and she looked into her soul. And that's how she could tell that she was guilty. Oh, fuck the science, guys. Just look through someone's eyes and into their soul, and then you can tell if they're guilty. None of this science shit. It's literally like those body language YouTube channels. When I had to watch a load of them when I did that video, that like they think that they can. There's a certain psychopath stare, and you can tell who's a psychopath just by the way that they look at you in their eyes. It's so fucking dumb. I will when we get onto the UK section though, I'll talk about I'll do some updates on what's been happening with it this week. TLDR, the police are being dumb. Surprise, surprise. The police are being incredibly dumb. I think I can hear Brooklyn meowing. He's like screaming at me from behind the door. Oh. Honestly, Brooklyn. So demanding. You can probably hear him now. I don't know. He just like keeps on meowing. Like he will normally meow, but he's being extra meowy today. What else? What else have I been up to? Oh yeah, I did my first like sort of interview for my podcast. I did an episode where I guess it's kind of an interview, but it kind of just sort of morphs into you having a chat with your friend. But but I interviewed Alice Capel, wonderful Frenchie. Yeah, we chatted about loads of things. And that is, if you want to join as a member on YouTube on this channel, you can do that and you can see it there, or on Patreon, or on Nebula as well. I added a new tier for the members on the YouTube channel. I added a slightly cheaper one because I figured out I could, because it like to make it sort of like similar pricing as possible to Patreon, but it is slightly more expensive. So on Patreon it's £3 a month, but on YouTube it's the lowest one is $3.99 a month. Just because YouTube takes 30%. But if you don't want to use Patreon, some people don't use Patreon. If you don't want to use Patreon, you can sign up on YouTube. But it is slightly more expensive. It's $3.99 a month. I did used to have one membership tier for $4.99. But I added another one below it, which is $3.99. So if you've already signed up on the medium one, you can downgrade if you want to the lower one and you'll still get the extra content. Or you can give me that extra £1 a month still if you want. If you want to be kind, it's up to you. But no, yeah, you can downgrade to that lower tier if you want, and you'll still get the extra content. And so there's 3 tiers now on YouTube. I call them Moon Kittens, Moon Cubs, and Moon Lions. And on Patreon, your Livers, Laughers, and Lovers. So yeah. How much does Twitch take? I I can't remember actually. I don't know. But if you do subscribe on Twitch, what you get is no ads on the stream. Whereas I wish I could tell you that if you became a member on YouTube, I wish I could tell you that you didn't get ads on the stream then, but you still do. So if you don't want ads on the stream, subscribe on Twitch. But if you want extra content, you can get that on YouTube by becoming a member. Brooklyn is here. I would give you all if I had anything to give. Oh. And also there's like a few emotes and things if you join as a member on the YouTube channel. Being extremely needy. You're right. I mean, he's always needy, but people still get ads on here. Yeah, I've had YouTube Premium for a long time. Yeah. To be honest, we should get fucking Premium for free. I think if you're a YouTube partner and your job is basically YouTube, you should get YouTube Premium for fucking free, man. That's like, how much is it? Like 13 quid a month? Awful, man. Amazon employees don't get Prime for free. Ugh. What else? What else did I want to chat about? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've got much else really. I've just been working and enjoying the sunshine. We cannot talk about Sonic the Hedgehog, no. Amazon employees have a lot more problems than having to pay for Prime. Well, yeah, that's true. They let you have sunshine in the UK? They did. Sometimes they do let us have some. And I'm enjoying it while I have it. Pig racing. I haven't watched the pig racing on stream for a while. I'm sure I've got loads of other like personal news, but I should write a list of things that I've been doing. But no. No, even looking at my calendar's not giving me any more clues. I've got, like, my brain has been completely wiped of anything that I've done this week. It must have just been really boring. But we've got a lot of things to get through, so we might as well get through them ASAP. We have a few fun things. Wasn't there controversy with the pig? What controversy with the pig racing? There's been pig racing drama. You're in the desert today. I don't know where this is. All right, let's go through some things that have been sent to me to enjoy. I've not watched this yet. There's a new there's a new Eamon animation of Asmongold. like loads of background noise. I think it might be that heater. Right, I'll play this.
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward. I think this has been something that's a long time coming.
4K.
I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into that.
So, hang on. Which controversy is this based on? Which one of them? Is it the one where he talked about Palestinian people? Was it that one?
I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors
The Palestine one, yeah.
And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content. And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. Mouth is pretty dry. Anyway, I'm just going to focus on myself for a while, try to improve my own life. You guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting. And I hope that I can live up to that in the future.
Oh, Sims music! No AI was used.
Man, it's been a crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. Trump is, he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. We are in for 4 years of some of the best content that I think we've seen in a long time. So, like, they're doing this thing with, like, these deportations where they bring in, like, celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. Your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's, like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Holocaust is a lie? I am, guys, I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. Look at this. People wonder our tax dollars used to promote woke.
I heard about that. I don't really keep up with Asmongold drama, but I heard about when he said that.
In video games, answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And we're coming. Mute the stream for about a minute if you don't want to hear something really bad. So I walked down to the store the other day, and I could tell that the back of my pants, my dick and balls, was getting a little bit too cold. Now that doesn't happen a lot. And I look and I realize part of the back of my sweatpants had been eaten away because we had a rat infestation in our house.
Oh.
And one of the rats had gotten trapped in my room, and it had eaten, I guess, sweat and dried cum off of the back of
No,
my sweatpants, and the entire
no.
back of it was gone. Nah, incel attitude.
He's gonna create a new COVID, isn't he? Like the new COVID is gonna be created in his room, isn't it? The new pandemic is he's gonna be patient zero.
Well, I guess I'm an incel. And I think everybody else should be too. And if there's enough of us, we can change the rules. And I think that's what we should do. Do I want my tax money going towards litigating people that like lollies? No. I think that if you're in this country and you commit any crime that's worse than jaywalking and you're not a citizen, I want you deported. Yep. Get the fuck out. People used to bring their families to watch lynchings. People are more than willing to do something that's horrible if they think that they're doing it for the right reason.
Oh, there's an Elon Musk video next. I'm guessing he uses a Blender, right? I've been playing with Blender a little bit. I wanna put some animations in my new video. So I've been playing on Blender, but I don't think I'll be able to get like obviously that good at it by the time that I want the video to be out. So what I'm thinking of doing is possibly like paying someone to make the Blender like scene for me. Like they'd make a room for me like this. Like that. And then what I could do is like what I can do very simple things. Like what I can do is I can like animate the camera going around like the scene, and then I can like export that. The thing is though, I don't have the most powerful Mac. I only have an M1 Mac. So like it literally, like depending on how complicated the scene is, it's like per frame it takes anywhere between like 11 seconds for something very simple to like 7 minutes per frame for something very complex. So like imagine per frame how long that would take for me to export an animation like this. 7 minutes per frame. So I don't know, I might have to upgrade my Mac, unfortunately, but yeah. Per frame, yeah. Yeah, if the scene's like really complex and you want to like export it in a like really high quality, then yeah, on my computer anyway, it takes up to 7 minutes. Could maybe bring that down with less samples. I know, but the Cycles is better than Eevee, isn't it? And I'd probably want to use Cycles because I actually do want something that looks really like pristine and high quality. Eevee does take like Eevee. I can get it down to like a couple of seconds per frame, but I want to use Cycles really. Look at me talking all like animator. Ooh, and I'm talking like I know what I'm talking about, but I don't really. I'm very much a beginner. There's also render farming. I am thinking about that as well. There is this service. Oh, I forget what it's called. There's a service I'm thinking of using where basically it's like a virtual computer that you can use through your browser. So you like log into this virtual computer that's somewhere else, and this computer. So like basically you just have to like send this computer your animation and get this computer, this remote computer, to have Blender on it, and you can get that computer to do all of the like basically you can outsource all of your like really CPU heavy stuff to this computer. So I'm thinking of doing that because I don't know if this is going to be something that I regularly do, but in the meantime, like it could be good, like that could be a good interim option for me. You're very right. Didn't know this was a technology stream. Yeah, it is now. Yeah, that's just cloud computing. Yep, that's the term. Yeah. We've got some. I can. It's annoying me. I can hear a bit of background noise in my mic. I don't think I can help it. You probably don't even notice it until I mention it. We've got some Severance stuff. Oh no! What? Where's it gone? Let's look it up. It's probably somewhere else on YouTube. Brit Lauer trumpet. If I just type that in, I'm gonna get. I mean, is my stream gonna get nuked if I play this though? I'll play the short that comes up. That's a tiny trumpet. Honestly, I don't know. I can't like. This is so American. I don't like. Honestly, Jimmy Kimmel is just like American like Saturday night TV is just so like over the top. Like Jimmy Fallon. Whoops. Jimmy Fallon. I don't know, like this is why British people don't like James Corden, because he acts like that, like so over the top excited. Like, this is cool. I like seeing her play the trumpet. It's very nice. It's very cool. Love it. Why is he so fucking over the top excited, and like it seems really fake? It's this would never work in the UK. Ugh. He can't let her have a moment. He just has to like barge in and be like, yeah. I'm like, fuck off, Jimmy Kimmel, Kimmel Fallon, Flannel, whatever. Fuck off. Ah! Why didn't I close that tab? Oh yeah. Did you watch White Lotus? I did not. I've heard good things about it. Also, somebody put this in the Discord, and I am in the market. I am in the market for a new keyboard. I've had this what's this called? A Razer thingy. I've had it for ages. I don't know, I'm kind of bored. I'd quite like a new one. I quite like this. I want like a really nice like mechanical keyboard. I don't know how good this would be, like. I don't know how good the keys actually are on this thing. But is it just keycaps though? Or like, I don't understand. Is it just keycaps though and not the full keyboard? Because that's annoying. I want a full keyboard, please. At the center of industry is dust. Buy a used Logitech De Novo Edge. Is that what I should do? Send you some links in the Discord for some extremely nice mechanical keyboards. Yes, please. Whose mechanical keyboard did I see recently that I thought was really cool? I think I was watching Eddie Burbach's new video, and that because he did a video about getting rid of his phone, but the video was like 45 minutes long, so I'm not going to be able to find it. But I think he had a mechanical keyboard. Like I just saw him, like I just saw it in the side of the frame at one point in that video. And I was like, that looks like a really nice mechanical keyboard. I have no idea what it was though. Anyway, yeah, send me some options. What switches do you prefer? I have no idea. I like them to feel nice when I'm writing. When I'm writing a lot. I'm not like I don't need it for gaming. Like I do game, but not very much. I write more. I need it more for writing. So whatever switch is better for that. Do you like clicks? Yeah, I like clicky sounds. Love me a clicky sound. Look up Hall effect keyboards. Sorry, I was just typing something on Discord. What did you tell me to look up? Hall effect keyboard. Should I put it on YouTube? Is that what I should do? Is that what I should do? The future of gaming keyboards. Why everyone's switching to Hall effect keyboards, and you should too.
Like this graph
FOMO.
shows which keyboard brands pro players are using, and that's how many are using keyboards made by Wooding. You know, the brand that basically pioneered and only make Hall effect keyboards. And the number of pros that are using Wooding keyboards more than doubled over the last year. And Wooding are by far not the only brand that make HE keyboards, so we can only guess how many pros are actually using HE.
Why should I
keyboards
actually
now.
buy this
It's
though?
Probably a lot. So why is that? I mean, pros
They're for gaming.
don't always make the best decisions when it comes to hardware.
I said I didn't want a
Sometimes
gaming one.
sponsors are involved, or tournaments require them to use specific hardware, and I've said often enough that it's not a good idea to blindly copy the
He's got boobs on his. Oh.
peripheral setups of pro players. But this time,
I don't want a gaming one. Send me some options on Discord. Maybe I'll get a new one. This one's lasted me like years though. Quite like this one, but yeah. Right, I have to close that fucking Asmongold. Right. What else do we have before we get into the actual news? What else? Like random internet news. What else do we have? Right, closing that tab. James Somerton has become a wedding photographer. Entire portfolio is plagiarized. How are you spelling His entire portfolio is plagiarized. James Somerton is working as a wedding photographer with a plagiarized portfolio, by the way. James Somerton is a seasoned professional in the field of video production. With over 15 years of experience, James brings an exceptional level of expertise and creativity to the wedding industry. Do you think AI wrote this as well? Or maybe this is somebody else's photographer bio? Like, come on, bro. You've been caught out so many times at this point. Like, why are you still doing this? So he's looked it up on Storyblocks, and he's just put it on there. All right, let's we've got some UK news today, so let's do the BBC theme. We haven't heard this in a while, actually, have we? If you can find me one that's like good for editing as well in Adobe Premiere and good for writing and has a nice tippity tappity sound and looks nice. I quite like vintagey looking things. Like one that looks like a typewriter or something. Thocky over clicky all day. What does that mean? What colour preferences? I don't know. Vintagey stuff. Hey, Brooklyn. Are you saying hello? Are you saying hello? No. Do you think we can sample him? Can we? Oh, no, not yet. Hang on, we're trying to sample. I don't know what we're going to get out of this, but we're going to try and sample Brooklyn purring. Got a real motorboat going on there. What do you think we'll be able to get out of this? Hang on, let's see what that sounded like. It's got the side chain on it. Right, it's right. Let's take a small bit of it. Let's take that. No. Is this gonna work? Maybe I should take wait. Maybe I should take the longer. Like that. And then if I consolidate that and then right. Wait, how do I activate loop? Why can I not loop it? What have I done wrong here, guys? What have I done wrong here? Why can't I loop it? Wait, if I just like let me put it on. Let me put it on here and see what that sounds like. Oh, it sounds like a sounds like an actual motorbike now. Ooh. Oh, that bit's better there. Hey, Maple Takes is here. Hi, Maple Takes. The Canadians are here. Sounds like a plane now. It's a plane. It's a plane. So like plane. The sound of a plane is just a purr. It's just the sound of a purr, but up an octave. You know now. It just sounds like farting, doesn't it? It just sounds like farting. It sounds like farting in a cave. Let's be honest. It sounded like farting in a cave. All right. Let's look at some UK stuff.
The government is terrified of ninjas. The UK has some interesting weapon laws. It is often stated that if you're stood on the walls of the city of York, you can legally shoot a Scotsman as long as you're using a bow and arrow, which is of course complete rubbish. But even some of the real laws are weirdly specific. The Offensive Weapons Act contains a list of things that are illegal to buy, sell or own in the UK, even if they never leave your house. And largely speaking, stuff that's on there is there because it's either highly dangerous or easily concealed. But as you get further down the list, a pattern starts to emerge. Because along with things like cane swords, blowguns, shuriken and climbing claws, you also get stuff like the kusari gama, a highly specialised bit of kit that is basically a sickle on the end of a chain, meaning that this is fine, but if I ever tie it to anything, it becomes immediately illegal. And while there definitely is a valid case to be made that this extends the reach in a way that's deceptive and concealable, the law only really covers flexible weapons that are Japanese in origin. And then there's the swords, because there's also a section on there which prohibits any sword with a curved blade longer than 50 centimeters in length, which means a cheap souvenir katana is considered more offensive than this. And look, laws come about for a variety of reasons, but the fact that almost half of the banned knives and weapons list is made up of things used by these guys
really makes me think that someone was not a fan. The British government is terrified of ninjas.
I mean,
The
how
UK
old are
has
all
some
these laws,
interesting
though?
weapon laws. It's often
Like, they're probably from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and they're just not, they're just not, like, applicable anymore. There's so many stupid old laws. I learned about this when I did my sovereign citizens video. Like, the way in which the way in which laws get passed and written is, like, generally, like, basically, like, countries are built like the laws of countries are built like a stack of cards. It's like a house of cards. It's like that show, House of Cards, get it? But, like, literally, you have, like, all of the laws that you wrote, like, hundreds of years ago that are on the bottom. But you can't, but, like, what you do is, like, is you get new governments in and everything, is you, like, put ones on top that kind of make the ones on the bottom, like, irrelevant. So, like, all of these laws that we used to have, like, oh, you're allowed to piss in a policeman's helmet if you're pregnant, all of that kind of shit, they're not relevant anymore. But they're still there because what they can't do is start pulling those laws out from the bottom of the house of cards, because it might make something else collapse in the system that they didn't realize. So they have to just leave them all there. But the laws that are built on top of that base of laws, like the ones in the Magna Carta, the ones that are built in the base of all of the laws, they're kind of, like, not relevant anymore because they've been, you know, they're like the ones built on top of it kind of, like, cancel out the ones that were originally written in the Magna Carta, like, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But you can't just, like, get rid of them because it's, like, too risky. Because, like, if you pull out a law from the bottom, then somebody's gonna find that loophole. Somebody's gonna find it, and the entire thing will just come, like, crashing down. But yeah, it is funny when you hear about all of these old laws that we don't even think about anymore. But technically, they are still enforced. I guess technically, but they're not really, because they're not really relevant to modern life. In the US, we're using 200-year-old laws to oppress people now instead. Well, yeah, to deport people. Yes. Yeah. That is, yeah, one of the worst things that Trump has ever done. Yes. But yeah, sometimes they do make, like, new laws about these when, like, they randomly get, like, when some of these weapons get, like, randomly popular. They're like, oh shit, now we have to make a new law against this, like, really archaic weapon that people just randomly have started buying. What else have we got? Piers Morgan. I haven't seen that. What's he doing here? I hate it when the boomers find out about the internet things and then they try and join in. No, stick with your boomer things. Just enjoy your houses and your equity and leave us alone. Okay? We've got some cloud water. Harmonia Monday, quality craft beer from Manchester. It's from Manchester. All right. I probably offended all of Manchester. Oh! Whoa. Okay, that's a lively one. You can't really see because I'm using my virtuous glass, but that's like 80 to 90% head on that one. I offended more than Manchester with that pour. I really did. I really did. Look, even Merriam-Webster is getting in on this shit. This fucking sparkling water as well. This glass bottled sparkling water. Like, why? Why? Just drink water from the tap, filtered by your lovely hard-working council. Or whatever, however you do it in America. I don't know how you do it. Or if you're in Utah, you don't even have to deal with any of that woke fluoride shit anymore. I don't understand why people drink purchased water at home. I will never understand that. The waste of packaging to begin with, the waste of money. Why? Why? If you really think there's going to be particles of shit in there, get yourself a Brita filter. If you really think there's particles of shit in there. I don't think there is. And even if there were, the poison is the dosage, if you know what I mean. I can deal with a few molecules of shit, okay? I think we all can. Webster's was Scalia's favourite dictionary. Oh, cancel Merriam-Webster then. Get rid of them. It's so dumb to be a Supreme Court judge and to, like, be so concerned with what a specific dictionary said what the definition of a word is. Because you know, like, when the founders of America wrote those laws, you know that they weren't, like, specifically looking up the definition of each of those words that they were using in any specific dictionary. You know they weren't fucking doing that. That's an entirely different tangent. But that's such a stupid way to, like, be a Supreme Court judge, in my opinion, to be obsessed with the definitions of words, which you know that the people who wrote those laws were not thinking about that. Depends. You can do Jordan Peterson. Depends what the definition of is. All right. We'll get on to letby. There weren't really a lot of dictionaries at the time. I wonder if they did have dictionaries at the time. Did they have dictionaries back when they were founding the United States? They probably had a few, right? But, like, not many. Dictionaries came about in the 1600s. Thank you. Now we know. I guess around the time of the printing press. I guess that is when they probably started coming out. They were like, we're going to have to define some of these words that we keep printing. Right, so the thing that's been going on with Lucy Letby. So, what's been happening is So the person in this clip is Lucy Letby's new lawyer. He's not the lawyer who represented her in court. So if you don't know, she was convicted of murdering 7 babies and attempting to murder 7 more while she was working as a nurse in a neonatal ward in Chester, which is not too far from me. This is her new lawyer. So she's gone through appeal and everything, been rejected. This is her new lawyer who's putting her new appeal into the CCRC, which is her last resort to get her case back to the Court of Appeal, who have already rejected her case once. But the thing is, the stupid thing about UK law is, if you want to get the Court of Appeal to accept your case, you have to present them new evidence that you've found. If you present the Court of Appeal evidence that you could have possibly presented during your original trial for whatever reason, the Court of Appeal will be like, well, no, you could have presented that at your original trial, but you didn't. Therefore, we're rejecting your appeal. Because the point is, the Court of Appeal are very much like, we don't want to be a place for second chances. We want trials to be very finalized processes where we get a decision and we can rely on the decision. We can have this kind of facade of trust in the justice system in the UK. So it's been quite difficult with her case to find what the Court of Appeal would deem new evidence rather than evidence that could have been presented at the time. So what her new barrister has done has gone all the way around the world looking for experts to find new evidence that she's guilty. So evidence that the Court of Appeal would consider as new evidence. So he's just brought that new evidence to the CCRC, and they have to make a decision on whether this can be considered new and not something that could have been presented at the original trial. I don't know if they will do... I don't know what they will decide. So, I don't know. But either way, the system is stupid if it doesn't accept her appeal, because there are massive flaws in the system that caused her to get convicted based on such shaky evidence in the first place. And for that reason alone, this is going to be a massive embarrassment for them if they've got this wrong. And I hope that the embarrassment that they will have to go through doesn't make them sweep this under the rug and go, oh well, it's not new evidence, therefore we can't put it into the application. I don't know. But anyway, this is her new lawyer, and he's talking to Liz Hull here. She's a journalist from the Daily Mail who thinks that she's guilty. She did an entire podcast about the trial. She was there at the trial every day reporting on it. I've listened to the entire podcast. She's convinced that Lucy Letby is guilty, and she's directly talking to her new lawyer now.
And so today I put in now 23 expert reports from 24 experts from across the world, covering 8 separate countries. Those expert reports completely demolished the prosecution's case that was put before the jury. It is now hoped that the CCRC will not take long to look at this evidence and refer it back to the Court of Appeal. This matter needs to be reviewed as a matter of urgency, and these reports show that no crime was committed.
By the way, her new lawyer, he's doing all of this pro bono. Like, he's doing this all for free, which I think you would only really do if you think that you were going to get a win. And like all of the new experts that are coming forward as well are all doing work on this for free, like the entire panel of experts. He's found a panel of 14 experts across the entire world who are like the creme de la creme of like neonatology and pediatricians, and they haven't found no evidence of any malfeasance in any of the medical data that they've looked at. So this is the new evidence that he's found. He's also found new evidence now of the insulin tests that were used to supposedly prove that the babies were murdered by injection of insulin to poison them. So after those babies died that were supposedly injected with insulin, those two babies didn't even die. They survived, but they collapsed quite severely. So they were sent off to have their bloods tested, and both of those babies came out with like massively inflated levels of insulin in their blood. We now have new evidence that the test that was used and the specific lab that was used to test those babies' blood had an error margin for insulin levels of about 800%, which is huge. Brooklyn! Which is huge. So that's the new evidence that's come to light in regards of the supposed insulin poisonings. Anyway, let's carry on.
That is the conclusion of Professor Xu Li and the international panel that has reviewed everything. And it's clear now if that's the case.
You're triggering me saying insulin? How are you meant to... Insulin? Insulin?
This case needs to be before the Court of Appeal, and we can't delay any further. As you know, I was instructed afterwards, I was not the defence team at trial. What I do know is that you can't just simply go expert shopping. You can't just go and find another doctor that comes up with a different opinion. That is not what I've done. I've gone to the best in the realm.
That's not what the family say you've done, though.
Let me finish.
So that's Liz Hall, the journalist for the Daily Mail, talking to him. And she's like, but that's not what the families say. Because like the poor parents that are involved in all of this, they were at the trial the entire time. And they're all convinced that Lucy Letby's guilty because they were sat at the trial the entire time. And so would I. I would be convinced of her guilt as well. If I was sat through the trial that happened, I would be convinced of her guilt as well. So now the parents are coming out basically and saying, this is really disrespectful of the parents of the babies who are having to like grieve their children because you're now coming out and saying that she's innocent when you weren't even sat through the whole trial. So now all the people that think she's guilty, these journalists that think she's guilty, are saying that the people who don't think that she's guilty are being disrespectful to the parents when all they're really trying to do is actually find the truth of what happened here.
Answer your question. Let me come back to you. I'm not going to answer your question. I've gone to the best in the realm. I've gone to the people that wrote the book, the people that wrote the papers, the people... This is the biggest review of neonatology in the criminal justice system in this country ever completed, ever done. This blows the case out of the water. We had a second follow-up question. What was that?
So I was going to say, have you seen those defence reports then? And what you're saying is that this evidence is different to what's in those defence reports?
This evidence here, it completely demolishes everything that was called at trial. Completely.
And it completely gives a... Trial is what I'm talking
it
about.
completely demolishes. This is a completely fresh and new approach to the whole of the neonatology medical records that was put before the jury.
I don't know what that scream was. Maybe that was Lucy Letby. Maybe the CCRC got the report from an investor and they were like, set her free immediately. And that was her.
The neonatology medical records that was put before the jury. Completely. So the answer to your question is yes. And this is something bigger and different. What you're trying to get at is, do I have empathy for what's going on?
No, what I'm asking you is...
Well, let me answer that question. Do I have empathy? Of course I have empathy. These families have been through hell and back. I have said if they want to look at these reports, then they can look at them. Because what I'm after is the truth. That's what I'm doing, and that's what these reports are.
They say
and they were able to engage with it. And you know another thing? Because I noticed yesterday you got a statement from the lead officer in the case. If he wants to look at
I need to use that for the next BBC theme. Yeah. The Lucy Letby. I'm free!
rather than dismiss it to you and the Daily Mail, why doesn't he just simply...
Okay, so this is a really good... Okay, we need to listen to this. But also, I really need to pee. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Right. we will carry on, but I have to explain something here, which is just insane. Okay. Wait. I do really need to pee. I need to pee so bad. Oh, right.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Right. Thorpe. Okay, right. Yes. Mark McDonald. Right. Let's listen.
have said if they want to look at these reports, then they can...
So, basically, what he's talking about here, I'll skip back a bit.
Let me answer that question. Do I have empathy? Of course I have empathy. These
So Liz Holt from the Daily Mail is like, do you have empathy for the families of these babies?
families have been through hell and back. I have said if they want to look at these reports, then they can look at them.
So her new lawyer has said directly, like, to the families, I guess, to their lawyers, do you want to look at these reports? You very much have the right to look at this new evidence. That's what he's saying.
Because what I'm after is the truth. That's what I'm doing, and that's what these reports are.
They say
and they were able to engage with it. And you know another thing? Because I noticed yesterday you got a statement from the lead officer in the case. If he wants to look at the report, rather than dismiss it to you and the Daily Mail, why doesn't he just simply say, can we see these reports?
Yeah, so basically the chief constable of the Cheshire Police, the man who ran the initial investigation against Lucy Letby, has come out and basically given a statement to the Daily Mail saying that her new lawyer is being disrespectful towards the families of the babies because she's been convicted by 2 juries and all of the science was rigorously tested in the court of law.
which it wasn't. It was a very, very bad, flawed trial. But he doesn't seem to understand this. But also, he's just like, he's very clearly like panicking and trying to save face, because what he's doing is he's not asking Lucy Letby's new lawyer for the report. He's not asking for the new evidence. Like, surely, as a police officer, if he was concerned about getting to the truth in this case, what he would be doing is asking her new lawyer for this report and saying, can I please look at it? I would like to see this new evidence so I can make up my mind about it and investigate this new evidence. But what he's done, what this police chief constable has done, is ran straight through to the Daily Mail through this reporter here, Liz Hull, and he's just basically said, this is disrespectful, this has already been looked at in court, we've already been through all of this, I can't believe this new lawyer is completely disrespecting the families, we've gone through a 6-year investigation, we looked through thousands of pages of medical reports, we talked to over 250 people to identify potential witnesses in this case, and you're just completely disrespecting all of it. And I think he might be panicking a little bit, because he might be starting to realize that he completely fucked up. But also, he's calling this new lawyer disrespectful for like airing out all of this in the press when he did this. Let me just find this video for you. This video. They put this video out. Okay? They put out an hour-long video. Is this not disrespectful to the families? They put an hour-long video out, which is basically propaganda for Cheshire Police.
I cannot begin to imagine how the families in this case.
And it talks about their investigation. This is the guy. This is the guy. Hang on, let me find him. He
was a huge
him.
thing.
The way we work on MIT is, as a team, we go and take actions and come back and deliver them.
It's this guy. He's run straight to the Daily Mail saying this is disrespectful to the families in this case, when he commissioned an entire hour-long documentary talking about how much of a good job he did investigating the case.
Them actions, but this was different. It was a different investigation, so we had to go back, scrap that. So I made the decision to
with all of the emotional background music and everything. Like this video is also just like so revealing. It's funny because it's meant to be revealing into how like thorough the investigation was into her. But what it actually is really revealing into how fucking biased they were in the investigation. Anyway, I'll be going into it when I put a video out on it, but yeah. It's crazy. Anyway, let's carry on.
Not dismiss them out of hand without looking at them. And that's what I'd expect a senior police officer to do.
One more question then.
Of course.
Those families say that there's a due legal process that's followed, and that you could, put
Yeah, the private eye coverage of this has been really good.
this application in, which you've done. But why did you need to hand deliver it? They say you're just full of publicity.
You know, because you ran the blog continuously in your podcast all the way through the trial.
This is right. This is what her new lawyer needs to be doing. Like, basically, he's being very media forward throughout this entire thing. And now Liz Hull is criticizing him for being very media forward, i.e., like, he's hired a PR firm, and he's being, he's doing press conferences about this. And Liz Hull, like a journalist who, throughout the entire time, all she has done is report on the reasons why Lucy Letby is actually guilty. So biased, so fucking biased. And now she's coming up to her new lawyer and being like, why do you keep going to the press? Like, surely this should just be done through the courts. Like, why do you fucking think, Liz Hull? Because you've been controlling the fucking narrative the entire time.
When it comes to media, you've been out there at the front of the media, Liz. I know that. And you have with the Daily Mail. And you had one narrative, and you captured that narrative really well, and you did it excellently because you're a brilliant journalist, all right? I'm not criticising. The fact is, every miscarriage of justice starts with a wrongful conviction. Every miscarriage of justice has landed up before the Court of Appeal and has been dismissed, but has gone back to the Court of Appeal. This has not happened before. The fresh evidence that we have is huge. And as I say, it blows the prosecution evidence out of the water. It is now up to the Criminal Cases Review Commission to look at it, but I cannot see any reason why they should now not be referring it back to the Court of Appeal.
So why wasn't this evidence brought up in the initial trial?
I wasn't the defence team at the initial trial. I took over after. I took over in September of this year, and this is what I have put together with the international experts and all the expert reports, and now I'm relying upon that to go before the CCRC.
So yeah, that's what's happened. So they've released this now. So these are the insulin deaths, babies F and L. So they've got these, you know. Can you hear him meowing outside of the door? Hang on. So this is the whole report on the insulin deaths of babies. Well, they're not even deaths. They're convicted attempted murders, babies F and L. They're still alive. But this is the report on the supposed attempted murders of babies F and L, and it's all so these are all of their, you know, experience. This is the CVs of them all. And then there's a conclusion down at the end, and they've basically summarized why the evidence shown in court was like completely misleading, basically. So yeah, this is all the stuff that I find fucking fascinating, guys. I just fucking love it. So yeah, I'm pouring through all of this, trying to figure out ways to explain it. But yeah, there's massive problems in the tests that we use to measure these babies' blood. And at the time that it happened as well, like these babies didn't die. So they just went back to the hospital after they'd had their blood tested because they didn't die. And they saw these massively high insulin results in the test results of these babies, but they didn't do anything about them at the time. Like the doctors and nurses, well, the doctors and the consultants at the ward at the time saw them, and they just assumed that it was a flaw in the test results, because these tests, they do throw back massively incorrect results sometimes. The test is called an immunoassay test, and sometimes, so what it's testing for is like molecules of insulin in blood. But what it can actually do is sometimes these immunoassay tests, sometimes they get confused and they think that something is an insulin molecule when actually it's an antibody in your blood. So it will like throw up a massively wrong result sometimes. And at the time, they assumed that the result was just an error. They just assumed that at the time. And now we have way more evidence that it was actually they assumed correctly that it was at the time just an error in the test result. So yeah. Anyway, shall we go on to Russell Brand Russell Brand. Russell Brand. All tests have confidence intervals. This is well known in science, but the judicial system squeezes all data confidences into a final judgment. Yes. So this, like, that's the kind of shit that I'm like trying to make really obvious and clear. The judicial system does not understand data. Barristers generally don't understand data. Judges don't understand data. They don't understand error margins. They don't understand statistics. They don't understand likelihoods of things happening. Russell Brand. Russell Brand has been charged with rape and sexual assault, even though the allegations came out against him how long ago? Years ago now. Well, they've been there actually for way longer than when they actually kicked off a couple of years ago. They've always been around. They've always been swirling around him. Anyway, I thought I'd go through this carousel because there's a few relevant bits in here. Oh, I need sound. No, give me sound. Give me sound.
Of support. We're very fortunate in a way to live in a time where there's so little trust in the British government. We're very fortunate, I suppose, that this is happening at a time where we know that the law has become a kind of weapon to be used against people, institutions, and sometimes entire nations that will not accept and tolerate levels of corruption that are unprecedented. I'm speaking particularly to those of you that are watching this in the UK. How do you feel about your legal system right now? How do you feel about some of the high-profile cases that are not being...
Well, it's funny you should say that because I've just spent ages complaining about how the legal system doesn't work in this country. But it's funny, like, how he's just completely trying to deflect. But this is so much, like, this is so reflective of how a person acts in, say, an abusive relationship. It's like deflection, deflection, deflection. Oh, I might have done this, but have you considered blah, 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 something that's not even slightly related to that?
being pursued and prosecuted? How do you feel that the Southport murders were handled? How do you feel about the government of Keir Starmer? So, firstly, thank you for these incredible and over... Now, that's just sort of general context. Me, I've always told you guys that when I was young and single, before I had my wife and family, we're just about a shot over there, my beautiful children, I was a fool, man. I was a fool before I lived in the light of the Lord. I was a drug addict, a sex addict, and an imbecile. But what I never was a rapist. I've never engaged in non-consensual activity. I pray that you can see that by looking in my eyes. I want to thank all of you.
Guys, if we just look into his eyes, we can see that he doesn't have the psychopath eyes. So, innocent. I mean, innocent. I don't know what else to say. I looked into his eyes. I looked into his soul through his eyes, and I could just see. I could see his innocence.
You for your continuing support. I want to let you know that our show will be on Rumble on Monday. Thanks for your support there. And of course, I'm now going to have the opportunity to defend these charges in court, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. In the meantime, you lot, stay free, and we will be continuing to discuss this matter. Praise the Lord. Now, that's just sort of general context. Me.
The global elites don't like you, but we commoners love you. We know this is just fake charges and another use of the judicial system to hurt someone with strong conservative Christian views. Stay strong. Exactly. They loved you for so long, then you speak out, and now they charge you a bit more than suspicious. I haven't always agreed with you, but I don't believe you're a rapist. This is lawfare. The globalist behemoth writhes and spits in fury. I mean, there is a theory that he started like pivoting towards the more conspiratorial stuff because he was quite like left wing before. I don't know. I guess he's always been quite a small government guy, but he used to be more of a sort of socialist small government guy, I think, and then over the years he's gone a little bit more conspiratorial, right-wing conspiratorial, but also I think small government guy. He supports RFK now, I believe. He's very concerned about the supposed, the fluoride that they're putting into the water and stuff. He's very concerned about all of that stuff. He thinks that the big food companies are intentionally putting poison into food. He thinks that they're intentionally doing that, and he thinks that RFK can like fight against that. Yeah, but there is this theory that he kind of moved to that more conspiracy focused ideological standpoint because he could see the accusations coming. I don't know if he ever saw them coming. Like, I think that he probably thought that he could get away with them. Maybe that was his thinking. Maybe he did think that they were going to come one day, and he thought maybe pivoting to the right, to the more conspiratorial right, would give him a very loyal fan base who would then think, like, as soon as the accusations come out, they'd then all be like, oh, well, they're clearly trying to silence you because blah, 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 blah. That's a theory. I don't know. I feel like people like Russell Brand, they're so confident that they're never going to be caught and they're always going to have control over every situation that they're in, that I'm not like completely convinced that he intentionally did that. But it's possible. I don't know. We stand with Brand. Fuck the establishment. Media calling you a disgraced comedian is crazy. Every single SNL cast member is a disgrace to comedy. God has your back. We knew it was a lie. Just like there's serious lawfare going on in France right now. Give it to the Lord, Russell. He knows your heart. They hate you because they ain't you. The narcissist prayer. Oh, I've seen this one before. That didn't happen. If it did, it wasn't that bad. If it was, it's not a big deal. If it is, it's not my fault. If it was, I didn't mean it. If I did, you deserved it. We are here.
I've paid for sex before. I've slept with... I will not say I've slept with prostitutes because I would not denigrate those women with that term. I prostituted them. I participated in sin. I objectified them. So keen to worship at false altars that I allowed myself and other people to be denigrated. I desecrated his code. The one word that hit me so
slam
hard
poetry now.
in Corinthians, when Paul says to them, did you not know that your body is a temple? It's the did you not know that gets me. Did you not know that your body is a temple?
Oh shit, man.
Did no one tell you that it's sacred, that you are beautiful? You can't have known. I've paid for sex before. I've slept with...
Oh yeah, and this is when he became a Christian. He got baptized in a river in its tighty whities with Bear Grylls. I don't think one of these guys is Bear Grylls, are they? But Bear Grylls baptized him, guys. Bear Grylls, the guy that drinks his own piss. The guy that drinks his own piss baptized him. He's like one of those survival guys. He's like, oh yeah, this is how you survive if you're ever stuck in the wilderness for weeks, which is very unlikely to happen to you. You're very unlikely to get stuck in the wilderness for weeks and months on end. But if you were, Bear Grylls is like, yeah, I have the survival skills that you will need, and you will need to drink your own piss at one point. Which, by the way, apparently you shouldn't even do. If you're ever stuck in the bush, apparently, this sounds really sick now. Guys, if you're ever stuck in the bush for weeks on end, you should never drink the piss. You should never drink piss, because apparently it's full of like salt and sodium that your body is trying to get rid of. Like, your piss is full of sodium, right? So if you drink sodium, then you're just going to get more dehydrated, supposedly. So why would you do that if you were in a place where you were deprived of water? Why would you drink something full of sodium? It's like drinking salt water if you were out in the sea. But I don't know, that's what Bear Grylls does anyway.
Yesterday, I got baptized, and it was an incredible, profound experience. And many of you will have had your own experiences of baptism and will therefore know what I'm talking about. Many aspects of it were very intimate and personal. The truth is this: as a person that has in the past taken many, many substances and always been disappointed with their inability to deliver the kind of tranquility and peace and even transcendence that I always felt I've been looking for, something occurred in the process of baptism that was incredible, overwhelming, literally overwhelming, because I was obviously underwater, and it was the River Thames at some points. So I felt changed, transitioned. Now, of course, even though it's been less than 24 hours, in the interim period, I've already felt like sort of irritation. I've got 3 children, I've got a job, I've got challenges, I still live in the world, but I feel as if some new resource within me has switched on. So many of your comments have been so beautiful and encouraging, and I really appreciate it. Yeah.
And guys, he printed those comments out on A4 paper. Sometimes, some of them in dark mode. So he was completely wasting the black ink in his printer. Didn't even switch to light mode to print those comments off, guys. That's what you do when you're a Christian.
Yesterday, I got baptized.
Okay, Russell Brand is a monster, but the amulet he sells to protect your brain from cell phone pollution, which is a kind of amulet he knows how to make now that he's a Christian, and techno crazy rays from phones and shit, is a religious concern. Those amulets work. I forgot he even did that. He started selling amulets at one point that were meant to, like, shield you from the freaking Wi-Fi rays. He started doing that at one. I forgot about that shit.
Hello, I'm just back from
here we
Narnia,
go.
where I had a holiday. Mr. Tumnus, Aslan, all those guys. And as you know, airports are places full of Wi-Fi and all sorts of evil energies. Think of all the phones out there, all of the signals, corruptible and corrupting. Luckily, I wear this magical amulet from AirTech that keeps me safe from all of the various signals out there. You should get one as well, particularly if you're planning to go to an airport anytime soon, because the bloody things are full of lethal signals. AirTech, a glorious amulet to protect you from corrupting signals.
Oh yeah, there he is with him. Northern curly-tailed lizard with Russell Brand and Dr. Oz. There you go. Charlie Kirk had a take, of course. He's literally wearing a wireless mic in the video. Yeah, but he's also wearing the amulet, so he's shielded from the rays of the wireless mic. All right? Charlie Kirk. Every single allegation against Russell Brand concerns events that took place 20 years ago or more. They don't matter anymore then. None of them existed while he was a famous actor or comedian. All of them emerged once he became a highly visible dissident on politics and COVID. Brand has been forthright about his behaviour as a young man, but the idea that he was a serial rapist is absurd and, more importantly, completely unprovable. That's all that matters. That's all that matters, guys. Is that you can't prove it in a court of law. That's all that matters. This is a political prosecution, plain and simple. Well, the thing is, the fact that they've had to investigate it for so long means that all the police have been trying to do is find evidence that could actually prove it. So that would suggest that actually there is enough evidence to prove it, and it's actually not unprovable. That would suggest that now he's been charged. That would suggest that there is substantial evidence, and the police have gone up to the CPS with a little binder full of evidence. That's what it means, Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you realise how the UK system works, but that's how it works here. When people get charged, it means the police went up to the CPS with a little binder full of evidence. That means it could be provable in a court of law, in front of a jury. That's how it works, Charlie Kirk. That's how it works. But yeah. I watched the Channel 4 documentary about this when all of the allegations first came out. And yeah, a lot of it is like just stories from these women, but the women don't know each other for a start. The women are not looking for money, as far as I can tell. The women are not looking for fame because they're all anonymous. As far as hard evidence goes, from memory, I believe there are messages. One of the women has brought messages to the police. She's got actual evidence of messages where after she'd met up with him on an evening, she sent him a message saying she literally said something like, "What the fuck, Russell? No means no." Like, that's literally what she said in her message. She said, "Russell, no means no." And then she said after that, "Am I going to have to go and get an STD test now?" So obviously something had happened unconsensually without a condom. And when he responded to that message, he didn't say anything like, "What do you mean no means no?" He didn't refute that at all when he responded to her message. So I would say that that's pretty hard evidence if you've got those text messages. Also, one of the women was in a relationship with him when she was 16 years old while he was 31. You know, there's evidence of that relationship happening. Also, like, there's other witnesses to that relationship, which is fucked up in itself. Obviously, 16 is the age of consent in the UK, but that's still really fucked up. And she said abuse took place during that 3-month relationship. There was another woman who did report his abuse at the time. There are other incidences of women reporting his abuse at the time that it happened. So saying that they all emerged since he became a highly visible dissident on politics and COVID is not true, because many of these allegations came out before any of his COVID bullshit did. So that is just untrue. But yeah, no, he's like literally, obviously, like when he came up as a comedian, he came up during a time where it was like very culturally acceptable for you to be like, oh yeah, I'm such a slut, I'm such a guy slut. Like, obviously, if a woman comedian had come out and said things like the things he said, she would not have been treated in the same way. Absolutely not. But he could say that was like what you could culturally do at the time. I think now it's different. I think if now a male comedian said the things that Russell Brand was saying back then, I do think times have changed since then. I don't think a lot of it would be acceptable now. I do have some examples of things that he did, which, like, yeah, I witnessed Russell Brand coming up as a comedian. I was like a teenager when he was first coming up, and I saw all of these like sick, like, he was on the TV constantly, and I saw all of the sick jokes that he would make about women, like, and you would just sort of think that it was normal. Like, you would just sort of expect it from him. And like, looking back on it, it's so fucked, and you realize how uncomfortable he must have made people feel. Anyway, I've got some examples of that. Hang on a second. Hey, thank you for the cheer. I really enjoy your Twitch streams. Oh, thank you. I don't know why my alert sounds aren't on, but thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, I muted them. There we go. Put them back on. Right. Yeah. So, good old Jimmy Savile. So this audio resurfaced when that Channel 4 documentary came out. This is just this interaction is so disturbing to look back on. Jimmy Savile, like, probably one of the main reasons what that Leeds is on the map. This guy is what made Leeds famous. This guy right here.
Oh my God, he's coming. Yep. Jimmy,
like his actual house was not far from literally the area that I live in.
Yeah. So Jimmy, this is Russell Brand. I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, but
You're not interrupting my meal, Russell, because to talk to a megastar like you is an honour and a pleasure.
What a fucking different time this was. 2007. Oh my God.
Well, sir, I could say the very same thing to you, and I shall. Thank you very much for coming to the phone.
Where are you speaking from?
I'm speaking to you from Hawaii, as a matter of fact. I'm doing my
Hawaii?
Yeah, I'm away making.
You've been on the television tonight.
Yeah, that's right. I was. They filmed. I'm over here making a film for Universal Pictures, but I made a little show for.
Hawaii was on the television tonight, and you're speaking to me from Hawaii.
That's right. That's right, Jimmy. Have you been well? I mean,
he's like a fucking like old granddad, isn't he? Like, oh, you're speaking to me from Hawaii. Oh, wow.
You're going to start doing Jim Will Fix It again, aren't you?
No, it finished last Thursday. I did 40 shows.
Wow.
It finished last Thursday, and I'm sitting here with a beautiful lady who can't believe that I'm talking to the one and only, supposedly, Russell Brand.
I am Russell Brand, definitely. Hey, Jimmy, when I was a lad, I did write to Jim Will Fix It, and I wanted to meet Pinocchio. It seems that this request, for some reason, wasn't taken up.
No, Russell.
Yes.
What you didn't do was put it in a stamped envelope.
Oh!
And I thought, what a cheapskate this Russell Brand is. What a cheapskate. And
He didn't get
that's
it.
really loud.
You're quite right, Jimmy. I remember now.
Next time, put a stamped envelope in.
Oh, I mean, I could just ask you now if you could. Are you going to be doing any more fixes for anyone?
Of course, I shall be doing fixes long after you're dead.
I believe that to be true. It'd be very nice to meet you one day, Mr. Jimmy Savile, just,
Well,
you know.
if you've got a sister, you could meet me by bringing her along.
I mean, I haven't got any sisters,
I
but
don't usually meet fellas, but if you've got a sister, that's okay.
I've got a personal assistant called Marsha, and part of her job description is that anyone I demand she greets, meets, massages, she has to do it. She's very attractive, Jimmy.
Well, that's a good start.
What kind of
start? You could send her along to do some research.
Would you like her to wear anything in particular, Sir Jimmy?
I'd actually prefer her to wear nothing.
Right, so you want Marsha, my assistant, to meet you naked. Okay, well that's not going to be a problem.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that, Jimmy. It's just
the last time I spoke like this was to Father Christmas.
Oh yeah, I never trusted those Father Christmases in Debenhams or other stores. They're available. Oh, I said stores instead of shops. I've been in America too long. I don't trust the Father Christmases you get these days, Jimmy. I think you. Perhaps you should be. I think you're. I've always thought of you as a sort of a Father Christmas figure. You know, solving problems.
The drop in wages.
Oh!
Jimmy, it's been divine of you to talk to me in this restaurant. Thank you very much. I wonder, would you pass on my best wishes to your beautiful dinner companion, and perhaps you'd consider coming on the show again in the future?
Who knows? I'm always available, and my beautiful dinner companion will have to remain secret because she is of outstanding beauty. So if you saw her, you're lost after her.
Especially if I saw her with you, because that just heightens the sexuality of the situation. Thinking
No, I'm not into threesomes.
But Jimmy, there was a time when you were the defining voice of the BBC, and perhaps
I still am.
You are now. You are tonight. But you should be, as well as passing down information, you should be passing along other things, people could argue.
I've never passed anything in my life, I only take.
Jimmy Savile, thank you very much for your call. Hey, Jimmy, could we...
Honour and a pleasure, and in the words of Omar Khayyam,
Jimmy Savile there! My word, what a moment for us all. I may never have got to...
Oh my god. I've never listened to like the entire thing before. I heard clips on that Channel 4 documentary, but I'd not listened to the extended full clip. That is wild. Yeah, that is the most putrid British time capsule you could ever pull out of the bog of British culture. It really is. Ugh, God. Ugh. But yeah, I mean, other examples of what Russell Brand has been like.
More women have today come forward with allegations about their treatment at the hands of Russell Brand after the celebrity was accused of rape.
So this is what Vanessa Feltz brought back up when the allegations originally came out.
He was accused of rape and sexual assault. He strenuously denied the claims, saying that the media staged a coordinated attack against him. Now, if this is okay with you, I wouldn't mind sharing with you a personal reflection on this story. I met Russell Brand when I was a guest on eForum and Big Brother's Big Mouth, so our career paths crossed quite naturally over the years. And on other occasions, I met him as a friend, I met him on various shows, and one of those occasions was in 2006 when I appeared on his chat show, One Leicester Square. Here's a clip of that particular show. Have a look at this and see what you think.
Can I have it off with either you or your daughters?
No, you may not. No.
Or, here's a wacky
All
suggestion.
three at once. No,
Damn, she's always
definitely
one
not.
step ahead.
Certainly not, no.
Vanessa Feltz, come on, some of
No.
them are adults.
I've got two daughters. The answer's no, and I'm no.
None of them? Hold on, let's go through.
Neither.
You've got two whole daughters, and I can't even have
No,
one.
you can't. No, you can't.
Selfish.
When you have your own daughters, you'll know why I said that.
Well, I won't sleep with them. I've got some principles.
Well, I'm not sure about that anyway. Yes.
But the boys are in a lot of trouble. Right,
God. Yuck!
Yuck, yuck, precisely. That's what I thought then. That's what I think now. The number's 0344 499 1000, as I was just explaining before the break. It's terribly awkward when you're a guest on somebody else's show, particularly in a theatre which is full of great fans of the presenter, Russell Brand. So they all love.
That's what happened as well. Like, he was always booked to be hosts of shows. He would always be. So, like, when you're the host of the show, you're literally in control of everyone around you. And essentially, like, you can make them feel as uncomfortable as you want, and they will literally sit there like, yeah, like that's why Jimmy Savile also got away with so much stuff on like Top of the Pops for like years and years and years. Like, you give someone like the position of host of a show, and then you have guests on, like they're just gonna like basically act like they're just in charge of the whole situation, and they can, if they want to, they can make other people feel really uncomfortable. The same thing happened with Greg Wallace as well. Like, this just happens in the entertainment industry, like, all the time.
Loved him. They were cheering him and egging him on, and I was in this unbelievably awkward position where you don't quite know what to do. Are you meant to pretend you think it's funny and laugh along?
Oh yeah, it happened with Ellen as well.
You're meant to stand up and walk out in high dudgeon and look as if you're a spoilsport and a party pooper. You know, what are you supposed to do? But I know I was deeply offended then, as I remain deeply offended now, at the idea of him saying, I want to have sex with you and both your daughters. I think one of my daughters was 15 years old at the time, and the answer was, as you saw me say then, emphatically no. Joining me now to discuss this debacle, the talent manager, Professor Jonathan Shalit. Jonathan, thank you so much.
All right, that's enough of that one. That's enough talk TV anyway. But there's another short example here, which since this, like, Lorraine Kelly has come out and said, this made me feel horribly uncomfortable. Even though, of course, she's just laughing because obviously she's on a TV show. That's all she can do. But yeah.
No, I'm glad you did it, actually, because during that... You're wearing suspenders. Jesus. Oh, I've bitten off more than I can chew. I'm out of my depth. Yes, I have been in other films, but it doesn't seem so important now that I know Lorraine Kelly's a slut.
So yeah, she wasn't wearing suspenders apparently. But yeah, no, it's that's been his whole career, basically. Just like he's sort of like built up this character for himself, and then he could use that sort of like caricature of himself to get away with doing whatever he could on TV for years and years, and we all just kind of like thought it was normal for the longest time. Anyway, I'm gonna go for another wee wee. And then we'll do a bit more Russell Brand.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
All right. Oh, where did my browser go? What? Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, there was another situation involving Catherine Ryan. So there's this show called Roast Battle where like loads of comedians would essentially get together and roast each other and do little like one-liners against each other. And apparently Russell Brand and Catherine Ryan ended up on the same one. And she made a comment about Russell Brand being a predator on one of these shows, and she says it got cut out of the show, and he left the recording after it happened, apparently. But I remember like watching her do an interview with Louis Theroux a while ago, and she mentioned this incident. And like even she would refuse to say in that interview that she did with Louis Theroux, like even she would refuse to say the name of the male comedian who she'd called a predator on that program. Like even she was too scared to say his name, even at that point. Like, and like this is Catherine Ryan. Like she's not like a small up and coming comedian. Like she's huge. Like Catherine Ryan is massive. Like she's hugely famous. She's like massively successful in the UK. She's a Canadian comedian, massively successful in the UK. She's on the TV all the fucking time, all the time. So like she's not even a small and up and coming comedian, and even she was like scared to say his name during that interview with Louis Theroux. Like she didn't say his name. So like after she said that in that interview, like a lot of people were wondering like, was she actually talking about Russell Brand or not? But yeah, she was like clearly legally worried about saying his name because of how powerful Russell Brand is. So yeah, I mean, to say that the women who are coming out against him now are just doing it for attention is wild. Like if you if you want to come out with rape accusations, don't do it against someone like Russell Brand. Like, it's not like that's not how. That's just like what. Like, why would you choose to come out with fake rape accusations against someone like Russell Brand, who's like so massively powerful and famous, unless they were true? I don't know. She said, this person, I believe very strongly, many people believe very strongly, is an open secret, is a perpetrator of sexual assault, she continued. I, in front of loads of people in the format of the show, said to this person's face that they are a predator. I would love to see that clip. I would love to see it. She's a UK citizen? Yeah, she is. I believe she's a UK citizen now. I think she lives in London now. I mean, there's someone else who's come out and said that he showed his willy to her. A woman has accused Russell Brand of exposing himself to her and then laughing about it minutes later on his BBC radio show. The woman says it happened in 2008 when she was working in the same building as the BBC in Los Angeles. The encounter left her stunned, she says. Minutes later, he was recorded laughing with his co-presenter, who said Brand showed his willy to a lady. his co-presenter Matt Morgan told the BBC he was not aware until now of the nature of this encounter. You see, the thing is, it's like he's coming back to all of these allegations, like, oh yeah, well that's just what I'm like, innit? I'm Russell Brand, that's what I'm like. I'm a cheeky chappy. But it's funny how like a man can come back to these accusations of rape and be like, well, yeah, I'm just a slag. That's just what I'm like. I've always been really open about how I'm such a slag. Whereas like the exact same accusation is like applied to women when women accuse men of being raped. And then in a court of law, they're accused of being a slag, and therefore they were asking for it. Russell Brand is like, yeah, but I'm a slag, so therefore I didn't do it because I'm a slag. It's so fucked up. I'm Russell Brand, I'm just a slag. I can't help it, I'm just a slag. I'm just a fucking slag. He got given an award at one point called Shagger of the Year. I fucking swear, like, what is that shit about? Shagger of the Year. I wonder if I can find a Russell Brand resurfaced clips give a sobering reminder of noughties culture. Like, imagine if a woman had been given the award Shagger of the Year. Like, how fucked up was that entire time in our history? Take me Amazon dollars. Does it mention it in this Oh yeah. Oh look, there he is with Amy Winehouse. My favorite music artist ever. Oh god. Brand also battled addiction but came out the other side, and there was 100% a sexual double standard that meant men had it easier than women, Dighton said. While Brand was given the award for Shagger of the Year 3 times in a row. Oh, it was the Sun. Of course it was the fucking Sun. 3 times in a row by the Sun. Women who were seen as promiscuous were slut-shamed. The Dispatch's film serves as a grim indictment of the ingrained quotidian misogyny of the noughties, but it also emphasizes how little has changed. Revelations about abuses by Savile, Harvey Weinstein, and others in the past decade have contributed to a culture change in the entertainment industry in many ways, but the problems caused by abuses of power are by no means fixed. And they have also moved online. A new generation of celebrities are on social media platforms that don't have the same responsibilities as traditional broadcasters. If you want to be famous, then you would go on YouTube today. You would go on TikTok. You would make yourself an influencer. There are some very grim stories that come out of the relationships between influencers and their followers. It's a heady atmosphere for grooming, because not only do you have the kind of coercive power and fame, you also have no surrounding responsible institution. So we're not living in a kind of beautiful, free and clear post-misogyny environment, but it's changed shape, and it has changed forums. Yeah. I can do whatever I want to my followers. There's no institution watching over me. Beware. Oh.
kettle fix it. Yeah. All right. Let's move on to the adolescent stuff. I might do a bit more of it later, but I'll just while we're in the UK section, I'll talk about the stuff that's relevant to UK politics.
We also heard from the Prime Minister yesterday that he's watched that TV, the Netflix series Adolescence. What have you learnt from that, Mrs. Badenoch?
I haven't watched it. I don't have time to watch anything these days, to be honest. But I have read about it.
The Prime Minister
and
had
I think
time to watch it, Mrs. Badenoch.
Yes, well, they have.
Mate, what do you mean you haven't got time to fucking watch it? How long is it? It's like four episodes that are an hour long. You've got fucking time to watch it.
And so what I understand is that this is a fictional representation of a story that is actually quite different. I'm not going to watch every single thing that everybody's watching on Netflix. I do know what they're watching and I know what it's about. And I've given a view that it is a work of fiction that is interesting, that touches on a problem in society, but there are bigger problems such as Islamic terrorism and that kind of radicalization. And the story, which...
What? She's just basically saying, oh, this isn't a real problem because I think this problem is bigger. Fucking hell.
It is based on has been fundamentally changed. And so creating policy on a work of fiction rather than on reality is the real issue.
We also heard from the Prime Minister yesterday that he's watched that TV, the Netflix...
I think that, like, honestly, like, what I think about Adolescence is, like, yeah, it's technically a work of fiction, but I think what it's actually done is cut through culturally, which I think is, like, actually really important, and that's something that they've done really well. Like, everyone's talking about it, and Keir Starmer is now talking to the producers of Adolescence because he has an interest in how the manosphere and how all of that is affecting, you know, young kids and misogyny and all of that. And what the producers of that show managed to do is sort of like cut through and make an impact. And I think it's actually very good that, you know, for once, I think Keir Starmer is probably doing a good thing here, because I think it's really important to be able to talk to the public about these kind of issues. And that's clearly what the producers of Adolescence were able to do with their show. Even though it was, you know, just a fictional show, what they've actually been able to do is start a public conversation about an issue. And that's a really, really important thing. And that's what they've managed to do. And I think that's really good, because I think people should be talking about it. And I think people should be aware about it. Because, like, you know, people who are, like, chronically online, like you and me, we've been talking about this shit for fucking years. But we talk to our parents. They probably don't know what the fucking 80-20 shit is. Or they don't know what the fucking red pill means, or you know, hypergamy. They probably don't know what the fucking word hypergamy means. Like, our parents or our grandparents or the fucking police probably don't know what the word hypergamy means still. And this is probably the first time in ages that I've actually seen a lot of boomers realize a lot of things. So the fact that they've cut through and they've actually made people pay attention to the manosphere in such a way is a really good thing. And I think when people in the arts manage to do that, politicians should absolutely be talking to them and being like, how the fuck did you manage to cut through and talk about this and have people pay attention to you? Because politicians, a hell of a lot of the time, they don't know how to fucking get people's attention in the way that they did. But they're not only talking to the producers of Adolescence, they're also talking to charities who deal with, like, misogynistic abuse and stuff like that. And obviously those charities are going to have access to actual data. And they're actually going to be in a position where they're able to advise Keir Starmer
and his cabinet on, you know, what kind of policies should be enacted to, you know, mitigate the kind of, you know, ideology that's put into young minds by the manosphere. It's like, I think it's one good thing that he's doing, probably.
I think we might take a little break, have a look at a much, well, I think it's a much less serious subject, and it's very British. And it involves a conversation that Nick Ferrari had earlier with Kemi Badenoch. I mentioned to you last week or the week before, Punch cartoons. Do you remember? It's such a weird generational thing that I'm probably among the younger end of people who understand a reference to a Punch cartoon. That there used to be a kind of magazine called Punch, a very funny magazine, very influential and powerful magazine for many years. I only really got to know it because they had bound copies in my prep school library. Crikey, if I was trying to set off a privilege alarm, I think it would have just absolutely broken the sound barrier, wouldn't it? But I used to love the cartoons. I used to love looking at the cartoons in Punch, and there was always a kind of attempt to sum up somebody contrarian, or like the only man in the country who hadn't tried some new fad, or the only person on the bus, on the Clapham omnibus, who was unaware of something that everybody else was aware of. And I worried a little bit that I was a Punch cartoon because I got a little bit late to Adolescence. I didn't watch it until last weekend, not the one that's just gone, but the one before. And I was well aware of its impact and its influence. But, because, I don't know, is it a weird self-defense thing? I think I said to you, didn't I? Not last week, but the week before. I think I've got to be really careful not to be a contrarian on this. Now, because I haven't seen it, the temptation to become defensive and to say something silly like, oh, I think we're all over-egging the pudding a bit, or I think we're making too much fuss about it, is not actually a reflection of the public discourse. It's a reflection of your private defensiveness. So you say, oh, I haven't seen it yet. Why is everyone getting so worked up about a TV program? How can you possibly have an opinion about a TV program that you haven't seen? Mm-hmm. Right? And yet we live in a world where you're supposed to have an opinion about almost everything. But the idea that you could have got to today, if you were in any way concerned with public conversation, if you were in any way invested in the national conversation, right, or public discourse, if you were in any way connected to it, invested in it, dependent upon it for your livelihood, like I am and like Nick is and Sheila, that the idea that you would have swerved this programme is unthinkable. Keir Starmer, the actual Prime Minister, has written a piece for Metro this morning in which the opening line is inarguable. He says, there's a reason the entire nation is talking about adolescence. That's a figure of speech. Obviously, your Auntie Doris might not be. But in terms of the national conversation, if you made a list of top topics that the country has been talking about for the last 2 or 3 weeks now, 3 weeks, I think, adolescence would have been very near the top of it. It's broken records. It's smashed all manner of previous targets. It is an extraordinary piece of filmmaking for 2 reasons. One is movie making, the actual artistry of how they filmed it and how they made it, which still takes my breath away. The fact that they did every episode in a single shot. There's a great thing on YouTube about the process in which they did. It's almost unimaginably difficult to do, but they nailed it. They smashed it. And the other reason is the content. So you've got the filmmaking is exemplary, superlative, unbelievably good, and then the acting, the storytelling, the script, the power, and the sense of zeitgeist, the fact that it captures the very essence of the conversation that we have been having on this programme now for years, but which with our special online safety day last month scaled new heights of relevance. And
the devil number, oh no.
The devil number is watching. And importance. So this is quite an old-fashioned radio phone-in for you. It's going to hinge upon a question of, does the thing I'm about to tell you, if you didn't know it already, matter? Does it matter, and why why does it matter? So Nick was interviewing Kemi Badenoch earlier, and he asked her, and I think from the perfectly reasonable presumption that she would have watched this drama, it's only 4 hours. Someone told me the other day that she spends all her time playing Candy Crush or some other similar internet, like highly addictive internet game. I've no idea whether it's true or not, but that's the beauty of gossip, isn't it? But anyway, she had better things to do for the last 3 weeks than spend 4 hours watching a programme that speaks to the very heart of a catastrophic social issue and has dominated the national conversation, to the point where even I yesterday rolled my eyes metaphorically when I came off air and one of the afternoon talk shows was still having conversations about it. And listen, I do this for a living, so for once I can tell you from a position of complete qualification. Do you know why they were still talking about it yesterday on one of the TV talk shows? Because people wanted to. I mean, when we come back to a subject that we have relatively recently visited, it's because the appetite to talk about it is undiminished. The appetite to talk about it is huge. It's why we can sometimes spend 3 hours on the same subject. It's a judgment call. You look at what people are feeling, you look at what they're saying, and you go, crikey, I don't think that conversation has run out of steam yet. That's why I still talk about Brexit occasionally. I don't think that conversation has run out of steam yet. So the reason why I came off air yesterday and one of those, I think it was ITV, was
Keep
still
talking about
having a
Brexit,
conversation
James.
about issues thrown up by this television drama.
Keep banging that drum.
Is because people wanted to talk about it, and they still do. Which is why when Nick spoke to the Conservative leader earlier, he asked a question predicated on the presumption that she would have seen it. He asked her literally what she had learned from the TV show Adolescence.
Well, I haven't watched it. I don't have time to watch anything these days, to be honest. But I have read about it.
The Prime Minister
and I
had
think
time to watch it, Mrs. Bader.
Yes, well, they have. And so what I understand is that this is a fictional representation of a story that is actually quite different. And I think it's an interesting story. It certainly touches on some of the things that are happening in the world today. But it is not the biggest thing that is happening in the world today in terms of what is happening to people being radicalized on social media.
But many would say for a leading politician such as yourself not to be in tune with what a lot of people are talking about, that's almost a dereliction of duty, some would suggest. And not least as you have a child approaching their teens.
Yes, I do. So I pay attention, but I'm not going to watch every single thing that everybody's watching on Netflix. I do know what they're watching, and I know what it's about. And I've given a view that it is a work of fiction that is interesting, that touches on a problem in society. But there are bigger problems, such as Islamic terrorism and that kind of radicalization. And the story which it is based on has been fundamentally changed. And so creating policy on a work of fiction rather than on...
Okay. What she says there as well, it wasn't based on any particular story, from what I know. There are similar stories of that have happened, but it wasn't based on any particular story. So I don't know what she's talking about there.
Reality is the real issue.
Oh boy. I mean, if Malcolm Tucker was a real person, he would have had about 7 aneurysms during the course of that conversation. It's not just the ignorance and the sort of blithe arrogance that's offensive. It's the revelling in it. It's the somehow being proud of being an absolute wombat, isn't it? I think, and I think the claim that the story it's based on has been changed is a racist lie that has been perpetrated by the sort of terminally online far right. So possibly that provides a clue as to what it is.
They started saying that it was based on a story about a black kid who stabbed a girl, and they were like, why did you cast a white kid to play the real story of a black kid? But actually it turned out that it wasn't really based on that story. It was just vaguely similar.
She's been doing instead of watching this drama that everybody is talking about. Jack Thorne, the writer, was on the Newsagents podcast late last week, absolutely exploding that nonsense. But apparently she hasn't got time to listen to that either. The question, unless it's true that she plays Candy Crush or similar games all the time, the question of what she thought was more important. Did she just tell you that you can't care about Islamic terrorism if you watched Adolescence? It's a choice between the two. You can't care about your own children being exposed to toxic content.
Yeah. Did you realize empathy is a zero-sum game, James? You give a certain percent of your empathy points to one thing, and then it takes away from the empathy points you give the other thing. Did you realize that that's how it works?
Perpetrated by a man accused of rape, sex trafficking, and money laundering. You can't be worried about the influence that he might be having over your children, and worried about Islamic terrorism. Is that right? Most kids in this country probably not at risk of being radicalised by Islamist preachers. Most kids in this country already at risk of being radicalised by toxic misogynists. So, 16 minutes after 11 is the time. As the makers of the drama, as Netflix reveal that they are making it available to watch without any subscriptions or payments in schools up and down the country, such as the urgency felt by many people about the message that the film contains, as the actual Prime Minister writes that there's a reason the entire nation is talking about adolescence. He says it's captured something deeper in our national understanding. It shines a light on a problem that is too often swept under the carpet, and that problem is the devastating effect of misogyny on our society. So, we had an honest conversation upstairs as this interview unfolded, and we moved a bit. So one colleague started off saying, I know it shouldn't matter, but it does. And I said, no, but it should matter, because it's national discourse. It's a conversation about our children. It's a conversation about our country. It's a conversation of potentially enormous impact. And the fact that she hasn't even watched it, I think, is potentially huge. But on the other hand, it's a television program. I was with Brian Conley yesterday. I nearly said it's a puppet. It's a puppet. It's a television program. Is it just a television program? Is anything just a television program? Was Mr. Bates versus the Post Office just a television? It's just a television program. Does anyone ever say it's just a play, or it's just an opera, or it's just a great novel? It's just Tolstoy. It's only Dostoevsky. It's just a television program. So, question I don't ask you very often, but which I want to ask you today. Does it matter that the leader of the opposition has not watched a programme that the Prime Minister says the entire nation is talking about? That's an extraordinary juxtaposition, isn't it? Does it matter that the leader of the opposition has not watched a programme that the actual Prime Minister describes as something the entire nation is talking about? Okay? All welcome on this. I want to know. I want to know why it matters, or indeed, of course, why it doesn't. 0345 6060 973. Quite a few of you picking up on the very unsatisfactory inability to come up with something more important for 5 minutes before landing on Islamic terrorism. Which generally has a fairly fat streak of misogyny attached to it as well, but maybe that's a little bit too rich for Kemi Badenoch's blood. Does it matter,
Ooh.
and if so, why?
So, my mate, do you remember I reacted to William Costello and his mate, Date Psych? They did a 2-hour reaction video to my evolutionary psychology video, but it wasn't really a reaction video. It was just basically him and his mate talking to each other about my video in a room, but they weren't actually responding to the points in my video. So anyway, so he's quote tweeted this. Truly bizarre to see Kemi Badenoch chastised over not watching the right Netflix shows. Like I've said several times, and Kemi Badenoch is also right to say, policy should be based on sober research, not performance art. So he's essentially saying the government should be looking at my research on incels, my research, and not consulting the producers of a show, a fake show about incels. And so this is another tweet that he's done in response. So Keir Starmer put, as a father, I would Ashafat. How does Keir Starmer talk again? Ashafat, though. I won't try. Watching Adolescence with my teenage son and daughter hit home hard. I feel like I can do a Keir Starmer impression when I get in the headspace, but it's not there right now. We all need to be having these conversations more. I've backed Netflix's plan to show the series for free in schools across the country, so as many young people as possible can see it. With respect to the Prime Minister, policies should be informed by sober research, not highly emotive performance art, no matter how powerful the acting is. Sober research, guys. Not this half-pissed stuff like on the Moonstream. Sober research. Here's some incel research we conducted with support from Commission CE and presented to the Commons. Women and Equalities Commission. So what a large part of William Costello's research is surveying incels. A lot of it is surveying incels. Like the biggest survey he did, the biggest study he did of incels was, I believe, about 530 of them responded to a survey that he put out to them, and he collected a lot of data on them, which is fine. I don't have any problem with that. But William Costello works directly under David Buss, and if you remember David Buss from my evolutionary psychology video, David Buss is an extremely problematic man. Extremely problematic evolutionary psychologist. The Bussy. Yes, the Bussy. So William Costello works directly under David Buss. David Buss is his supervisor. And he does a lot of... So he goes around different podcasts. He went on the Navarra podcast. Let me find it. Navarra. And he basically posits himself as the expert on incels. And Ash Sarkar...
We needn't let self-development...
Ash Sarkar interviewed him on the Navarra podcast. The thing is, I don't really have a problem with him interviewing incels and finding out what they believe. I mean, that's fine. What I have a problem with is his sort of underlying belief that men are... He does believe this. He believes that men are wired. Males, people of the male sex, are wired to strive for status. And female sex brains are wired to find status, high status in males attractive. He believes that. He believes that we were evolved that way and there is no way out of it. He believes that men are wired that way and women are wired that way. But when he goes to these podcasts, he posits himself as, oh, I'm just an expert on incels. What I do all day is just ask incels what they think, and I come back with all the data. And then what I can do with that data is go to the government and say, hey, this is what incels think. But that's massively problematic if you're working from a sort of ideological bedrock of men are wired this way. wired this way, and women are wired this way, and there's no way we could ever change it, because that's the ideology that incels are working off at the end of the day. That what they fundamentally believe is that men and women are intrinsically wired in a certain way. For men to strive for status and for women to find it attractive. They believe that. And so does William Costello. And that's why he thinks that Vikings existed. Because they were pissed off that they couldn't find girlfriends. So they just went off and fought in Viking armies instead. He thinks that throughout history we've always had incels because they were really annoyed that they couldn't find the status that women would find attractive. That's not true. We have no evidence for that. I've not heard the Viking incel theory, but I'm dying laughing. It's true, he says it. Super chat, 2 euros, thank you. Was taught that in school in biology too, sadly. What that men strive, what that men are biologically striving for status. Because we have no proof for that. No proof. If you want to read what the actual evidence is showing concerning neuroscience in regards to that, there is a book called 7.5 Lessons About the Brain by Lisa Feldman Barrett. One of the chapters is called, what is it called? Like, we wire ourselves. I'm going to have to look it up. 1.5 Lessons About the Brain. What's that, like, chapter called, I wonder? I wonder if I can get a list of chapter names. Oh yeah. The AI overview has got them. Little brains wire themselves to the world. So that chapter is essentially the one that debunks what a hell of a lot of evolutionary psychologists say. Because the way she explains it is like when you're born and you're a child, and like from the point that you're a baby and you're a young kid, what you're actually evolved to do is just to copy everyone around you, to like absorb the culture that is going on around you, and it wires itself in. And it really strongly wires itself in from when you're a kid. So if you're in a culture that has a lot of misogyny, and if you're in a culture that treats men a certain way and treats women a certain way, from the time that you're literally a baby, that's going to start getting wired into your brain from when you're a very, very, very young kid. If you were like evolutionarily wired to treat women a certain way, that would not be an efficient way for your brain to be wired. Because your brain would, like, if your brain was having to harbor like loads of different rules for like treating women a certain way, essentially what she said is your brain would have to be like massive. It would have to be huge. Like, you would be that Wojak meme. Like, you would be sitting on your brain. It would be so big, it would be massive. Because your brain would have to, like, store all of these rules to have to live by. A much more efficient way for your brain to work is for you to be born with a relatively small brain. It's still big compared to other animals, yes, but it's relatively small compared to how much it can do. And that's because it's so efficient. And the way that it works so efficiently is when you're born, it wires itself into everything around you. Like everything that your senses perceive from the moment that you're born. Like, not only from the things around you, but the things that happen inside your body as well. It all gets wired into your brain. And you learn it when you come out of the womb. That's why you're a fucking dumbass when you're a baby. Have you noticed that, like, when animals get born, like, they can immediately walk and do everything, other animals. But when babies get born, little tiny humans get born, they're fucking useless. They're fucking useless. And you know why? It's because our brains, that part of our life is dedicated to our brains learning everything that's going on around us. We don't already know any of that. We learn that when we're born. When we're tiny little fucking stupid kids, what we're doing, we're just little sponges absorbing everything around us. That's how it actually fucking works. But William Costello thinks that we come into this world pre-wired to want men to have higher status than us so they can provide for our fucking babies. For all of the babies that we really want to pump out naturally. Sure, bro. I don't want people like him going up to Keir Starmer and advising on policies when he's working on such fucking flawed science. We're not going to get anywhere if people like him are going up to the Prime Minister like, yeah, these are the policies you should enact. As advised by Bussy Boy, my advisor. If it really were that hardwired, how come lesbians exist? Well, yeah, that was a massive part of my video as well. They can't explain lesbians, gay people, bisexual people, trans people. They can't explain any of them. So they create narratives to explain them away. And none of them make sense, and they've not proven any of them. Anyway, let's go to the US for a bit. And then, he has gone on my favorite podcast.
Powerful. I thought
William Costello has gone on my favorite podcast talking about Adolescence. And it's only an hour long, so I thought maybe I'll come back to this. But let's go to America first. Okay, let's get in the plane and fly to America. Right now. America theme. American. There we go.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleam, whose pursuits and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, where so
What rules, you sons of bitches? Up yours, woke moralists. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. It's tariff time.
These aren't the crowd sizes the president likes to boast about. In Boston, they gathered in their thousands. In Washington, D.C., they started arriving from early morning. Their message? No matter the policy, Trump, they say, is wrong. And last night, on his most recent economic announcement, international markets seem to agree.
All right, we are getting the closing bells here in New York.
The markets have lost trillions of dollars.
We're looking at what, the worst week for stocks since March of 2020.
Yesterday, as markets tumbled, there was no presidential press conference or address. Instead, Donald Trump was snapped arriving at the Trump International Golf Course in Florida. This morning, he took to his social media platform, declaring, "This is an economic revolution, and we will win. Hang tough. It won't be easy, but the end result will be historic."
These are the most capable cars. The most beautiful cars.
How beautiful they'll look. 25% tariff on them is in doubt. And today, Jaguar Land Rover said it will pause shipments to the US in
I don't know why the video is fucking up.
April as they adjust to the new trading terms.
How much of your business then is sending stuff like this to the States?
60%.
Okay.
Yeah.
For most other exports from the UK, like crafts sold in US bookstores, as of today, the tariff is 10% and the future is precarious.
How price sensitive is this sort of material though?
I don't know. We're so small. I feel like we're on the front line of it. Like it's almost like the canary in the mine. You know, like we're going. We don't have any buffers. Our tote bags are quite expensive. They're probably about $20. But even if somebody would pay $22 or $25, maybe the bookshop owner is afraid to make that purchase from us to keep spending. So it's not just about the actual tariff, it's about the psychology of economics, I suppose. And everyone is just like tightening their belt. And we can't weather that.
Are you happy with the tariffs, Sir Keir? Are you going to get a deal before tomorrow? Are we going to put tariffs on American goods, Sir Keir?
Yesterday, Keir Starmer greeted the Prime
I don't know how the journalists do that. It's so cringe.
Minister of Barbados to Downing Street. Today, he was on the phone to President Macron. Nothing is off
How
the table,
much?
apparently, but they agreed a trade war is in nobody's interest. China disagrees and have announced 34% tariffs in retaliation.
If people start retaliating, how bad could it get?
Yeah. It could get very bad. I mean, honestly, the last time we were in a global trade war was in the 1930s. The central difference between today's world economy and the world economy in the 1930s is that we're much more trade dependent than we used to be. And so that's why I think there is a fair amount of panic about the consequences of all this and the risk of a global recession.
And that risk of recession is looking higher since Wednesday, a risk Republicans have started to warn of.
I think what happens on these tariffs, let's talk about politically, is going to be probably the single biggest determinant of what the 2026 midterm elections look like. If we go into a recession, particularly a bad recession, 2026 in all likelihood politically would be a bloodbath.
But midterms and the chance for these voters to have their say again are a year and a half away. It could be a long and economically bumpy 18 months.
Well, I'm joined now by the businesswoman Deborah Meaden, best known as a star of the BBC's Dragon's Den.
It's a
and
dragon!
by Trump-supporting Greg Swenson, who's chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Deborah Meaden first. You've got Jaguar Land Rover there suspending shipments. How messy do you think this is all going to get?
She's the best dragon.
For British businesses?
She's the best millionaire.
Well, I think that's an indication of how messy it already is. I mean, JLR are suspending shipments because they're pausing. They're trying to understand what this actually means to them. And I've spent the last 2 days talking to multitudes of businesses trying to work it out too, because it's not just the tariffs. it's introduced a lot of instability. You know, it's the tariffs, it is the chaos. And if there's one thing business doesn't like, it's not knowing what the landscape is.
Greg Swenson, you're a banker. Are you relishing this chaos? Are you slightly nervous of it?
Well, I think the chaos is necessary. This is a major change in philosophy and policy, and it's kind of correcting some of the bad decisions that were made in the past. And in many ways, you know, this is not a trade war started by President Trump. It was in response to generations of unfair trade. So I do think it's disruptive, and I know you bring up a good point, Kathy, and so does Deborah. You know, markets and bankers don't like uncertainty. We like clarity. But unfortunately, we need this kind of change to fix some of the wrongs that we've, you know, kind of become accustomed to.
Are you going to miss your Jags in America? Greg?
I'm sorry,
Kathy? Are Americans going to miss their Jags, their Jaguars?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to pay more for my Range Rovers or my Land Rovers. That's unfortunate, but I do think that might be fixed. That this is something it's early days. I think the UK is in a great position to make a trade deal with the United States. You've got a negligible, if anything, trade surplus with the U.S. that puts the UK in a great position, and also the great relationship. So I'm not really worried about importing Land Rovers or Jaguars to the U.S.
Okay. Deborah, the UK is in a great position, Greg said there. I mean, are there actually opportunities for UK PLC, regardless of whether we sign a deal with America, but just as the sort of champion of free trade, you know, we can sort of bear that standard?
Well, there are opportunities. Actually, some of my businesses are probably going to do very well. We manufacture in the UK. We're already paying 6% tariffs. It goes up to 10%. So it actually puts us in a very competitive situation. So if I was looking at each individual business, I think, well, you're okay, you're okay. But when I look at the whole picture, it's very disruptive. I just want to pick up on something. I don't believe that this was necessary, this chaos. I don't think it was necessary. Tariffs are a very, very useful tool to manage your economy, manage your balance of trades. Very useful tool, but they're precision tools. They're tools that say it's going wrong over there, so we'll use these tariffs to adjust it. What we've actually got now is a complete throwing air of absolutely everything. And if there's one thing that you never ever do in business, it's change everything at once, because you don't know what's working and you lose control of the consequences.
Greg, could you respond to that?
Yeah, look, he's a very disruptive president, but I think, and Deborah's right, typically in day-to-day business, you don't want this kind of disruption. But I think we have a real problem in the U.S. right now. We have $36 trillion in debt. The government continues to borrow at with big deficits, $2.5 trillion per year, and we're basically funding these trade surpluses, or in the U.S. perspective, trade deficits. We can't afford to do that. It's a $1 trillion a year in trade deficit, just adding to the $36 trillion in debt. But so Greg, we are at crisis level. So I think.
But Greg, when you look at the stock market turmoil, people are saying, you'll have heard this is Trump's Liz Truss moment. Do you think the turmoil in the markets is going to force him to back down, just as it did with her?
It's a Liz Truss moment, guys. That's what you want.
I don't think so. I mean, look, I think the difference is President Trump has been talking about this for not only for 8 years while in public life, he's been talking about it for 40 years. He very well...
What would be like the American version of the Liz Truss cabbage? Like, how long do you think that the tariffs will last? Will you guys just have a hot dog? Will one of your supermarkets, or what do you call it, grocery stores, will you have a live stream of a hot dog on YouTube? And you were like, will this hot dog last longer than Trump's tariffs?
Telegraph this thing. He's tried to do it nicely over the last, in his first term, trying to get people, our trading partners, to lower tariffs, to reduce the barriers, the non-tariff barriers to trade, and they haven't done it.
Okay,
so he has to be disruptive, but...
He's not going to back down. So is it time then for the UK and the UK government to choose the EU over the US?
Are you asking? Sorry, me.
Yeah, Deborah.
So I don't think we've reached the moment. I actually think that our government has put us in a pretty good position, a neutral position. We haven't ruffled any feathers. You know, we've got a reasonable tariff, so that's great. The problem is we might be forced to make a decision. For instance, our food standards are very different. They're very aligned to what goes on in the EU. They're very, very different to the food standards in the US. And as part of a trade deal, we might be forced to face up to some pretty unpalatable decisions. And I think at that moment, that's the moment we're going to have to say we go one way or the other.
And which way would you advocate?
I think that I personally would be looking to our nearest partners. We are much, much more aligned with them. They are a huge market. And at the moment, they're proving themselves to be a more reliable and...
Well, we fucked them over, didn't we?
...stable partner.
That's right.
Unfortunately, it is true that the US now is proving itself to be extremely volatile.
And Greg, the consequence of all this is that ordinary Americans are going to end up losing out. I mean, never mind those who have to pay more for their Jaguars. Ordinary Americans are going to pay more for everything.
No, I don't think so, Kathy. I mean, look, the 20% tariffs that were put on Chinese imports in his first term ended up raising prices 0.7, 0.7%. So typically or historically, tariffs end up, being split by the payer, in other words, the company that's importing. Of a 10% tariff, only 2% is passed on to the consumer. With tax reform and deregulation, you'll see less inflation. That's what we saw in the first term. So we've seen this movie before.
We'll get you back to find out if you're right. Deborah Mead and Greg Swenson, thank you both very much for joining.
It's just a movie, guys. It's just a movie. All right, I need to pee again, I know. But I'll be back with more tariff stuff in just a second. I have to eject Brooklyn from my lap.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 It's time to get busy.
All right. Okay, a few more tariff things. Let's go. Let's go.
Hi.
Oh. I have to make a little dog. I'm sorry. There we go.
What? Okay. Hi, I am the founder and CEO of a US-based footwear company that has 12 US employees and has created fully convertible high heel technology.
Where do you manufacture?
manufacture. Our product is obviously really unique.
That's actually really cool.
And so we require specialty injection
I've never seen anything like that before.
molding, which is only really available at scale for footwear in China.
Why? Don't you manufacture in the USA?
So we actually don't have scaled footwear manufacturing or really.
Like after a night out, when you want to change your heels to flats, love that. You don't have to put a pair of flip-flops in your bag.
Apparel manufacturing of.
Not that I ever do that anyway, but girls who are more girly than me, yeah, that's great.
Any kind in the US.
Okay, well, I think we should.
Yeah, I mean, that would be really great. We'd be able to manufacture in much faster times and have more direct control over our supply chain, but we physically don't have manufacturers here.
Okay, well, what if I change your import rate from 10% to 99%?
We still wouldn't have US manufacturers here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it right now.
Why?
Look, I don't think we should be so reliant on China, so if you're gonna insist on manufacturing in China, I'm gonna charge you 99%.
Okay, to be clear, I'm not insisting on manufacturing in China. It's just the only place I could manufacture.
So, not the USA?
No, not right now. I mean, if you want to like invest in making some manufacturing facilities, it would probably take a couple years and several $1 million. But if you want to do that, I mean, we could talk about it when those are ready.
No, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now.
But I mean, a 60 to 99% tariff could like bankrupt a lot of businesses.
You should have thought about that before you started manufacturing in China.
Again, there's not really anywhere else that could manufacture a product like that's what they specialize in as an economy.
Okay, well, what about like, I don't know, Vietnam? Can you go to Vietnam? That would be better than China.
Well, as people in retail will tell you, it's actually not that simple. It's not apples to apples because like a production minimum in China is 200 pairs per shoe, for instance, and in Vietnam it would be 3,000 pairs per shoe because unlike China, they don't have their own material suppliers, and so they have to import all the materials from China still to just make them in Vietnam, and so it only makes sense to import them at that cost if they're doing it in bulk. So small brands that can't make 3,000 pairs per run would get squished.
What I'm hearing is I should also tariff Vietnam.
That's really not what I'm trying to say.
Actually, why don't I just tariff everywhere and everything so that you have to make it in America?
Again, that's not really an option.
Look, if you're not manufacturing in America, you should be punished for that, okay? So maybe just pay the tariff, all right?
Okay, but business models are fundamentally built on product cost, and a 99% tariff would double our product cost, so it would fundamentally change our entire business.
That is really sounding like a you problem.
Okay, I mean, I guess I can try to figure it out. We already had to figure out, how to pivot through the pandemic and supply chain crisis and the last trade war and the recession. So, I mean, I can do another pivot. I can.
Great, cool. Yeah, you do that.
Would it be possible for me to get an SBA small business loan in the interim so that I can have some cash cushion while we figure this out?
That sounds like
profitable.
Socialism.
Yes, we posted 18% profit last year.
Is your business doing well?
We grew 85% last year.
Are you creating U.S. jobs?
Yes, I have 12 employees and they're all U.S. citizens.
Okay, are you a U.S. owned business?
Yes, every owner over 20% is a U.S. citizen. In fact, 98.3% of the ownership is U.S. citizens.
Whoa. That doesn't sound like 100.
We do have 1.7% owned by a foreign investor.
Can you give me their U.S. Social Security number?
No, they're foreign.
Okay, well then obviously I have to assume they are a foreign adversary and a massive threat to our country.
No, they do business with the United States all the time.
I obviously don't believe that, and so I want you to prove that 100% of the shareholders in your registered Delaware C Corporation are U.S. citizens. I think you should have to get all of their social...
That's not the law. The law for a small business association loan is just owners over 20% have to be citizens.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the law.
Wait. What if I buy out the foreign shareholder?
No, I think that sounds like fraud. That sounds fake. That sounds like a scam. And so we're gonna enforce a 6-month ownership look back. And so if you buy them out today, I'm not even gonna care for at least 6 months. So, what am I supposed to do exactly? Just manufacture in America.
Yay! So I have this clip. I've not watched this clip yet.
While certainly the economy will be adjusting, the negotiations will continue. We are really, really excited and very grateful to President Trump's leadership and being willing to be bold and fearless in facing some pretty big policy challenges around the world.
So what is the impact on farmers then?
Well, we'll see, right? I mean, we're negotiating. Now we move into some significant negotiations. I mean, I've got a great chart here. While certainly the economy will be adjusting, the negotiations will
She's got
continue.
charts like Trump.
We're really, really excited and very grateful to President Trump's leadership and being willing to be bold and fearless in facing some pretty big policy challenges around the world.
So what is the impact on farmers then?
Well, we'll see, right? I mean, we're negotiating.
We'll
now we move
see.
into some significant
We'll
negotiations.
see.
I mean, I've got a great chart here.
All right, I've got a bit of an explainer here.
An author and journalist was among at least a few people who stumbled upon a very strange discovery yesterday about how the Trump administration went about calculating which countries should be hit with what reciprocal tariffs.
It's so simple that it seemed improbable that they would have done it this way. But I think initially my reaction was just like, no way. And then it was like, oh yes, way, of course.
I'll show you the math trade experts say is so crude and misleading. The ones we spoke to all had the same reaction.
The way they calculated this just simply doesn't make any sense.
I'm surprised that they actually had a formula. It seemed like the tariffs were sort of random and plucked from air, and it wasn't clear what criteria one was going to use.
Now, yesterday was a big day for Trump, Liberation Day, the announcement of universal and reciprocal tariffs against almost every.
I've got a Mondello. Oh shit, it's 7.3%. Oh my god. 7.3. Mondello blood orange IPA. Bright tropical ale brewed with blood orange. Okay, maybe I'd not. I'd better not have another one after this.
Every single country on Earth. And the key prop of the afternoon was this chart.
It's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no
No, it's not Brewdog, no.
chance of standing.
That giant board was page one of a list of new reciprocal tariffs against more than 180 countries, which is almost all of them. And you can't make it out so far away, but if I show you the original image that board was made from, you can see the second column corresponding to each country is labeled in fine print, tariffs charged to the USA. And then in even finer print, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. And every country shows a different number. So to translate, this is what the Trump administration says. It calculated for every single country what tariff they effectively put on US goods, if you factor in not just their tariffs, but also all kinds of unfair things those countries do to put America at a disadvantage.
For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating.
It's not what they did though, is it?
Except the actual math of their calculation is so rudimentary and does not directly relate at all, as advertised, to actual tariffs or currency or trade barriers. What they appear to have done was to take the US trade deficit in physical goods with each country, divided by total US imports of goods from that country, turn that into a percentage, and that's it. That's what they misleadingly call tariffs charged to the USA. And if I actually do the math for you, you'll see why this doesn't make any sense. Take China. We can find from government figures what the US trade deficit with them was last year, and that's $295.4 billion. If you divide that number by total US imports from China that same year, that's $438.9 billion. One number divided by the other, and what you get is 67.3%. And sure enough, This is the tariff the Trump White House accuses China of charging. Problem is, this number is clearly not derived at all from any tariff China charges.
The fact that we know now that it was a simple division of two numbers is perhaps a bit embarrassing to the administration.
Now, I've manually checked all 185 countries on this list. It took me about 3 hours, and every single tariff appeared to have been calculated this same way. The White House would eventually publish this explanation, where they show a more complicated looking formula, except we can break this down too. And
guys, look at all the symbols we used, guys. It was super complicated.
this might be a bit much, but for transparency, let's dive right in. The effective tariff rate, that's this series of symbols and letters on the left, that's what they're trying to figure out for each country, right? And to
We use the alpha numbers.
get there, they take into
And the sigma numbers.
account how sensitive customers are to higher prices and how likely prices are to increase, which they set at 4 and 0.25, respectively. But multiply them, and they effectively cancel each other out to equal simply 1. And we know that multiplying anything by 1 does nothing. So clean that up, and you're left with something a lot more straightforward, where X is defined as total goods exports, M is total goods imports. Subtract one from the other, that's what a trade imbalance in goods is. And if it's a deficit, that divided by total imports is basically what we said from the start.
It doesn't even attempt to measure what those tariffs are. They're not measuring other countries' tariffs. It's not measuring other countries' non-tariff measures. It's not even measuring currency manipulation. It's just taking the trade deficit as an ipso facto reflection of those things.
Now, the thing is, if you really think about it, you can kind of understand why the US government would see their math as some kind of approximation for how unfair each country is being. Because mathematically, what you're doing when you take a trade deficit divided by total imports is you're measuring what percentage of what that country sells to you goes unmatched by what you sell to them. That's what a trade deficit is. How much more they sell to you than you sell to them.
But why
it's
is
not
it bad?
necessarily a bad thing.
Just to use an analogy, like we as households, we as consumers, we have trade surpluses and trade deficits with different entities in the economy.
Exactly.
Most of us run a
Like we're just we're just talking about physical goods. The America and the UK, America and the UK are service economies now. Like they're just service economies. It doesn't matter that we're not like selling physical goods to people. We're selling services now. Like, why is it specifically a bad thing?
consumers, we have trade surpluses and trade deficits with different entities in the economy. Most of us run a massive trade deficit with our grocery store. Most of us have a massive.
We have trade surpluses with our own. We all have trade surpluses with our grocery stores, guys. I have a 100% trade deficit with my local Sainsbury's, guys. Am I tariffing Sainsbury's because they've never bought cucumber from me? Should I be tariffing Sainsbury's because they've never bought shampoo from me? Is that how it works? Should I be crashing the global world economic order because Sainsbury's has never bought shampoo from me? Is that how it works? Or is there something more complex going on here, maybe? Should I crash the world economic order because Sainsbury's has never bought shampoo from me?
Most of us run a massive trade deficit with our grocery store. Most of us have a massive trade surplus with our employer. They pay us, but we don't buy anything from them. Are these things that are problems that we need to remedy? So in some sense, the underlying premise that bilateral trade imbalances are necessarily bad is just wrong.
But Trump thinks they're bad. he would prefer to be the seller making money as opposed to the buyer spending it, which he's allowed to
What can I sell to Sainsbury's?
think. But again, this claim of his that all these numbers on this list are effectively the tariff rates that countries charge the US when they're just not at all, and then to use those simplistic calculations to in turn inform the actual reciprocal tariff that as a matter of
I'm going to crash the world economy until the only viable currency is the nectar points I have on my card.
official trade policy the US is going to then impose on actual products from real businesses all over the world.
You're going to have a lot of people out there believing something that's not true, namely that Vietnam has a tariff rate of 90% on US exports and Cambodia has a
All foreign currencies will be backed by nectar points. I haven't been listening, sorry, I'm skipping.
Actual products from real businesses all over the world.
You're going to have a lot of people out there believing something that's not true, namely that Vietnam has a tariff rate of 90% on US exports and Cambodia has a tariff rate of 97%. So that's just bad, right? It just gives people a false view of the world.
You know, Trump wields tariffs as a serious weapon of global trade.
The word tariff to me is the most beautiful word in the entire dictionary, okay?
We've seen how even the simple threat of tariffs can erase trillions of dollars in stock market value and force companies on every side of the border into a decision-making tailspin because they don't know how to plan their supply chains in the face of such wacky numbers.
We may have short-term some little pain, and people understand that.
And Trump would say,
Do you think they did number wang? Do you think that's how they did it? They put a number up on the board. That's number wang. Do 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 do. That's how the American economy works.
works towards a noble and important goal, which is to restore the economic engine of American manufacturing. Except this most recent attempt to level the playing field, it isn't supported by sophisticated models or rigorous analysis. It's a shortcut, an oversimplified reduction arbitrarily divided by 2.
And because we
That's
are being
number
very
one.
kind, we're kind people, we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us.
The idea behind them was that Trump could use the tariffs we're imposing and say, oh, you're imposing a 90% tariff, but we're going to impose a 45% tariff, so let's negotiate your tariffs down. But when the 90% number is fake, then what do you do? Like, how do you negotiate it down? If you're Cambodia or Vietnam, how do you know how far to bring it down, and what are you even bringing down? Because the core problem isn't the trade barriers you have in place. The core problem is you're not buying enough stuff from the United States, and we're buying too much stuff, in Trump's mind, from you.
I'll show you one last thing. This list, you know, one other thing I found curious was how so many countries...
Thank you for the cheer again. I'm celebrating getting my first and possibly last Social Security check. Congratulations! Woo!
have exactly 10% written here as the effective tariff rate that they charge the US. Isn't that weird? Like, all these countries charge the US the exact same 10% rate? Well, again, I checked every single one, and all of them, all 115 of them, actually buy more from the US.
That's
than
us,
they
right?
sell,
That's the UK.
Which gives the US
We
a
buy
trade
more.
surplus. As in, by Trump's definition, these are the countries the US currently.
So, like, Sainsbury's is basically like the US is basically the UK's Sainsbury's.
rips off.
We fucking buy loads from the US.
But Trump's answer to that
Loads.
is to punish them anyway.
Yeah.
To charge their goods a
Yeah.
10% tariff. I don't know what logic explains that.
All right, where am I? Where am I on a... Oh, yeah, he tariffed penguins. He tariffed a couple of islands that only have penguins on them, right? 2 tiny remote Arctic outposts populated by penguins and seals are among the obscure places targeted by Trump's administration's new tariffs. So, like, all the islands have on them is, like, loads of these penguins. And they've put, what, a 10% tariff on them? Like, the rest of Australia, the Heard and McDonald Islands, the Cocos, Keeling Islands, and Christmas Island are now subject to his tariff of 10%. A tariff of 29% was imposed on Norfolk Island, which is also an Australian territory and has a population of about 2,200 people. Heard Island is barren, icy, and completely uninhabited, home to Australia's largest and only active volcano. Oh, they have a volcano called Big Ben! What the fuck? Does it erupt on the hour? Every hour? Please tell me it does. Mostly covered by glaciers. Large Benjamin. Oh, I love that. Honestly, though, we should be tariffing these penguins. What have they been up to? Look at them all. They're clearly protesting something. Where do the penguins get the like those really fancy tuxedos from? They're clearly not buying the fancy tuxedos from American manufacturers, guys. Where are the penguins buying their fancy tuxedos from? They should be buying from American factories. Yeah, the penguins probably didn't even say thank you for the tuxedos. Every time a ship goes there and observes it, there's lava flowing down the flanks of Big Ben, he said. President Trump's love of charts over the years. Ooh!
I'd like to see the chart if you have it. You bring it up, Howard? How's that? Pretty good chart, right? It's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. So, if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA. And if you look at that shoreline, look at that shoreline. Look, from Florida, well, most of it is, it's called America. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow.
Wasn't he pointing at a chart when he nearly got shot in the head? Pretty sure
Last
it was.
time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it.
It was a chart that saved him from getting shot in the head.
This was previous to the plague, I call it, the plague coming into our land and really affected 188, dealing with 188 countries. It was going to be hitting directly, and that would have affected a lot of other states, but that was the original chart. I had to do this. I didn't want to depress you. Okay, look. The Clinton legacy. Nearly 1 in 3 manufacturing jobs in Erie, PA. So here is President Obama has commuted the sentences of more men and women than the past 9 presidents put together.
I love how he's like clearly never looked at any of those before. Like he's just reading directly off it. He has no fucking clue what any of those little boards are saying. All right, I have a good explainer about the tariffs, which I'd like to go on to.
Our industry. So.
I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Tariff on
Tariffs.
This is a direct attack.
Donald Trump, who changes his mind between, breakfast 11's his lunch and supper time.
What the heck is going on? Why is Trump hitting his closest allies with tariffs? Why does he no longer care about crashing the stock market? Does this guy actually have a plan? Yes. Believe it or not, I'm here to tell you that, yes,
Guys,
as Trump's new Treasury
it's all gonna be okay. He has a plan.
Secretary Scott Bessent recently put it,
President Trump's tariff policies have begun the process of reorienting our international economic relations.
that's right, he says tariffs have begun the process. In other words, his tariff chaos is
I
just
don't know about you, but every time I type the word tariff, I spell it wrong. I literally it's my least favorite word in the dictionary because something about my brain wants me to spell it with 2 R's and 1 F. It's my least favorite word. I don't know why.
Reorienting our international economic relations.
That's right, he says tariffs have begun the process. In other words, his tariff chaos is just the start of a much bigger plan. A plan that aims to upend the entire world trading system that the US itself created. This has really only happened twice before, once in 1944, marking the start of the Bretton Woods system, and then in the early 80s with Reagan and Thatcher, marking the beginnings of the neoliberal world order. So here we are today, 2025. Is this the start of a completely new global order? A new US-centered order that will emerge right after the current chaos, in which countries are divided in 3 groups, or as Scott Bessent calls it.
I think we should make it very clear that there is a green, a yellow, and a red bucket, and we let everyone know where they are.
In these buckets, it will become very clear
I love
that
being
some
in a
countries
bucket.
get low tariffs,
Ooh.
military protection, and maybe even
Look at that lovely green bucket we're in. Love it.
some preferred US dollar access, while others are left to fend for themselves. At least, that's the picture I got from going through all of this.
I'm in a vassal state now. I love that I'm in a vassal state.
Speeches
Great.
and papers by Trump's closest economic advisors that I could find. So, let's get into it. What is this MAGA master plan for a new global order? And is this plan actually feasible, or is it just a pipe dream of a madman and his stooges? To answer these questions, let's start with getting into the MAGA mindset and ask ourselves,
Hell yeah, brother.
what does the Trump team actually want? To answer that question, first a bit about Trump's new economic team. First, we have Scott Bessent, the new Treasury Secretary, an ultra-wealthy hedge fund manager that famously worked with George Soros himself to break the Bank of England in the early 90s. And he used to teach economic history classes at Yale. Then there's Stephen Moran, Trump's new top economic advisor, a Harvard PhD and hedge fund strategist who recently got all of Wall Street talking with his new paper, A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System. Both men have written and talked extensively about one single...
I mean, they've written extensive PDFs, so I don't know. I believe them. They've written PDFs with graphs on them.
mortal threat to the United States: deindustrialization. So of course they were drawn to Donald Trump's campaign with its goal of
make the United States into a manufacturing powerhouse like it used to be many years ago.
Many years ago, indeed. If we look at this chart, we can see that in the 1950s, the US used to be a manufacturing powerhouse, when manufacturing value added accounted for 28% of output. Today, that number is only 10%. Trump's first trade war did not significantly change that trajectory, though. But why is this such a big problem? America's economy is bigger than ever, right? Why does the Trump team care so much about industry? 2 reasons. First, deindustrialization has devastated America's industrial heartland, which overwhelmingly voted Trump in 2024. Second, US industrial power is now far behind that of other comparable powers, especially China, putting it at a massive disadvantage in case of a war, given that historically civilian factories and know-how have been essential for rapid militarization. So, the Trump team thinks a lot about China. What happens if they invade Taiwan? Yes, the US has a stronger fleet for now, but as Vice President J.D. Vance has noted, US deindustrialization has gotten so bad that
one of Beijing's state-owned firms built more commercial ships just last year than all of America has produced since the end of World War II.
So I think in that light that, yeah, it does make sense that the Trump administration wants to reindustrialize the US. But does he really have to?
I think he's probably right about that. I think he just wants more factories again. For a few reasons. I think that he's worried that the US might go to war again, and he wants people who are skilled in manufacturing equipment for those reasons. Also, I feel like he wants people back in factories because when your economy moves on to like more of a service-based economy, that includes having people who are more skilled in like, you know, like mental skills rather than like just physical skills, if you know what I mean. And those involve people going to universities and getting educated. And I think they've found that people who go to universities and get educated tend to end up voting like for liberal policies and for Democrats, and I don't think that they like that. I don't think they like universities for that reason. So honestly, I think that's probably a big part of it. Like, they want to bring blue collar jobs back to the US because it doesn't involve people going to university and like learning about stuffs and things about how the world works.
Slap tariffs on everyone at the same time and say stuff like this about his closest allies?
Taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe, and frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe.
After all, the US has been the most powerful country on earth for decades. It literally designed the current trading system. So why is it so unhappy about it? To answer that question, we need to go through the entire period of this graph.
We love a
brief
good
history
graph.
Of the US-led global order. After all, the deindustrialization of the US is a long historical trend, and it happened under two specific global orders, both made by the US itself. The first is the Bretton Woods system from 1944 to 1973. The second is the neoliberal world order that arguably lasted from Reagan's presidency in the early 80s to Trump's first term in 2016. The periods in between are, in my view, adjustment periods. So, okay, let's start with the Bretton Woods system and why it is crucial to understand Trump's plan today. The Bretton Woods system was established in the 1940s. On the economic side, the rules were laid out in 1944 when the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference was held in Bretton Woods in the United States. Meanwhile, on the security side, several conferences were signed that ultimately led to the creation of NATO and the US-Japan Security Treaty. Together, I'm going to refer to this all as the Bretton Woods Economic and Security Order. Joining this order for any country other than the United States meant the following three things. 1. You would fix the value of your currency to the US dollar, which itself was tied to gold. 2. You would rely on the US for military protection, potentially even hosting US military bases. And 3. The US would help your industries become competitive against their own by providing Marshall Plan 8 and by opening up its own market while allowing its recovering allies to shield their markets to a certain extent from US companies. Notably, getting back to Besant's green, yellow and red buckets, only allies would receive these benefits. Neutral countries did not get them, but they could sign individual deals, while communist countries were essentially shut out of the Bretton Woods economic order. The history of the Bretton Woods system is really crucial because already here it seems like being a green country looks like a super good deal for these countries and not for the US. But I think...
Yeah, I certainly didn't learn this in school either. What I learned about was things that made the UK look amazing and powerful and wonderful.
That is misguided for at least 3 reasons. First, the US was really...
Not the Bretton Woods system. I can't remember learning about the Bretton Woods system at school. I learned about the Bretton fucking Woods system when I started looking into like the crypto revolution and why so many very rich people were behind crypto as a thing. People like Peter Thiel, which I think Peter Thiel is still a massive reason behind all of these things that are happening. He's just like in the background because he's not a very good front guy, but I think he's definitely behind pulling a lot of strings. He's very much a let's go back to the gold standard kind of guy, and that's why he loved crypto so much. And that's when I learned about like all of this stuff, but I didn't learn it like at school. Absolutely not. But it's quite complex to learn about in school in like a deep way. Really. Like it's quite a complex thing. It's quite a complex thing to learn at school in a way that like you really understand what all of the stuff like really means and how it actually really affects everyone.
Wary of creating another world war, and while it gave Europe and Japan an advantage in market access, in return it got really good allies that it really needed in its global fight against communism. Second, US industries also needed export markets themselves. By making its allies rich, the US allowed itself to get richer as well. Finally, this system really cemented the role of the US dollar as the global reserve currency. Issuing the world's reserve currency came with what French Finance Minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing called an exorbitant privilege. This privilege meant that because the demand for US dollars as a reserve currency was so great, it allowed the US to spend much more internationally than it earned without facing a currency crisis. However, arguably, giving Japan and Europe key market access did already contribute a little bit to deindustrialization. However, as Stephen Moran writes in his paper, this system inevitably led to a dilemma for the US, the so-called Triffin dilemma. You see, as the global economy grew, the need for dollars increased, but the quantity of gold was relatively stable. So to keep the global economy growing, the US either needed to choose to keep creating more dollars, making the gold standard less and less credible.
And you see, this is what the crypto bros want. They want Bitcoin to act like gold, i.e. you can mine Bitcoin at a certain rate, and the amount of Bitcoin that exists will go up at a rate that's kind of similar to the rate in which we would mine gold naturally. But we moved away from that system for reasons. Those reasons being that the economies started growing way faster than the rate at which we could mine gold. Yet these crypto bros are like, actually that system was fine because it caused the value of the dollar to go up because they couldn't mine enough gold to like back it quick enough. So the value of the dollar just went up. And that's actually really not a good way to run an economy, to have like this currency. Like a currency is meant to incentivize people to spend it, to like do transactions, like a large volume of transactions. That's what a currency is meant to do. It's not meant to incentivize people to hoard it. Because when a currency actually inflates in value over time, people are incentivized to hoard it because it will end up being worth more over time. That's not what you want a currency to do. Anyway.
To keep creating more dollars, making the gold standard less and less credible, or to keep the gold standard and kill global economic growth by stopping the creation of new dollars that the world needed. This ultimately led to the following iconic announcement by President Nixon in 1971.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
I also don't get the obsession with gold though either as like a reserve asset. I don't get it. Why is gold like that's also like another thing that we've also just randomly socially agreed is worth something. But what the fuck do we use gold for? It's shiny? Oh, gold is shiny? Oh, it's shiny? Oh, boo! Ooh, it's shiny. Ooh, it twinkles. Wait, like what the fuck do we even use gold for? We use it for jack plug. Like sometimes you can get like, you know, those little jack plugs on guitar cables. Ooh, it's made out of gold. It doesn't mean it works any better than other metals. It just looks nice. Oh, so sometimes we make jewelry out of it. That's the only thing that I can think of that gold is good for. What else is gold good for? Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me why gold is so fucking valuable. Like the value of gold changes. The value of gold itself changes, as well as currencies. HDMI cables. Currencies should be backed by HDMI cables. Because everybody needs HDMI cables. Not everybody needs gold, but everybody needs HDMI cables. So that's what the US dollar should be backed by. Every US dollar should be backed by an HDMI cable.
Then followed by a period of global economic turmoil, after which the neoliberal world order was ushered in by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. This neoliberal world order was characterized by, number 1, lower tariffs, number 2, lower...
As far as I know, gold jacks don't make a fuck all difference to your connection. Okay?
World order was characterized by, number 1, lower tariffs, number 2, lower barriers on investment around the world, number 3, flexible exchange rates, and number 4, the US guaranteeing security for everyone that at least played somewhat nice with the United States. In line with its free market principles, the neoliberal order was far less structured than the Bretton Woods order. There was no formal agreement now in which countries promised to use US dollars. They just did so because it was the most convenient and most reliable currency out there. However, in this system, any non-US nation had a very strong incentive to hoard US dollars by making it easy to export to the US and making it harder to import from the US. Notably, despite praising the virtues of free trade, the World Trade Organization did actually allow developing nations to have higher tariffs against the US than the other way around, precisely because the US hoped that by making the world richer, it would become friendlier, just as has happened before with Germany and Japan. Compared to Bretton Woods, the number of green countries, so to say, got much bigger in the neoliberal order. As long as you were willing to play by the rules of the World Trade Organization, you got good access to the massive US consumer market, the US dollar banking system, and as a bonus, US Navy protection of global shipping. That sure sounds like a pretty good deal. But of course, the US again got something very, very big in return for it. With the fixed exchange rates of Bretton Woods gone, Stephen Miran writes that reserve demand for American assets pushed up the dollar, leading it to levels far in excess of what would balance international trade over the long run. So, thanks to flexible exchange rates, the US's exorbitant privilege arguably became even stronger. A strong dollar meant that the US could keep its massive military all over the world, despite becoming a far smaller economy relative to the rest of the world and relative to its dominance in the 50s. On top of that, the strong dollar made Americans in general much richer than they would otherwise have been. However, on the flip side, it did make manufacturing in the US much more expensive, causing stable manufacturing jobs to leave the country.
Hello, Raiders from No Justice. Hi. This is a gold hate stream. We hate gold. Why do people think gold has value? Let me know in the chat.
Especially when China joined the World Trade Organization in 2001 in something that became known as the China shock. Meanwhile, a strong dollar mostly helped those Americans that already had a lot of dollars, thereby making inequality worse. then
Chinese.
in 2016, increased inequality and a devastated industrial heartland helped to elect Donald Trump.
Okay. Don't even talk to me about the fucking gold leaf that they put on steaks. Don't even fucking talk to me about that shit.
Inequality and a devastated industrial heartland helped to elect Donald Trump, who started his first trade war in 2016. In hindsight, I believe this already marked the end of the neoliberal world order because it ended the very neoliberal idea that free trade is always good. This trade war was mostly about raising tariffs against China. However, China always retaliated, meaning that at the end of it, China still had a higher average tariff rate on the US than the other way around. Notably, this did not stop deindustrialization of the US. It also did not stop the rise of China's mighty manufacturing industries, which are now threatening to upend the entire car industry. So Biden tried something new. He tried subsidizing US industries on a massive scale, just as the Chinese had done before him. This led to a lot of new factories being built in the US. However,
Biden's looking a little bit orange there, isn't he?
according to Bessent and Miran, this was not sustainable, leading to a very high US government deficit. So, here we are today, transitioning further and further away from the neoliberal order, an order that the US itself created under Reagan, an order which kept the US the richest and most powerful nation on earth by inflating the value of the dollar. But according to Trump's team, it led to such rapid deindustrialization that it has now become a national security threat. Which brings us to
Oh yeah, the
master plan
masterminds.
for a new global
Oh yeah,
order.
they are
A plan that
masterminds.
is supposed to help reindustrialize the US while at the same time to keep
Big brain Wojak boys.
the US dollar as the global reserve currency, because as Trump himself has said,
And if you want to go to third world status, lose your reserve currency. We have to have that. We cannot lose it.
so how do you keep your reserve currency status and reindustrialize at the same time? Most economists think that this is simply not possible. But Stephen Miran, he published a paper that says, yeah, this is actually possible. You can have your
Guys, he put it in a PDF and there were graphs.
cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
But to be clear, the paper that Miran has written is not a plan in itself. It is a cookbook with options. At the time of recording, Bessent also has not presented a full plan that includes his green, yellow and red country structure. So for the 3-step MAGA master plan that I am about to present you, I had to dive deep into what both Miran and Bessent have revealed so far. And no, sadly, I was not added to a US government signal group by accident. So for each step, I'll tell you exactly where
You
I got
call
my
yourself a
information from.
journalist?
Okay, here we go. Step 1, tariff chaos. This is the step that we are in now. In this step, the administration shows that it means business. It no longer cares about the stock market crashing. It no longer cares about the economy temporarily doing poorly. It just applies a lot of high tariffs to foes and friends alike to create negotiating leverage. I'm basing this on the fact that Bessent has said that while he didn't initially view tariffs as a negotiating tool, Mr. Trump...
He's added a third leg to the stool, and he uses it for negotiating.
My second piece of evidence...
Oh, don't talk about Trump having a third leg. No!
to suggest the current chaos is temporary is that before being part of the administration, Miran said that the dollar policies that he proposed would likely be
pursued later in an administration after tariffs had produced the sufficient negotiating leverage.
So both Miran and Bessent are essentially telling us that the current tariff chaos is just about creating leverage that can be used when implementing the rest of the plan. Which brings us to step number 2, reciprocal tariffs. Remember this graph where China reacted to Trump's tariffs by ever increasing its own tariffs? If you really have reciprocal tariffs, that dynamic is theoretically gone. It will just be, look, you can keep going up, but we'll always match you, so there's always a level playing field. This is the long-term goal of the tariffs, or in Bessent's words,
This is what tariffs are designed to address. Leveling the playing field such that the international trading system begins to reward ingenuity, security, rule of law, and stability, not wage suppression, currency manipulation, intellectual property theft.
I love how this guy has zero riz.
Non-tariff barriers.
Can't get through a single sentence.
And draconian regulation.
But here economists have often criticized the administration for wishful thinking because historically trade wars, such as those in the 1930s, just made everyone worse off and led to war. But here Miran has said that
they've only got the United States to sell to. There's no alternative. So they're the ones who will bear the burden of these tariffs.
This is a really tricky point to understand, but what he essentially means is that due to everyone wanting to export to the US to obtain dollars, the US has a truly unique negotiating position in a trade war. Trump's first trade war failed because China just increased exporting to countries like Mexico and Vietnam, which then exported to the US. So by extending tariffs to all countries, Miran writes that President Trump views tariffs as generating negotiating leverage for making...
Hey, thank you for the cheer. Thank you for the 200-bit cheer, Pedro Cruz Ujat.
Writes that President Trump views tariffs as generating negotiating leverage for making deals. It is easier to imagine that after a series of punitive tariffs, trading partners like Europe and China become more receptive to some manner of currency accord in exchange for a reduction of tariffs. A currency accord, that's right.
Tell you what though, this is one good thing that's come out of Brexit for us, I suppose. Thanks, Nigel Farage. We weren't imposed to a higher tariff. Thanks to Brexit.
This brings us to the final step in the MAGA master plan. Step 3, a Mar-a-Lago Accord. Yes, a Mar-a-Lago Accord that will go into the history books to rival the 1944.
It makes me think of that. Sometimes when I'm on Reels, I get this clip forced to me. Let me see if I can find it. Thanks, Nigel. Thank you, Nigel. There's a longer clip of him where he just looks even more awkward than that. He just sits there so still while this Chinese New Year parade goes around him. It's great.
Am I the only one that didn't know Nigel Farage could handle a dragon with such grace?
Oh, what's this crap? Oh, dead internet theory is here, guys. I click on links and I'm just getting AI generated bullshit. AI generated crap instead of what I'm actually looking for. Love that. Disable your ad blocker. Fuck's sake. I don't know how to do that. Pause. Pause on this site.
Bretton Woods Agreement or 1985 Plaza Accord, in which Japan and the US and European countries came together to collectively raise the values of the yen and European currencies versus the dollar. But how does that relate to Besson's green, yellow and red buckets? After joining the Trump administration, Miran has gotten much more quiet about this Mar-a-Lago Accord, which makes sense because he doesn't want to give away too much. But still, he did tell us that
if the dollar were able to weaken to equilibrate trade, then we wouldn't have a lot of the, to balance trade deficits, then we wouldn't have a lot of the problems that tariffs and other policies are designed to address, because U.S. exports would be more competitive on the global stage and we wouldn't be as cheated by other countries.
So I suspect that to avoid ruining the negotiations, they cannot talk about this as freely anymore as before, but that the ultimate goal is still to weaken the dollar while keeping it as a reserve currency. In his paper, Miran talked about some wacky options that the US could use to do this on its own, such as charging reserve currency users a user fee, but I think that they will not go for these options because it will be far too risky. Instead, I think the Mar-a-Lago Accord that the Trump team ultimately will push will look a lot like the Bretton Woods system, just minus the link to gold. I could even imagine that in this new world order, green countries peg their currencies to the dollar with a deal that whenever the dollar gets too strong, they appreciate their currencies against it. In return, they get access to the largest consumer market in the world, as well as security benefits and good access to the US dollar system. But unlike in Bretton Woods, I expect the US wants countries to pay tribute for that security, making them essentially vassal states. Yes, this is speculative from my side, but listen to this recent speech by Besson and please tell me if you hear the elements that I just talked about.
The international trading system consists of a web of relationships, military, economic, political. One cannot take a single aspect in isolation. This is how President Trump sees the world, not as a zero-sum game, but as interlinkages that can be reordered.
I don't think President Trump thinks in any way
To advance the interest of the American people.
And this is...
He's literally just a front guy who knows how to fucking say shit in front of cameras that people will go, ah! He's not thinking about the world economy as a series, as a web of relationships between militaries and... No! He's the guy that stands in front of a fucking camera and says what everybody wants to hear. He doesn't know what he's fucking doing.
That's why I think Trump's current economic chaos makes sense. The Trump team believes that the current international order is no longer in the best interest of the American people. They have already told us that the current tariff chaos is just a means to create negotiating leverage. They have already told us that they aim to use reciprocal tariffs to even the playing field for red and yellow countries, and they have hinted that if a currency deal can be made, tariffs can be much lower. And yeah, I do believe that if enough countries join the new MAGA world order as green countries that peg their currency to the US dollar, this does indeed mean that Trump can have his weaker dollar while maintaining...
We're all getting pegged. We're all getting pegged by the weak-ass dollar.
Maintaining its status as a reserve currency. This could help reindustrialize the US, at least to a certain extent in theory. But of course, all of this depends on the US making it attractive enough for countries to become a green country in the new MAGA international order. This, I believe, is the real problem with the plans of people like Besson and Miran. They're clearly smart people, they have studied history extensively, but to voluntarily commit to raising your currency's value compared to the dollar, to continue to rely on US military protection, but now to pay for it, that essentially makes you a vassal state, subordinate to a great power.
We are the sub. US is the dom. Just accept it, baby. We are the subs now getting pegged. Pegged so hard by a weak dollar.
To submit yourself to the US in such a way that requires an enormous amount of trust. trust that the US had plenty of when countries signed the Bretton Woods Agreement, or when they went along with Reagan's Plaza Accord in 1985. But if you tear up a trade agreement that you yourself signed, like the one with Canada and Mexico, or if you threaten to annex your closest ally or the territory controlled by one of your most loyal European allies, then how can you expect countries to ever want to join your new MAGA economic and security order? And if no one actually joins your new economic order,
It's because they all want to be pegged, bro. We are all begging to be pegged by Trump. That's what you're missing.
then you do have to choose.
We love
Either
it.
you give up.
We love being vassals, sub-states. We absolutely love it. All right? We've been begging for it for years.
Your reserve currency status and the wealth and power that comes with it, or you keep the dollar and its power and accept that you need to rely on Mexican, European, and Japanese manufacturing capabilities. But yeah, that is my take. Obviously, there's much more to talk about, and the last part was a bit speculative for sure, but I do hope that it gave you some good insights into how Trump's economic advisors see the world and what they will likely advise Trump to do next. Now, if you want to know more about Scott Bessent's vision for the international trading system, I highly recommend you check out his
Advert
essay
time.
in The Economist, the sponsor of this video. And if you're
Sponsored by The Economist, guys. Sponsored by The Economist. Okay. I might go for a quick wee before carrying on with this. I know, I keep pissing. It's terrible. I'll be right back. I'll be very quick.
I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. What you looking at? I'm making a piss. I can't talk right now. I can't talk right now. I'm making a piss. I can't talk. I'm making a piss.
All right. What else have we got? What else have we got lined up today? Did Trump use ChatGPT to calculate the tariffs? Oh, but first, here in the UK, we're going to have to buy chlorinated chicken if we want tariff relief, which I'm not even completely sure what chlorinated chicken is. I'm too vegan to understand what this even is. Chlorine washed chicken. What even what even is that? I'm glad I don't even have to worry about that. I'm glad this does not have to be a worry of mine. I don't even want to know what chlorinated chicken is. It's where they wash the flesh with bleach. Oh. I don't even want to learn about it. Ugh, it's so depressing, the things that we do to animals. It depresses me a lot to even like think about it, to be honest. Did Trump admin use ChatGPT to allocate tariffs? I think there's a Verge article on this. Might be a bit better. When Donald Trump began yesterday's announcement of the White House's latest trade policy, brandishing a novelty-sized cardboard sign labelled reciprocal tariffs, the immediate and nearly unanimous response was bafflement. Trump slapped a 10% baseline tariff on all imports into the US, including from uninhabited islands, plus absurdly high rates on specific countries, supposedly based on tariffs charged to the USA, which didn't match up to other non-cardboard sign-based estimates. Stock markets have plummeted and consumers are facing down sharp price hikes on potentially almost everything they buy. Where did these numbers come from? Apparently, an oversimplified calculation that several major AI chatbots happen to recommend. Economist James...
Start the stream from the beginning.
I'm sorry, we've been here... how many hours now? Maybe 4.5 hours now, so I don't think it's going to be possible to start from the beginning. But thank you for the resub, Hexana. Thank you. Economist James Surowiecki quickly reverse engineered a possible explanation for the tariff pricing. He found you could recreate each of the White House's numbers by simply taking a given country's trade deficit with the US and dividing it by their total exports to the US. Half that number and you get a ready-to-use discounted reciprocal tariff. The White House objected to this claim and published the formula that it says it used, but as Politico points out, the formula looks like a dressed-up version of Surowiecki's method. In case you weren't sure, Surowiecki, I don't know if I'm saying that right, calls this approach extraordinary nonsense. So why did Trump's team use it? Well, like plenty of people who've realized their homework is due in 3 hours' time, it seems like they might have been tempted by AI. A number of ex-users have realized that if you ask ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, or Grok for an easy way to solve trade deficits and put the US on an even playing field, they'll give you this version of this deficit divided by exports formula with remarkable consistency. The Verge tested this with the phrasing used in those posts, as well as a question based on more closely on the government's language, asking chatbots for an easy way for the US to calculate tariffs that should be imposed on other countries to balance bilateral trade deficits between the US and each of its trading partners, with the goal of driving bilateral trade deficits to zero. All 4 platforms gave us the same fundamental suggestion. There is some variation. Grok and Claude specifically suggested halving the tariff figure to generate what Grok calls a reasonable result, much like Trump's discount idea. Ask for a 10% baseline tariff, and the systems also disagree on whether you should be added to a total tariff rate or not. But answers from across the 4 chatbots have more similarities than differences. The bots caution with varying levels of seriousness that there are trade-offs and complications. Gemini, the most strident of them, will give you a page full of explanations as to why this oversimplified approach could backfire. While this calculation offers a seemingly straightforward way to target bilateral trade deficits, the real-world economic implications are far more complex and could lead to substantial negative consequences, it warns, adding that many economists argue that tariffs are not an effective tool for balancing trade deficits. Really? We don't know that Trump's team turned to an AI tool to generate global trade policy on the fly. Since chatbots are regurgitating information from training data, it's also not clear how they arrived at this particular formula. But regardless of how the tariffs were devised, the world will be watching to see if they come into effect starting April the 5th, and if they're implemented, what the Trump's team back of the napkin math will do to global trade. Indeed. Oh yeah, something else that's going on. Oh, stop telling me to turn off my ad blocker, you absolute bastards. I hate you. There we go. I paused it. Trump is headlining a $1 million a person super PAC dinner. As stonks sink over tariffs. So what? As stocks continue to slide after markets opened, President Trump is speaking at a $1 million a person candlelight dinner Friday at Mar-a-Lago. According to an invitation reviewed by CBS News, the fundraiser is for MAGA Inc., a super PAC that supports Mr. Trump. MAGA Inc. can raise unlimited money but is barred from coordinating directly with Mr. Trump's campaign arm. The fine print for the Friday's invitation says the president is attending as a guest speaker, not for soliciting donations, okay? Don't give him any money. We won't allow that. Another $1 million ahead MAGA Inc. dinner is scheduled for April 24th in Washington. According to the invitation, donors can co-host that dinner for $2.5 million or becoming a host for $5 million. Just only $5 million. On Thursday, a day after Trump announced worldwide tariffs, the president attended a live golf dinner in Miami ahead of a 3-day live tournament taking place at Trump National Doral. The president arrived at his golf course in West Palm Beach Friday morning. Mr. Trump will miss Friday's midday dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers who died in a training accident in Lithuania. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is expected to attend the dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base. Mr. Trump's Florida properties have been filling up with bookings by congressional Republicans, donors and other Trump supporters. The president, who criticized predecessors Barack Obama and Joe Biden for their time on the golf course or on vacation, was sure to tell reporters as he left for his Florida properties for the weekend on Thursday afternoon that the live tournament this weekend would benefit some charities. They're having a big event. A lot of charitable causes are involved, and we'll look forward to that, the president told reporters at the White House South Lawn on Thursday. Oh, wow, that's great. It's all fine then. Okay. What shall we move on to? Let me see. Oh yeah, this was on the Discord maybe about a week ago. This is very important. This is about Trump's guitars. This is extremely important, okay?
Welcome back to the Guitar Max channel. So last year, the Trump guitars were released. For $11,500, you can get your very own Trump guitar autographed by President Donald Trump himself. Now, when these came out, obviously there was a lot of controversy around them, and people started asking all kinds of questions. Are these guitars any good? Where are the guitars made? Are they made in the USA? And should a president even be selling merch like this? Some people were even skeptical that the people that ordered the guitars would get anything at all. Well, eventually the guitars did show up, and I was able to borrow one and answer a lot of the burning questions that people had. At this point, the only question that is still left unanswered is the manufacturer. Like, where really are these guitars made? Because the company that sells the guitars, they've always been very vague about the manufacturing. And they'll say things like, oh, these guitars are made from components from a variety of sources, things like that. The guitar that I got to borrow...
Is Trump gonna have to tariff his own guitars?
After examining it, I thought that it was probably made in India, because at least I could confirm that some of the components were made in India. And at the same time, a lot of less expensive guitars are made in India, so it kind of made sense. But now the big news is that an accidental bombshell has been dropped, and we can say with confidence that these guitars are made in China. Okay, now I'm going to go over all the details here, and I'm going to show you the video footage that, like I said, accidentally exposes all this. We'll get into that in a second, but two real quick things here. Number one is, guys, I am not talking about Donald Trump as a president or as a person. I'm not talking about politics in this video. I'm just talking about...
Very unpolitical. Completely non-political video, guys. No politics allowed.
The guitars and guitar manufacturing. I'm purely talking about guitars. So you're always welcome to, do political arguments down in the comment section below, but I'm not talking about in this video. We're just talking about the guitars here. The other thing is, of course, guys, if you enjoy videos like this, staying up on all the latest news in the guitar universe and you have not already subscribed, please consider subscribing right now. Okay, guys, so now let's get into the details here. What really happened? Well, first, I have to give credit to one of the viewers, an eagle-eyed viewer of the channel, this guy, Evans Music 2009, who in the comment section keyed me on to this new video that had come out. And let me play this video clip first, and then we'll talk about it. Take a look at this.
想不用仪器，完全就凭耳朵能够听出来这个吉他有什么问题。美国总统特朗普用过我们造的吉他。去年不是参加大选嘛？他有一支乐队的全美给他拉票，拉票过后就专门找我们给他定制这个吉他。他成功了过后，现在我们这个吉他在美国的那个卖，我们定价是$10,000一支。一下子给我们下了12000支的那个订单。
Whoops! Uh-oh. I don't think he was supposed to say that publicly. Okay, so that video is a short documentary made in China about Chinese guitar manufacturing. And in there, the owner of one of the companies, he's kind of bragging about the fact that they made these Trump guitars. And he says a lot in a short amount of time, and it's all subtitled and everything there. But just to go over what he says there, the key things that's really important here is he says, first, there was a band that was contributing to Donald Trump's campaign. Now, he's talking about Lee Greenwood, right? Lee Greenwood, God bless the USA.
God bless the USA.
And he says they made a custom guitar for Lee Greenwood, and then that led to the Trump guitars. And I did a little digging here, and this all lines up, because if you search around, you can find this image on the Facebook page for 16 Creative, which is Lee Greenwood's production company. And look at this. It's an acoustic guitar with the flag. It says God bless the USA on it. It's got, pictures of Trump and Lee Greenwood
it's just
there.
Like, it's also just, that's the ugliest guitar. That's the ugliest guitar I've ever seen, regardless of everything.
And the key thing here is that this came out in July of last year, about 5 to 6 months before the Trump guitars came out. And look at that guitar. If we go over to the Trump Guitars website, it's the exact same guitar, but the fact that we see that guitar 6 months before the Trump guitars came out on Lee Greenwood's page there, that tracks and that kind of backs up what the Chinese guy is saying in the video. Now, Lee Greenwood performed at the Republican National Convention And again, this is all leading up to you know, the election and everything. And I looked at that footage. I mean, it's pretty crazy footage. Hulk Hogan comes out.
Enough was enough! And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother!
But when Lee Greenwood performs, he's not using one of those guitars, and I couldn't actually see one of those guitars anywhere in the performance. Now, there's one other thing in that video clip from the Chinese guitar manufacturing documentary. There's one other thing there that is very suspicious, and that is right at the end there, he says that they got a guitar order for 12,000 guitars. Now, this could be something about the way they edited the documentary, because this is kind of tagged on to the end of that scene where he's talking about the Trump guitars. So is he saying that the Trump guitars order was for 12,000 units, for 12,000 guitars, 12,000 Trump guitars? If that's the case, that does not line up at all with what the Trump Guitars website says, because everything on there is like limited edition. And, you know, I think there's only like 1,200 or 1,300 guitars total.
They would lie.
Including the autographed ones that are available.
They would definitely lie about that.
So if that's what the guy was really saying in the video, then there's a huge discrepancy there. There's a 10 times discrepancy. That being said, that could have been just something weird about the documentary, the way the documentary edited it, or maybe he was saying like, well, you know, we did a 12,000 guitar order for this company. Some of those guitars were the Trump guitars and some of them were for something else. So there's ways you could explain it or see it as confusion, something like that. But it's still a little bit suspicious. Okay, guys, look, I gotta say, I am surprised by this news here, because when I played the guitar, right, it played and felt like a pretty average, you know, budget-friendly guitar. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't fantastic either.
I just hate how fucking ugly it is. I just like the little signature there. Like, his signature is probably the ugliest signature I've ever seen. Like, just the pure, like, block capitals on the fretboard is making me want to throw up. It does not look nice. Who designed this?
But I still didn't think it was going to be made in China. I was originally speculating about like South Korea, and then when I actually got the guitar and looked at it, I thought it was made in India, but I was never able to really nail it down. But I think now, because of this footage and the way the guy is talking about it, I mean, he's showing the photos in there and everything, and it lines up with other things we see on the internet, I think we can say with confidence now that these guitars, the Trump guitars, are made in China. Okay, so now,
The jealousy is strong.
now let me ask you guys, are you surprised? Or did you think that the guitars were made in China?
Yeah, I'm dying for one of these.
China all along? Let me know down in the comment section, and feel free to argue amongst yourselves over all of the political details down there as well. But guys, look, I'm going to have links to everything I was talking about down in the video description below. If you want to check out that video and all of these sources and everything, I'm going to have that down in the video description. If you guys enjoyed the video, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll talk to you soon.
Guitar mix. All right, what else do we have? Oh, Luigi. Luigi, I mean, this is kind of old news now, but they're seeking death penalty for Luigi. Which, I don't know how they can do that because he wasn't even there at the time Luigi was with me that day. He was with me. He wasn't even in New York. He was in Leeds, UK that night. He was in Leeds, UK with me in Brooklyn. Brooklyn also saw him. Didn't you, Brooklyn? Brooklyn also saw him here that night. So, I don't know why they're trying this. Like, there's multiple witnesses that he was in Leeds. Moon pulled. Honestly, though, this is bullshit. Like, they're going for the death penalty because they're basically calling it terrorism, aren't they? Because it was like a politically motivated attack. But I don't know how they're going to find a jury who would support that. Like, how are you going to get a jury who's not been affected in any way by the fucked up healthcare system in the US? How are you going to find any US jury that would be like, yeah, he deserves death? Like, I don't know. Doesn't seem possible to me, but they'll find a jury of his peers, other healthcare CEOs. A jury full of healthcare CEOs. Can you imagine? Yeah, they might go that far. A millionaire jury. Yeah. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Looking sharp. What's going on with this webpage? All right. I think what I'll do is I will check out, I'll go back to the Adolescence stuff, and I will check out this trigonometry podcast. Also,
was powerful. I thought it made
something else that I thought looked interesting was this. This is a critical. There's been another emergency debate on Diary of a CEO, but it's 2 hours 26. I may not. Well, I certainly won't have time to watch it today, but I don't know. It looked interesting though. Are dating apps creating incels? But yeah, no, we'll check out my mate William Costello on the Trigonometry podcast.
the film was powerful. I thought it made some really important points. I'm almost certain it's going to cause a moral panic.
It's somewhat disconcerting for me, having researched this topic, to see this show being brought up in Parliament. Policy decisions from our politicians should be based on sober research rather than a piece of performance art.
Sober research based on evolutionary psychology, guys.
Violence towards others and killing people, mass shootings and things like that, is not the only harm associated with incel ideology. You have an opportunity cost of a generation of young men kind of giving up on dating. I should be clear that the evidence for these manosphere-inspired violence, like Jamie, is very thin on the ground. There hasn't been a whole lot of cases like this.
William, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you on. You are a go-to guy on all things to do with incels, manosphere, etc. We had a great first conversation with you 3 years ago. And now we've got this series on Netflix, which is on course to be the most watched thing on there, Adolescence. You messaged us saying there's a lot to talk about. What did you make of it?
Yeah, so it's making a huge splash, and it's shining a light on my topic of research, so the incel topic, or the manosphere more broadly. The first couple of things I'd really want to clarify from the outset is that it's somewhat disconcerting for me, having researched this topic, to see this show being brought up in Parliament. So Prime Minister Starmer was asked if he'd seen the show, if he'd have plans to play the show for politicians in Parliament, and he said that he might, and he even misspoke, and he described the show as a documentary at first, which I'm sympathetic to misspeaking, but the fact that might be the tendency to overinflate the remit of this show. So in my opinion, policy decisions from our politicians should be based on sober research rather than a piece of performance art, no matter how powerful that piece
Drunk research, that's what it's all about.
of art
Drunk research.
is. So that's kind of
Steaming research.
disconcerting, and I'd hope that the additional interest that the show has brought to this topic would shine a light on the real research on the topic rather than just the show itself, because the show itself, it's a piece of fiction, and it's not very typical of prototypical knife crime in the UK. I think it is a plausible depiction of how incel violence may occur, but there's no typical instance of incel violence that this is based on. There has been no case like is depicted in the Netflix show, and the writers of the show are very clear in saying that this was inspired by what they call the epidemic of knife violence. And they mention 2 specific cases that they were inspired by, but they don't give much detail about those. And people are kind of up in arms speculating whether it was actually an instance of a black young man killing a girl. They're finding different instances that it may have been inspired by. Now, from my point of view, as artists, Stephen Graham, the writer of the show, he probably wanted to star in it himself and probably wanted to star as the father. So it's plausible that he would cast someone who could realistically play his son. They also discovered tremendous talent in Owen Cooper, the 14-year-old actor who plays the main character, Jamie, in the show. So it's plausible they would want to cast him as well. But on the other hand, if there are specific instances that inspired the show, and you see all this speculation that people are saying, oh, it's swapping the races and it's damning the white working class people of Britain, you could very quickly throw water on those rumors by highlighting which specific instances inspired the show or what inspired the casting. And it could be nothing more than just saying, yeah, I wanted to play the father of the character, and we discovered Owen. He was a terrific actor, and that's it. But there's been nothing. So yes, while the show is a plausible depiction, from my point of view, of how violence like this might occur, incel-inspired violence, it's very important to clarify that it's...
Why do they not move? Why do the hosts of this show not move? Why so serious?
Incel-inspired violence. It's very important to clarify that it's not typical of knife crime in Britain, which I would wager is drill music has more specific instances of drill.
I don't know if it's just like me and my just like constantly fidgety brain, but I could not sit there so still for so long.
Is drill music has more specific instances of drill music inspired knife violence than incel violence or manosphere inspired violence.
So he's saying drill music inspires more knife crime than incel content online. How is he coming to that conclusion? I would say that is speculation, I would assume.
So that's one thing. I do hope that the politicians who are interested in this topic now pay attention to research rather than just the show. So that would be kind of my main hope for where we go from here and what happens in response to all this attention that the show has garnered.
We should say as well, maybe a slight spoiler alert, which is the show is about a boy who, in a bout of rage, triggered by bullying in relation with a girl, stabs her to death, and there's an ensuing thing. And it is very powerful. It is very powerfully made. And I thought that there were lots of things about it that were well presented and really, important and interesting. So you mentioned that I saw a big part of the conversation in relation to this being about the race of the people involved. And, I only slightly jokingly went, well, look, at least it's an opportunity for a young white male actor to get a job, right? But seriously, give us the statistics. Why is that, a concern, and why is that an issue?
So like I said last time...
Did he just make a fucking DEI joke? Fuck! I fucking hate this guy.
On our episode about incels more broadly, the worldwide body count associated with incel violence is massively overblown. To pay attention to the media, you would think that they were the most violent group. But in terms of like a body count or how many people have been killed by incels, it's estimated that it's roughly 59 people around the world in a handful of ideologically motivated instances of violence that are still somewhat contested how motivated by incel ideology they were. So it's actually, what's more mysterious is why there isn't more incel violence. And just to be clear, the media is salivating about the opportunity to...
Okay, I've got a problem. He's questioning, so if there's so many incels, why isn't there loads more incel violence? You do realize that the kind of violence that incels perpetrate against women mostly happens in private, right? It's the kind of fucking violence that doesn't get reported to the police mostly, because it happens privately in homes, men against girlfriends, women, like wives, girlfriends, or women who have rejected them. It happens very, very privately. That kind of violence is, in a way, the most dangerous, because a lot of the time, so much of the time, other people just don't even hear that it happened, because women are scared to report it, like literally scared to report it.
Violence. And just to be clear, the media is salivating about the opportunity to report on anything that even has the semblance of incel violence. So it's not like there may be more incel violence that we're not aware of. The media are on it, don't worry. They would definitely catch every example of it. So there isn't an epidemic of manosphere violence like is depicted in the show. That doesn't mean it's not a pressing concern. You do see teachers and people in schools particularly concerned about this topic and the broader problem of misogyny. And, the only harm, violence towards others and killing people, mass shootings and things like that, is not the only harm associated with incel ideology. You have an opportunity cost of a generation of young men kind of giving up on dating. You have the mental health costs, the suicidality figures that we talked about last time. And you have the hostility to women. You have these misogynistic attitudes kind of growing and infiltrating into people who aren't just incels themselves.
I should put the subtitles on. There we go.
But maybe are familiar with the topic. And that was something that I thought the show did very well. It depicts a 13-year-old boy, and one of the cops makes the point to his son when he's talking about the kid. He says, what 13-year-old isn't an incel? And what I thought the show did very well is that they showed that there's a pressure on young males now to not be called an incel. And the main character, he was the victim of bullying from the girl he ended up murdering, whereby she used incel as an insult. And I thought that was pretty brave by the writers of the show to even depict the victim as potentially being a bully. But the choice of incel as the insult of choice, I think people will recognize that. You see that online a lot. And to derogate a man's ability to achieve sexual success is a pretty sore one. So I thought that was brave from the writers, and it was plausibly done that Jamie, the main character, he just felt so publicly shamed on social media, whereby a lot of people in his class were liking her comment where she called him an incel. So it kind of shows the broader influence.
One thing it didn't do, though, was like actually show actually show it from the perspective of the girls involved, because I think if they showed more of the girls' side, because they showed the best friend of the girl who got murdered. They showed a little bit of her story, but not really very much of it. And I think if they showed more of her story, they would have possibly depicted how the same like manosphere stuff actually affects women as well. That's something else that they possibly could have done.
Of the incel topic above and beyond just people buying into the full ideology themselves, because the show doesn't unpack exactly how Jamie goes down the incel rabbit hole, how much of the ideology he bought into. It doesn't even depart with much of what the ideology includes. It shows just one pretty rushed scene of the detective's son explaining, just hinting at some of the.
Yeah, if they did another series and they focused from the girls' experience, yeah, I think that would be really good. Yeah.
Elements of incel ideology that may have been a contributing factor to him murdering Katie.
But come back to the racial thing, because there's a lot of statistical research on this. So break that down for us.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar with the exact statistics about the racial breakdowns, but I know that 13-year-old white boys aren't the highest represented in knife crime for sure. I also know that even within manosphere content, so Andrew Tate is brought up in the show as being manosphere, and I thought the way in which the female detective brought up Andrew Tate, it kind of shone a light on the confusion that a lot of adults and teachers and people have about this topic, that she lumped Andrew Tate and incels all in under the one umbrella. She said, that's that Andrew Tate shot, and it's all the one thing. Where in actual fact, there's a lot of distance between Andrew Tate, red pill type of ideology, and the black pill ideology of incels. But in terms of the racial breakdown, to get it back to your point, the fans of Andrew Tate are disproportionately black, followed by Asian, and least of all, whites. So in terms of the young men who have a positive opinion of Andrew Tate, I think it's something like 9% of white boys have a positive opinion of him, and it raises higher for Asians, and it's much higher for blacks. So that's something, again, that it didn't really represent the research so accurately for whatever reasons.
And William, there was a stat that kept coming up, which I have seen used time and time again, plastered all over social media, which is I think it's 80% of women are only interested in the top 20% of men. Is that actually true, or is this something that's just repeated through the manosphere and used as an excuse to berate women and demonize them?
So, like with a lot of...
Where's he getting his info? Well, he says that he surveys incels himself. He does these surveys himself. He calls himself the expert on incels, and yeah, I believe he has a PhD, or he's working towards one. Yeah, he does this research himself. So I would take it with a bit of a pinch of salt when he says things like that, like, oh yeah, it's mostly black kids who love Andrew Tate. That does depend on who he managed to survey, his sampling bias. It depends on a few things, but also, like, when I've done my own research into the manosphere, it wasn't all white people. It was men of all different races. Absolutely. I don't know about the proportions of them. I don't know if it's proportionately any like race in particular who follows him, but it definitely is all races, and there is also a lot of racism within the manosphere, and the people, and like the black people in the manosphere, like a lot of black people in the manosphere, they end up like being racist towards themselves, essentially, and they will say that they're less they're like lower on the hierarchy of attractiveness because they are of a certain race, and they will start believing that about themselves, and they will believe it about women of like certain races as well. They will say that for instance, black women are, you know, on the lowest of the hierarchy of like attractiveness of women, which is obviously stupid and untrue, but that's what they end up believing because they're in this little like bubble of, oh, there's an attractiveness hierarchy and we all fit into this, you know, easily scoreable system of attractiveness. And it starts with like white people at the top and black people at the bottom and various other races in between, and like that's literally what they believe. It's very it's very disturbing and horrible and like eugenicsy when you like really get into it.
Of things in the manosphere ideology and incel ideology, there's a grain of truth to the point. Now, it's taken to a very blunt level of analysis, and the 80-20 rule is a very crude breakdown and probably hyperbolic. It's hard to get an exact figure, but there is such a thing as attraction inequality, whereby...
Yeah, that thing you said about Fresh and Fit, they are an example of like, yeah, black men who they've started to like, yeah, they've literally said things on their podcast which is anti-black racism. Fresh and Fit have, like, it just comes as part of the manosphere, and yeah, people who get into the manosphere who are black themselves, they will start saying these things. They will just like, and they, yeah, Fresh and Fit do it. They just start believing it.
Exact figure, but there is such a thing as attraction inequality.
But of course, like they'll say things like, oh, but the way to get out of it as a black man is to like earn loads of money and get really jacked, and you'll just have to work harder because you're a black man. And like those are the things that they will say to their followers. It's horrible. Anyway,
it's hard to get an exact figure, but there is such a thing as attraction inequality, whereby more men are interested in, find more women attractive than the reverse. And you see this kind of exacerbated in online dating. We even have data sets ourselves whereby the kind of the Pareto distribution, that most attention flows to the most attractive profiles. That is a real phenomenon, but it's not as extreme as perhaps the 80-20 crude level of analysis that the incels talk about. And it certainly doesn't mean that 80% of men have no chance in the mating market. I mean, if we look around, most men tend to do pretty okay eventually. It may have got harder for young men in recent years, but it takes, this is kind of, incel ideology does this, or manosphere ideology. They take a real phenomenon and run with it to a very extreme level of analysis and kind of nihilistic doomerism.
And because one of the things that the character of Jamie talks about and says about himself is, I'm ugly, I'm ugly, I'm ugly, despite the fact he's clearly not an ugly boy. And when you think about it, we are constantly, particularly on the online dating market, that's how you were judged. Whereas 20 or 30 years ago, okay, you might not be the best looking guy in the world, but you can be charming, you can be funny. Yep. You know, you can be really talented, you can be an amazing musician. Yeah. We all know of people who weren't the best looking, but were amazing with girls when we were younger.
Yes, and I just tweeted a study that came out very recently that examined online dating, and it showed that physical attractiveness totally eclipses other factors in terms of success in online dating specifically. So that, like you're saying, it kind of, if you're swiped negatively on a dating app because of the physical attractiveness, your other qualities don't even get a chance to contribute to your overall.
I don't fully disagree with him when he says things about, like, you know, dating apps and online dating. I do think it's a lot more reliant on looks than other types of dating, and I think that's a bad thing. Because like it affects like you think that like sort of like good-looking people are having an amazing time when they go on dating apps because they've got so much choice. And like women are going to have an amazing time just because they can like look pretty on an app and they can get all of these men. Whereas like it's a shit time for men, sure, because they get non-stop rejections, but getting non-stop like acceptance and getting non-stop right swipes on an app is also not fun. It's really not fun. It doesn't make you feel special in any way to get loads and loads of matches on a dating app, like too many matches. It doesn't make you feel special. What it makes you feel like is a piece of fucking meat that everybody wants a piece of. That's not nice. That doesn't make you feel human and special. You might think that it feels nice, but it doesn't. It's actually like tiring and pretty horrible, and you just sort of end up feeling confused and shitty and like you're not a real person. And I can imagine on the other end of that spectrum, it's pretty fucking horrible as well if you're like continuously trying to match with people who are mostly rejecting you. But that's what it's like on dating apps when you have far too many men on there and not enough women because they've all fucked off because they're getting too many matches, and it's just, they just feel like a piece of meat. Like, that's not the way that dating is supposed to work between humans. Like, that's not how it's meant to work. It's not meant to work through an algorithm. We're not meant to make snap judgments on each other based on little sentences on a profile and like a few pictures. It's really not how it's meant to work. And that's literally the thing that we need to stop doing. That's the thing that we need to get away from. But like William Costello, he tends to say that we're just stuck with dating apps. We're just stuck with them, so we're going to have to like figure out a way. I think we could just fucking get rid of them. I think that would be the best thing to do. Personally.
Totally eclipses other factors in terms of success in online dating specifically. So that, like you're saying, it kind of, if you're swiped negatively on a dating app because of the physical attractiveness, your other qualities don't even get a chance to contribute to your overall attractiveness. So that is one feature of modern dating that I would probably encourage society to try and rebel against, is the funneling of all dating to the online apps. You're kind of encouraged to not meet your partner at work, to not meet her at college, things like this. There's fewer institutions. Even recently, a guy came to give us a talk at the University of Texas, and he talked about how around the world, church was often a mechanism for people to meet their partners. If you talk about college being a mechanism for people to meet their partners, you've got a massive sex ratio imbalance there, where there's way more women on the campuses now. So the more you funnel dating towards the apps, and there is some evidence that increasingly people are meeting their partner online, that does kind of exclude physically unattractive men. And a bugbear of mine, it really excludes short men, because that's one very static metric that you could literally filter people out. So to put that into context, if women were to set their dating app filter in American women to 6 foot or above, they'd be filtering out the vast majority of their mating pool. If they set it to 6'3" and above, even more. So,
and like, I don't disagree with him there. I think the filters are horrible. I think filtering certain people out based on certain parameters is just like, it's all a completely inhumane way to do dating. But the thing is, that's the way that women have been allowed to approach them. Because if you do go on an app and you get too many matches, what are you going to start doing? You're going to start adding more and more filters just so you've got less fucking choice. Just so you've got less choice. That's what you're going to end up doing. But that doesn't mean that that's like good. That doesn't mean that that's what women really want. They're just like putting filters on just so they've got less people to fucking choose from.
So I think it's just like 18% of American men are 6 foot or above. So you're really narrowing your...
But the thing is, though, like, if when you meet people in real life, you really do get a whole different, like, perspective of what a person is like. You really do. Like, in real life, you know, when you meet people, like, at work as a colleague or through a friend group, you get to see who they're like maybe as a friend first. And it really does give you a whole different perspective of someone in the way that, like, if you really like the guy as, like, their personality and, you know, you liked a few other things about him as well, you would be far more likely to be like, okay, he's not that tall, but I actually don't mind because he's got all of this other stuff that I really like. But on dating apps, obviously, you've got that filter there because otherwise you would have had too many fucking guys coming at you in your face every day. So what you do on an app, you just cut off loads of them just because you fucking can. Filter out loads of them. Filter out everyone under 6 foot. Why the fuck not? Because that's what you end up doing on an app. It's dehumanizing. It's not the way that dating should happen.
Your window there, or your pool of mates that you can even pick from, and you're excluding a lot of people.
And it's also as well, look, the man or woman of your dreams might not adhere to this particular idealistic checklist that you have in your mind, because what happens in your mind or online, as we are consistently told, is not real life.
Yes.
Just because somebody is a couple of inches shorter than what your ideal might be, doesn't mean that they're not going to be a wonderful partner and have amazing qualities.
Exactly.
They really could have done with having a fucking woman here, couldn't they?
Exactly right, yeah, and it doesn't give the chance for those other qualities to shine through. But yeah, people are increasingly living their lives online. People are not interacting in real life as much, not drinking alcohol as much, and all of this is kind of reaching a point where in the modern mating market, people are kind of going solo more than ever before, which is interesting.
Coming back to Adolescence, one of the other things that I think it explores is this idea of toxic masculinity, which is the kind of unconstructive manifestation of male anger. I think really that's kind of what they're getting at. And I saw there was a very clear line through from the way that the boy behaves, particularly when he's being interrogated by the psychologist, or, you know, not interrogated, they're having the chat, and the way the father behaves, which I thought was a very interesting thing, because I didn't see the connection actually, in the sense that the father is angry at stuff that a lot of people might be normally angry about, whereas the boy clearly has a very corrupted version of that, where he feels entitled to dominate other people, to manipulate them with language and also physicality, etc. But the connection is often made, and I feel like when it comes to the idea of toxic masculinity, I use inverted commas, that often happens. Do you have any thoughts on that aspect of it?
Yeah, so while you might say that the father had very clear things that it was understandable to be angry about, I think Jamie's teenage anger is kind of prototypical as well, because yes, he feels entitled to dominate, or perhaps he feels pressured to try and assert himself that way, because he's so threatened by this precarious masculinity that if he's called an incel, he has to rectify that by challenging the girl that called him an incel. He has to really prove to the psychiatrist that he is sexually successful. He even makes up some lies about that. And he does a very typical teenager kind of oscillation between anger, resentment, cooperation, charming. I recognize that character up and down schools in the UK when I used to work in schools. Very typical of that kind of confrontational approach to an authority figure. So when I see some people online calling Jamie a psychopath, I didn't see much evidence of that. I saw a few, maybe perhaps hints that the show was trying to depict him as a psychopath. One was that he tried to get away with the murder. Obviously, the murder itself, it didn't depict him as this cold.
I don't think he came across as a psychopath. He didn't have the psychopath stare. But I think that they portrayed him as a young kid who was kind of in denial about what he'd done. I feel like that was how they were kind of trying to portray him, because eventually he did towards the end of the show, he does kind of admit what he did, because he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna plead guilty during my trial, whereas like during the rest of the show he was like, no Dad, I'm not pleading guilty, that CCTV image was like AI, it was all fake, blah blah blah. And then towards the end of the show he's like, oh, I'm gonna plead guilty. I think he was more portrayed as a kind of kid who was a little bit in denial about what he had done, but then was like slowly accepting it.
Blooded killer who meant to go out and kill the girl. It depicted this guy who went to confront her, happened to have a knife that was given to him by his friend, and things got out of hand. Now, the psychopathy hint that I picked up on was that he kept his shoes because they were too expensive. He got rid of all his clothes to try and get away with the crime, but he kept his shoes because they cost too much. I thought that the show might have tried to depict him as a psychopath, but in the psychiatry interview in episode 3, which is a phenomenal episode, I just saw that typical somewhat low self-esteem teenage boy who was trying to prove himself, oscillating between cooperative and abrasive. But I do think his anger is more about the pressure he feels to show that he's not going to become an incel. Because although every 13-year-old boy is probably an incel, the insinuation of the girl using it as an insult was that he would always be an incel. And perhaps young boys, people get the impression that everyone, adults and teenagers, get the impression that everyone is having a lot more sex than they really are. The culture is sex saturated in advertisements.
Guys, I'm having so much sex.
In everything you walk through a city, you're kind of...
You don't even know.
Stimulated by sexual stimuli everywhere. But in reality, people are having less and less sex, but people get the impression that they're having more. So this pressure to prove yourself as not an incel, I think that's what he's angry about, and how understandable that is, or...
well, this is what I was going to ask you, because your area of expertise is evolutionary psychology. I imagine there are very strong evolutionary reasons why a male in a society would not...
Here we fucking go!
...not want to be perceived as someone who's sexually unsuccessful.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's the insult of choice when you want to derogate a man. Incel has now kind of become to function just as an insult.
Let me introduce you to the people I work with to protect my family
No!
against financial instability.
Oh no, they're selling gold. Look, they're selling gold. It's because the world financial order is collapsing, guys, and we must all buy fucking gold. That was a bit loud. Why? Why have we decided gold is the thing? Why?
And major institutions are warning they're preparing for something. 2, 3, if you don't own gold yet, now's the time.
Ethical React, scan the QR code, guys, if you want to buy your fucking gold. I don't know what you're gonna do with your fucking gold bullion. I don't know if you're gonna melt it down yourselves and then mold it into your own jewelry, or into your own jack plugs that you can screw onto your headphone cables for that extra good audio quality. Whatever you want, buy your gold, guys.
Here's a smart tip. If you buy UK minted gold coins like sovereigns, as I have done, you won't pay VAT when you buy them or capital gains tax when you sell. All the profit is yours to keep. And the best part, gold is a completely private investment. It's outside the banking system, so it can't be manipulated by governments or anyone else.
No!
Unlike digital assets, it's yours in the truest sense. The Pure Gold Company is trusted by first-time investors and seasoned professionals.
It's manipulated by however many people want to buy those little screwy headphone jacks, headphone adapters. It's manipulated by those people. But otherwise, it's pretty stable. It's just reliant on how stable the gold-plated headphone jack market is at the time.
like. What I really appreciate about them is their knowledgeable, pressure-free approach.
And like, I'm always in need of a gold-plated headphone jack. I don't know about you.
They explain everything clearly so you feel confident about your decisions, and they never push you to buy. Whether you're looking to diversify your investments, protect your savings, or just gain the security of owning a real physical asset, we highly recommend the Pure Gold Company. Click the link in the description or go to pure-gold.co/trigger to get your free copy of their investor guide. Don't wait until the next financial crisis hits. It's not a question of if,
quick,
but when.
quick, quick,
That's
quick,
pure-gold.co/trigger. Take control of your financial future today.
What is unusual about the modern day incels is
That's what the financial market's going to do. So that's why you need to buy gold.
that they are the first group of incels throughout history, as far as I'm aware, to galvanize together around their victimhood and try and encourage other men to give up. Now, I've begun to think more about this as thinking it may be even strategic, because incels typically talk to each other anonymously. So you actually don't know what the person, anonymous account 6565, is actually doing in real life. So if you think strategically as a low mate value man, if you want to level the playing field for yourself, you might try to espouse
a low mate value man. He's like, oh yeah, all of these incels, like, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just wrong about everything. And then they're like, and then he's like, oh, but if you're a low mate value man, then you're gonna start thinking strategically about what you need to offer a woman.
Low mate value man. If you want to level the playing field for yourself, you might try to espouse this ideology that encourages the rest of young men to give up.
You're just fucking validating what they believe, bro.
Take the black pill, stop trying. The second thing that might be functional is the misogyny itself. And I thought the show really picked up on that because it told the story of how Jamie tried to actually capitalize on what he describes as a moment of weakness in Katie, the girl he ends up killing. He heard about the fact that her nude pictures got leaked around the year group, and he thought that might be an opportunity where she was feeling weak, and he tried to make a play to go out with her. So this is how I hypothesize that misogyny functions. The last time I was on your show, I spoke about how within relationships, people can choose the benefit provisioning strategy to keep your partner or the cost inflicting strategy. So the cost inflicting strategy is to lower your partner's self-esteem so that she has a lower sense of her own mate value and feels like she can't leave you. It's really dark stuff, but it's a well-established finding that low mate value men use this strategy within relationships. Now, low mate value men are the ones that are most...
This is just like, he makes it sound so like evolutionary, all of this, like, oh, low mate value. All it is just insecure men in relationships. That's all he's describing. But he's like, oh, he's like, low mate value guys, they're worried about not being able to pass their genes on to the next generation. It comes from something deep inside them, and they're just wired to want to be able to pass their genes on. Like, no, you're just talking about insecure guys in relationships. That's all you're talking about.
Prone to misogyny within relationships and outside of relationships. So what I hypothesize is that misogyny is trying to function to do exactly what Jamie was trying to capitalize. It's trying to lower women's self-esteem so they have lower standards, and thereby you might have a chance. Low mate value men, when they're abusing their partners, they say things like, who would have you except me? So that the partner feels like they have to stay with them. If you think about the misogynistic rhetoric in the manosphere, or from incels in particular, it seems almost special design functioning to try and lower women's standards. It chastises them for choosing Chad, because incels often point out how the person most likely to abuse a woman is Chad, the sexually successful man, the partners they choose. So they derogate women's choices. They also derogate women waiting. They say remind women that they're going to hit the wall at the age of 30. That past fertility, their mate value is going to decline. So the insinuation is they should settle down
Build the
earlier.
wall.
All of these things seem to be functioning to try and lower standards. So two things: trying to encourage other men, your competition, to drop out, and trying to lower women's standards seem very functional in the way incels operate. So that's something I've become interested in lately.
It's so interesting watching the show and also watching the discourse happening online where we talk about misogyny, but it's just this vicious resentment of women. Vicious.
Yes, and I should say that my interactions with incels, and from what I can see, they don't seem consciously aware of this strategy, if that is what they are doing, if that is how the misogyny is functioning. They very much do seem to buy their own ideology. They do buy the black pill of dropping out. And on the one hand, you might say, having grown up, it was the main concern for young men was trying to compete for women. It was like a big business, most important thing in your world. What could encourage young men to just drop out of that? But incels would see it, that they get a lot out of incel ideology compared to the humiliation, the anxiety, the exhaustion of competing in a dating market that they see as unrewarding. So with the incel ideology, incels get a common enemy. They get a black and white blueprint of how the world works. They get a sense of fraternity with their fellow incels. They get a trolling lexicon language to use that kind of encourages identity fusion with the incel identity. They get an excuse to no longer participate in the mating market. And perhaps through pornography, they find that their mating goals they're getting just enough to scratch the itch, that they feel like they're not totally evolutionary dead ends, and that might be just enough. What doesn't come with pornography use is status. So incels are very low in status. It functions as an insult. So that is still, there should be motivation for them to go out and seek a real world mate, because being able to be sexually selected is a...
All right, I'm going to go for a wee. I'll be back in a sec. Need to pee, need to pee.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now.
Let me see you shake that thing. Throw it on me. Throw it. What are you supposed to do?
I can't talk right now.
All right, let's carry on.
a cue of status. It actually functions as your status as well.
Golden shower.
So yes, incels get a lot out of the ideology and the identity. They rebel against what they see as the humiliation of the mating market. And it's kind of hard to say, well, actually, they should keep trying in the dating market. They should leave all those positives that they perceive from the incel identity behind and go get rejected 99 times more. And I promise you that the 100th time you'll get success. And you and I might say, yeah, that is what they should do, and it is worth it on the other side. Everyone has to go through a bit of rejection and anxiety to achieve romantic success. But for a generation of incels, they're kind of coming to the conclusion that the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and that's maybe where we need to intervene.
And one of the things that the show really beautifully explores is the consequences of letting young kids, essentially pubescent and prepubescent, unfettered access to the internet and how dangerous that is.
Yes. So the show kind of paints the picture that he tried a lot of different hobbies, that the parents encouraged him to try lots of different sports and things like that. And the only one thing that he was good at or enjoyed was his drawing and his art. And he ended up leaving that alone in favor of the internet addiction. And make no bones about it, the internet is really addictive. I mean, we're all addicted to some level or other to the internet. So it's very hard to imagine what that does to a developing brain, a young male mind. But
Just need another hit. Need another hit of internet.
But I should be clear that the evidence for these manosphere-inspired violence, like Jamie, is very thin on the ground. There hasn't been a whole lot of cases like this. Yes, it's a plausible depiction, but yeah, perhaps it's a broader problem of just rejecting other in real life hobbies in order to spend time online. Also, if the only place you're learning about the dating market, for a young teenage boy, Jamie is an example of someone who's very worried about it. And it's a fierce contest. You become a teenager and you're thrown into it, and you don't get any preparation for that. In school, they have sexual education classes, but as far as I know, they consist primarily of consent lessons and biological lessons about how sex works. They don't give any lessons on how do you actually become an attractive partner? How do you attract your...
I wonder fucking why. Because that would be full of, like, bullshit. That's all just very much based on current, like, cultural values. Is like how you become attractive to make, like, imagine teaching that in schools. That would be awful.
Your favorite sex? How do you actually form flourishing relationships? So it's this black box that teenagers are in, and it's the most important thing to them.
Looks maxing. Looks maxing. PhD.
And the only people giving answers to it are these pickup artists, manosphere, red pill tactics, which will train young men how to achieve short-term mating success that doesn't lead to long-term flourishing relationships. And one point I'd really like to make is that there might be an opportunity to use as credible role models the developmental arc of a lot of these manosphere guys themselves. So a lot of pickup artists or red pill people, they achieve success in this short-term mating game, they win at the pickup artistry, and they climb the mountaintop and they realize this is not fulfilling. And they have a change of ways. They discover God, or they completely change their ways. You have Tucker Max as an example of this. Dan Bilzerian is an example of this.
God.
Neil Strauss, who wrote the original pickup art.
My mate Jeffrey Miller wrote a book with Tucker Max.
Of this. Dan Bilzerian is an example of this. Neil Strauss, who wrote the original pickup artist book, The Game. He had a total turn and wrote another follow-on book, which is terrific, all about how he realized it wasn't leading to flourishing relationships. So I think that's an opportunity for schools to actually build workshops around their stories, because they'll be seen as credible role models. They're not just some kind of stuffy adult teachers who don't understand modern dating. These are guys who won at the red pill game, at the pickup artist game. So they absolutely have to be perceived as credible to the young men who buy into this ideology.
Because when you see Tate, and you know, Andrew Tate, and people, obviously there's a lot to criticise Tate for,
Sure.
and all the rest of it, and people go, oh, I can't believe people fall for this stuff, and his content. But you look at his content through the eyes of a 12 or 13-year-old boy, who wouldn't want to be that guy when you're 12 or 13?
Yeah.
You know, you drive fast cars. You know, you live with your brother who also looks pretty cool. You're an expert at martial arts. You're buff.
Yeah.
You have loads of girls.
Yeah.
That's kind of the ideal, isn't it? And you're a millionaire.
Yeah, and it's a tough challenge to actually, educate young men about how that actually isn't that fulfilling. I mean, he seems pretty fulfilled in the depiction he gives. And yeah, it ticks a lot of the boxes of what young men really like.
Yeah, his brother does not look pretty cool. His brother just like perpetually sits behind him. Like when he does that podcast, he just like sits there and just like barely says anything. It's just like
Fast cars, lots of money, lots of power, good fraternity with his friends and brother, like you said, and lots of women. So yeah, it is hard not to crack, but I think we do need to show young men that there are other status games to play, and that for all...
Yeah, that's the most hilarious thing about it all, is that his brother is actually far better looking than him, but has zero riz. Andrew Tate at least like knows how to chat shit. His brother just has zero riz, and he just sits there like just doesn't say anything at all. But he's actually semi good looking. Andrew Tate is a thumb. He's incredibly ugly.
The positives that comes with Andrew Tate, whatever he's got, he's detested by a lot of the world, and he's not seen as high status by many men. And there is, the long-term flourishing relationship is the route to success for more men, I would say. And I think we need to champion that as a goal instead of the short-term oriented stuff.
William, one thing I think would be interesting for you to break down is what are the critical factors that are likely to mean that someone is going to be persuaded by these sort of ideologies? I imagine, in this particular film, there's a father, and seeming like a pretty good father present. He might not be there as much as he thinks he should be or whatever. But I imagine, single parent household is going to be a strong contributor. Mm-hmm. What are some of the markers that people watching can go, well, actually, these are the things that I probably should address with my boy?
So one big risk factor is there's a massive overrepresentation of autism among incels. And there's many reasons why a young man with autism might be particularly vulnerable to the incel ideology. So young men with autism, they're very black and white in their thinking. There's a lot of comorbidity with poor mental health. Incels have really poor mental health, so do young men with autism. And when you're in a state of really low mental health, that's when a black and white vision of the world really appeals to you. You don't have the cognitive bandwidth available to make sense of a complex dating market. So you will absolutely find the black and white rule book of pickup artists or the incel ideology as appealing. The young men with autism much prefer online networking without having to have in-person interactions. It's a special niche interest that they get to have a hyper-specialization that they get some status for. There's lots of reasons why young men, with autism, might be vulnerable, and when captured by the ideology, might be the ones that are particularly prone to extreme violence, which is some troubling data too. So that's a huge one, and the show didn't really explore that. Perhaps it was too big of a third rail to explore, or too much of a narrow direction to go with. But just to put that into context, it's likely that between 18 to 30% of incels have autism. So I'll break those figures down for you. Some studies have found that 18% of incels self-report having a diagnosis. In our most recent research, which is the largest incel study in the world, we used what's called the AQ10 scale. And that's not a scale to diagnose autism, but it's used by clinicians to assess whether someone is entitled to a referral. So if you score 6 out of 10 on this scale or above, you are entitled to a referral. And 80% of people who score 6 out of 10 or above and get a referral go on to get a diagnosis. So you've got a ballpark figure there of likely 18 to 30% of incels who have autism, which is extraordinarily high compared to the general population, which is for young boys between 1 and 3%. So that's a really crucial factor. The fatherlessness, I'm not aware of any specific data, and I should have asked it in our most recent research, but it seems likely to me. Lack of role models. I think loneliness more broadly, just lacking friendships, learning about the world through online. those are all risk factors for the ideology.
And I suppose the obvious question, I don't know whether there is any research on this, is I think this movie has resonated as much, this series has resonated as much as it has, because it speaks to two fundamental fears that parents have. One of them is that the online world is something they don't really understand very well. You see that in the movie, and they don't know what's happening to their children online. And the other one is the fact that essentially their children now live in a world that's completely different to the one that they lived in growing up. So one of the things that I think is absolutely important that this movie raises the fact that with online bullying, children effectively can't escape the environment of the school. And so if they're getting bullied at school, they don't get to go home and reset and have some space and peace and support from their parents, right? So in terms of all of those things, I guess the question a lot of parents will be asking is, after watching that, is like, Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. What can I do to help my son not fall?
Doge to get involved with this podcast, they can easily make a 50% saving in hosts
into these traps.
Yeah, I think you're dead right to pick up on the bullying, and we do have some data on that. I think it was about 60% of incels in our study reported to have experienced childhood bullying, and that compares to about 30% in the general population, so a massive overrepresentation. You do have to take that with a little bit of pinch of salt, because incels as a group are very victimhood oriented. They're very high on rejection sensitivity, so they perceive almost everything as a slight, that they're being rejected. But there is likely a lot of bullying. I mean, there's even bullying that occurs of incels right now. So you could go on to a forum called Incel Tears, which is a Reddit forum that basically is an online forum dedicated to bullying incels. Now, that bullying got so severe that they had to instantiate a rule, that's their number one rule, no encouragement of incel suicide anymore, please. So that kind of gives you an idea of how extreme the level of bullying. And to put the suicidality figures for incels into context, 20% of incels said they thought about suicide or self-harm every day over the last 2 weeks. A further 33% of incels said they thought about suicide or self-harm more than half the days or nearly every day.
What's this? I'm trying to find a funny video about this host. What's his name? What's his name? The guy with the glasses. I'm trying to figure that out.
A lot of bullying. I mean, there's even bullying that occurs of incels right now. So you could go on to a forum called Incel Tears, which is a Reddit forum that basically is an online forum dedicated to bullying incels. Now, that bullying got so severe that they had to instantiate a rule, that's their number one rule, no encouragement of incel suicide anymore, please. So that kind of gives you an idea of how extreme the level of bullying. And to put the suicidality figures for incels into context, 20% of incels said they thought about suicide or self-harm every day over the last 2 weeks. A further 33% of incels said they thought about suicide or self-harm more than half the days or nearly every day. So it's a huge problem, the suicidal ideation anyway. How many incels follow through on committing suicide is an open question. We don't have confirmatory data on that, but certainly bullying of incels exists. You can go online now and open fire on incels in terms of how much you want to insult them, and you'll be applauded.
Yeah, you're going to get a standing ovation.
Right. It's kind of the only group that you can kind of punch down towards, which is funny because Jordan Peterson talks about incels, and he said, I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice. He started crying on Piers Morgan when he was kind of lampooned for being a hero to these guys. And he said, sure, why not? Don't the marginalized need a voice? These young men don't know how to make themselves attractive to women. I thought that was a really powerful message for Jordan Peterson to give when Piers kind of challenged him on that. But yeah, so there is likely a lot of bullying, but the idea of the parents, it's a nightmare for parents, and I think that is true, and the show very effectively...
Okay, I found it. Thankfully, he's got it as his pinned tweet. Hang on.
So I don't see this as a conservative versus not conservative issue. This to me is, it's like it's a mind virus, this stuff. It really is.
I think you're right. It's not necessarily political. I don't know whether an army should reflect society.
I don't give a shit if
I
it
don't think
reflects
has.
society. I don't care. I want the army to be good at doing its job. Why does every institution have to be a tool?
What am I doing on this show?
Social engineering, effectively.
What is my purpose here? Does anybody know? What have I to offer? What's inside my head? Should I be listening to what that other bloke just said? What should I say? I'm at a loss. If I start talking now, will Constantine be cross? Or having to read the news or studied any books? Constantine's the brains of this, so I must be the looks. I know that there will come a day when I will come up with a clever thing to say. And when I say it, everyone will know what I am doing on this show.
Sorry, Francis. I just
Yeah, go for
to,
it,
to
go for
follow
it,
up
yeah.
on that. We, as far as I mean, I didn't know you had this here. I don't know if we have in the UK. We did have some kind of
Oh, Francis. I couldn't remember his name for the longest time. I was like, what's his name so I can find that video? I couldn't remember it. But thankfully, he's got it as his pinned tweet. Anyway, what were we saying here?
He said, sure, why not? Don't the marginalized need a voice? These young men don't know how to make themselves attractive to women. I thought that was a really powerful message for Jordan Peterson to give when Piers kind of challenged him on that. But yeah, so there is likely a lot of bullying, but the idea of the parents, it's a nightmare for parents, and I think that is true, and the show very effectively depicts that there's a lot of confusion from the teachers and the parents about this topic. Yes, and the police.
So
yeah.
what can parents do? What advice would you have for parents who just want to make sure maybe their son is a little bit autistic, or they think he might be, maybe he doesn't have that many friends? You know, if you're looking at that as a parent, what can you do to help your kid?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to kind of keep an eye on what they're engaging with and consuming, and kind of give counter message to any, false belief that if you hear your son espousing black pill incel beliefs, try and show him role models in the real world of men who aren't the most attractive still going on to form relationships. That would be one opportunity. The idea of...
They do that in the manosphere. The person that they give the example of, what's his name? The guy that who was on SNL that friggin' dated Ariana Grande. The guy that dates everyone. They give him as an example. Also, Pete Davidson, yeah. They give him as an example in the manosphere, and also like her ex as well, Mac Miller. They're like, these guys are like fives. They are sub fives, yet they managed to bag a 10, and so can you.
credible role models is so important.
All you need is Riz.
My friend Chris Williamson talks about the importance of cultivating a positive online content diet. So it used to be that you became the average of the 5 people you spent most time with. Well, if you think about now, people aren't hanging out as much in real life. It's more like you're the average of the 5 podcasts you listen to most, probably more likely. So parents do need to keep an eye on. I'm not kind of draconian about shut down the internet, ban the phones. I really don't think that's realistic or even desirable. But I do think parents need to be aware of what their sons might be engaging with, and kind of maybe try and direct them towards different content. And at least, so the parents in Adolescence, they did leave it themselves in the dark. They even chastised themselves in the final episode that they should have gone into his room, check what he was watching, and be more involved in that way. So that's something parents are. But there's no need to panic. I don't think there's, it's debated about the mental health effects of social media for young people. That's very hotly contested within the literature at the moment. but specifically about manosphere-inspired violence and things like that, there's absolutely no need to panic and let that be the reason why phones are banned or any sort of draconian measure like that.
Sometimes in life,
Oh
you
no.
just need
Oh
a
no.
secret weapon. Maybe it's that one joke
Oh
that
God,
always
what
lands
is
at
it?
the
What
pub,
is it?
or a dish you can whip up that makes you look like a Michelin-starred chef. Well, I've got both of those things in my back pocket, obviously.
What is it? What is
But
it?
my real secret weapon, it's Mac Weldon. Because when it comes
Oh,
to
it's not
performance
gold.
fabric,
Oh,
they're
it's not
making
gold. Oh.
thick style. So pro is the importance of sport. We all forget when we were kids, particularly when we were all young boys, is the importance of sport and being good at sport and being accepted. Because that's a number one way as a young lad that you gain status. If you're good at football, everyone goes, oh, he's a great footballer. Girls like that, etc., etc. So it was quite a profound moment for
I don't give a shit whether you're good at football or not.
me, as someone who was rather crap at football, to see that he was rejected and mocked because of his lack of sporting ability.
Yeah.
And then it was a theme, actually. It was brought up many times. And then Stephen Graham's character said how the adults used to mock him when he was in goal. So you understand why he wants to withdraw from the physical realm if he's physically not able to participate in team sports.
Yeah, sport is kind of low-hanging fruit for this kind of magic bullet that's going to fix. If you direct young people towards sport, that it's positive for a lot of people. But it doesn't really help the guys who aren't that into it or don't like it or can't flourish in that arena. But the overarching point is the importance of finding status hierarchies that do work for you. So for the kid Jamie, it could have been art. That should have been promoted more, and it could have. But when you're in school, you're in a very narrow.
Why does it have to be called a status hierarchy? Like, why does that even have to be a fucking thing? Find a status hierarchy that works for you. What?
Status hierarchy. There's kind of school, there's popularity, and there's sport. There's not an awful lot else. Once you get out of school and you go into adulthood, you can kind of self-direct towards loads of different status hierarchies, and you could form one of your own. It could be gaming, it could be art, it could be music. That's the beautiful thing about.
So every hobby that you ever have, you have to be you have to be constantly competing with your friends who also do that hobby for women, so you can show women that you're the best at that thing. Oh, I'm the best at painting Warhammer figurines. I'm in the Warhammer figurine status hierarchy, and I paint my Warhammer figurines better than all of my friends do. Therefore, I get all of the Warhammer pussy.
Humans is we can form status hierarchies around lots of different niches, which is important. So that's one piece of advice I'd give to parents is help your young person find their niche, find something that they like. But the problem is a lot of young people tell their parents, I don't like anything. They're increasingly hard to entertain, they're bored, and the only thing that entertains them is the online world. So it is, it's the number one desired career now is influencer or YouTuber. So that's kind of perhaps troubling in terms of young people's interests. Yeah.
Because
I will only date, as a woman and the way that I'm wired, I'll only date men who have more clout than me. That's just how I'm wired.
when you look at
You can't all be like us.
But I would never date Constantine fucking kissing.
Because when you look at the series' depiction of school,
I
as
just spat on my desk as I said his name.
used to teach myself, it's not inaccurate. So you think, well, how can somebody actually develop and cultivate interests and passions and hobbies when you're in an environment which is so brutal, which is so dog eat dog? Why wouldn't you? If that's reality, I'm on Instagram, mate. I don't want to be there.
Yeah, I thought it did a terrific job, and I've experience working in schools as well. It highlighted how overstretched they are. It depicted the male teacher coming in late to the class with his shirt untucked. He's burnt out. He even says to the detective, what do you want me to do with these kids? What can we do? And that's very implement. You can imagine so many teachers get burnt out like
Yeah.
that. It's so hard to retain a teacher longer than 5 years when they start the career. So that's a huge problem that the show hinted at. The school system also hinted at that when you're in school, you're kind of trapped with the best and the worst of your peers. You have to kind of deal with them, and you can't really get away from it. You have to deal with them somehow. And once you get out of school, you can kind of not do that. You can direct your life you have much more autonomy over your life. So a lot of people used to say, school is the best days of your life. And a lot of young people used to tell me as a careers guidance counselor, that is a terrible message, because if this is the best, it's going to get worse. They hate it. They hate school, so they don't want to hear that this is the best days of their life. For many people, it's probably not, and that's okay to say you'll have more autonomy in your life after this.
Oh, hell yeah. Like, your school days are not the best days of your life. Hell no! Well, they definitely weren't for me anyway. Fuck that.
I thought the school depiction was also good in that it depicted the male.
Like, we should be telling kids, it will get better than this. This is a pretty shitty fucking hormonal part of your life. It will get better than this. And anything that happens right now in your life will not fucking matter in the future at all. That's what we should be telling them.
Aggression.
Nobody was there to tell me that. Nobody was there to tell me that.
From the teachers, and perhaps that was having an influence on Jamie absorbing that. But it also depicted that the young boys, particularly in the class, will respond to male teachers in different way than female teachers. And I think if you talk to a lot of teachers, they'll recognize that too. And that's not necessarily out of like misogyny, but it's out of sex differences. You are not going to get angry or give as much cheek to a larger male than yourself when you're a teenage boy. And I've seen that in an all-boys school, that young boys were a lot more cheeky to female teachers. So that shows the importance of not only just male teachers, but male teachers who aren't going to get burnt out like Mr. Malik, and they're going to actually be motivated to stay in the career and be positive role models. But that's very difficult for them to do right now. So yeah, lots going on with the school system and the part that plays.
And one of the things that it showed as well is because the teachers couldn't control the kids, then the propensity for bad behavior, but also violence. And I was talking to Constantine afterwards, and I was saying, if we actually, as a society, dealt with that type of behavior in kids, the violent and the threatening and the abusive, as we did with adults, you would see a lot of kids getting arrested for GBH, assault, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Is when you're at school, you're trapped with the best and the worst.
Yeah.
And it brings down the good kids who are like, don't want to be violent in school, but they have to kind of be trapped in with students who want to fight and disrupt everything. So that's difficult.
Well, what the film shows, I think, that school looked to me, as someone who, unlike you two, has never worked in a school, when I looked at it from the outside, I was like, this is a very badly run prison. That's what it looks like, right? And, you know, it's interesting. You say the male teachers were aggressive. I didn't read it that way. What I saw is the inmates are running the asylum, and people who are supposed to be in charge are doing their best to cope with that fact. They're not actually in charge. So I don't understand how much learning is going to be happening in that environment. And if I'll be honest with you, as a parent, the one thing it really made me think about is, do I even want to put my kid in a school? So I think we've got, you know...
oh, is he going to... Oh, God, please, please don't homeschool your children, Constantine. Please, please, no, spare the children.
Both of you will be much better able to talk about this, and France has got a whole book about teaching coming out. But one of the things that seems to me is that there is a complete lack of discipline and respect towards the adults in that environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was my reading of it as well, that it was just this crowd control. And a lot of teachers will tell you that that's their experience, that they get burnt out and they are just, managing the behavior for the most part of the class. And people have different reactions to the way that school was depicted. And people who don't have the experience in school, they think, oh, that must be just a terrible school. And I don't know, it was pretty typical. I've been in a lot of schools, and yes, there's a massive gulf between the good schools and the poor schools, but
I don't know. I can't really compare it with my school. It was because it was an all-girls school, but I think sex separated schools are a problem in themselves. So I went to an all-girls school, and there was also an all-boys school as well. And like, why separate the genders? Like, it's like I don't know what the idea is behind that. I think it's a very sort of archaic thing, like to have girls' schools and boys' schools. But I definitely think that it held me back a hell of a lot going to a girls' school. Like this is one of my really this is something that this is one of my gripes is single sex schools. I think because I had to go to one, and it held me back. And for that reason, I just don't think that they're a good idea. And I don't know why they still exist. I think they're kind of seen as like more prestigious than mixed gender schools in a way, because it was a grammar school as well. It was an all girls grammar school and an all boys grammar school in the town. And I think it makes them like seem more prestigious or something. I don't know, but they had like different lessons in the boys' school as they did in the girls' school. And I wanted to do specific things that happened in the boys' school that my school didn't do. So I was literally held back in life because of my gender for that. But also during like formative years of your lives, you're being restricted from even being around the other gender. Like during very formative years of your life, in which you should be learning how to be around the other gender. And yeah, this isn't even like considering what non-binary, like how this affects non-binary kids. Like, you know, not like, yeah, it's wild. Like, why the fuck do we do that? What is even the fucking point? Like, we're supposed to learn to be around each other and learn about other people and other genders, and like to restrict children from being around a certain group of people while they're growing up for some fucking stupid reason, because you don't think that they'll be able to learn properly around a different gender, is so fucking dumb.
That
Anyway.
it was pretty typical in
Really?
my experience.
Yeah, that will be terrifying, I think, to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Especially middle-class people.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that school was pretty typical. I'll be honest, I've taught in schools worse than that.
Yeah.
But just for people who haven't seen the film, I mean, in that school, you've got pupils assaulting each other left, right, and center, telling the teachers to fuck off. I mean, we could go down the list, but it's basic. It is not a place in which the adults are in charge.
Yeah, and my girlfriend is a clinical psychology student and also does supply teaching in schools. And her critique of the show was that the psychiatrist was a little bit easily rattled for what a psychiatrist working in prisons should be. She commented that, well, I hear a lot worse than that and receive a lot more anger from the teenage children in a school on an average Tuesday than in a prison. So that, yeah, I think that the show did try to depict that the school system and even the prison system, it drew parallels between them, but how ineffective they were. You hear in the prison, it's just behavior management overall. There's no rehabilitation happening in the prisons really, and perhaps you can question how much learning is happening in the schools as well. Yeah.
And one of the themes that that kept coming up was the theme of screens. And you saw the kids on their phones. You saw talking about the computer in the room. But also there was the screens in the school. And I thought that was very interesting. I remember, I mean, bear in mind, this was nearly 10 years ago. I remember a question I got asked in an interview, which was, why can't you have an outstanding lesson without the use of a screen?
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, and even when Mr. Malik, he was kind of depicted as this inept teacher, and his go-to move was, let's play another DVD or let's put another film on. And that kind of is the go-to move for the burnt-out teacher is, I'll just play something. And you can kind of draw parallels to parenting there as well. It's so tempting to just pawn your kid off on the screens, even from a toddler up to a teenager. Very hard to entertain them. A lot of young teenagers now go to their parents and say, I'm bored. If I ever went to my father and said I was bored, he would make work for me. You'd never do it because that's what his response would be. But parents now talk about, oh, I don't know how to entertain my kids. So it's very tempting for them to just say, well, at least they're interested in something. They spend time on their computer.
Well, I was going to slightly disagree with you. I maybe it's not disagreement. Maybe we're just talking about different things. Would you not be in favor of banning phones in schools?
In schools during the school day, perhaps I would, yeah. Just because I can't see why you'd be able to concentrate on a lesson while you're actually.
I couldn't. Like, there's a reason we don't.
I think we should just. I do think that we should just ban social media for probably under 16s. I think.
And all have our phones here.
Yeah.
Right,
exactly,
because we're concentrating on the conversation we're having.
Yeah, and if the goal of school education is the Latin to lead out, to prepare for the world, there's not really many workplaces where you're allowed to just be on your phone with your colleagues, with your boss around, for sure. But maybe they're trying to change that too and say people should work from home more, but that's a different topic, I suppose.
But let's broaden it out, William, because I'll be honest with you. I'm not in favour of anyone below the age of 18 having social media. I don't understand why you need social media. That's not what you need to be doing at that age. You need to be, I'm going to sound old, you're going to need to be learning. You need basic reading, writing, literacy. You need to be numerate. And this is a time in your life where you want to be learning skills so that when you go out into the world, not only the world of work, but also life, you're fully prepared for it.
But isn't the counter-argument to that exactly what you just said, which is to be fully prepared for the modern world, you do have to be familiar with all these tools and these technologies. I mean, we've had people working for us who've come to us at the age of 18, and they know more about YouTube than we do.
Yeah, but look at the state of them.
But there's also perhaps a larger point, again, that perhaps the online worlds are actually kind of distracting young people a lot. So take sexlessness, for example. That's the big kind of concern a lot of people are concerned with now. But if you took it 20 years ago, the concern was too much underage sex.
Right.
And teenagers are having too much sex. Whereas now they may be distracted from all sorts of kind of bad behaviors by the online worlds, which aren't perfect, aren't great, and obviously there's dangers like manosphere ideology, incel ideology, all of that. It's the world's largest status game. You can get bullied at enormous rates by people dogpiling onto you online. But it might be actually this distraction occupying people on screens might be actually buffering against real-world violence. So there is some data from sexual violence that wherever pornography increases, sexual violence instances go down. So on a societal level, it does seem to distract.
So that's what we all need, guys. More porn. Free Pornhub membership to all citizens.
Otherwise sexually violent men. So that might be actually one reason I spoke about with you last time, why incel violence isn't actually worse. Because typically you'd think increases in sexlessness among young men, that's a recipe for disaster. We call it the young male syndrome. But this modern generation, they aren't out there status striving and causing chaos in the streets for the most part, but they are up to trouble online. So it's kind of choose your poison, really. There may be a way to try and regulate the sites a bit more, but I think the genie is out of the bottle, really, in terms of whether you can take it away from a generation now.
And do you worry that, I have to be honest with you, I thought the film was powerful. I thought it made some really important points. I'm almost certain it's going to cause a moral panic in which there are going to be all sorts of overreactions. An example, France and I were talking about this after watching it. You know those harnesses that people have 2-year-olds on in Britain? That happened after, I think, the Jamie Bulger killing.
Yes.
And Jamie Bulger wasn't killed, forgive me, because he wasn't on a dog lead.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? And the way that parents do that, like my wife looks at that.
I mean, you do see them around, but they're not that common, are they? The fucking kid leads.
In horror, right? So do you worry that there's going to be the reason I ask this is like when I was looking at some of the stuff that this film portrays. I was thinking, do you know what? When I was a teenager and I was going on like gaming forums or playing video games, the sort of that I would have said and people were saying.
Yeah.
If you put that in the cold light of day, in an interview room in a police station.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably dozens of hate crimes being committed in that space, right? Because young boys especially talk a lot of shit, try and get a reaction, say all kinds of crazy nonsense, and they have done, I imagine, since the dawn of time.
Yeah,
right?
it's not nothing new. I even saw Stephen Graham, the writer of the show, he gave one interview where he was up in arms, where he was horrified that he heard reports from some parents who have teenage daughters who even said that their boyfriends were requesting pictures of their genitals. And I thought, okay, that's a lot of teenagers, boys and girls, are going to be sexual with each other. I don't think that's crazy. It's not a sign of a pornified generation that is doomed. I don't think it's insane that young men would want to be sexual with young women like that. So, yeah, there is a danger of a moral panic, and these overzealous control measures are always brought in under the guise of safety. We need to protect, and often children, young people are always the ones they say we need to protect them, and that's how a lot of tyrannical governments kind of put in these overreaching, far-reaching mechanisms of control.
So what would you like to see with your knowledge of this area? What do you think the government and also parents could be doing to really try and tackle some of the issues raised in the film without overreacting?
So I think one thing that would be good is to implement kind of relationship formation acumen lessons into the sexual education that they get. I'm not sure the extent to which that's done or if it's done at all. My intuition is that it's not. I don't think there's anyone training young people how to be a more attractive partner. And people might bristle at this idea of, well, how can you train people? But actually, we research this stuff. You can absolutely train people on how to improve their mate value, how to learn about how the mating market works.
I don't think we need to concentrate on that. I think we need to concentrate on how we treat other people like just human beings, you know? Treat other people like individuals.
Works, and that's an enormously valuable thing to do, and I think they've introduced it in a lot of universities in East Asia now, actually, where they'll go on practice dates, things like this.
Like, because if you like teach kids or like, oh, this is how you can improve your mate value, then there's always going to be this intrinsic hierarchical thing going on, isn't there? Where there's going to be some kid in the class who's like, yeah, I'm the ultra chad because my jaw has this specific angle and my eyes they have the what do they call it? I have hunter eyes and this specific jaw, that means I am the ultra chad of the class. Like there's always going to be this hierarchical thing if you approach it in that way. Whereas I think what kids actually need to learn is to look at other people like human beings, and we're all attracted to our own little things in other people, and we're all attracted to different things, and that's fine, and that should be encouraged. Not like learning how you can be more attractive to this blob of other people that you call the other gender. That's weird and wrong.
Because if you don't fill that gap vacuum, Andrew Tate and Red Pill pickup artists will. So you have to offer them something from schools. Now, the trouble is, people teaching in schools, sorry, Francis, we tended to not be the most credible role models, right? It's very difficult. So finding the people to do that.
This is my show, mate.
Well, it's
mate,
hard.
you're still single, so that hasn't helped.
It's a hard gig, but something like I have in mind is, let's take online dating apps. You could have a workshop where the boys and the girls learn how to cultivate a better dating app profile. What does the other sex respond to? What works? And it could be a fun thing. I imagine you'd have a full classroom full of young people that day when you're learning how to do that, and you could make a fun out of it without it being too spicy. But I don't know.
But also as well, William, I think the thing is, look, you've got to be honest with boys.
Mm.
And you go, when you're starting out, for the vast majority of you, it's going to be tough.
Yes.
That's just the way it is. That's the way the mating market works.
Yeah.
And you can complain about it and you can whine about it, but it's not going to change anything.
Yeah.
But this is your time now for you to work hard, learn skills. You know, you can leave school at 16. You can train to become a gas engineer, where you can earn in a few years 100K a year. You can learn how to play guitar. There's so many things that you can do that if you're just willing to put in the time and have a little bit of deferred gratification,
Yes.
eventually you are going to get the payoff.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if the only variable you took into account there was age.
Yeah.
So as you get older, more women are interested in you than when you're 14 or 15, there's only your age and maybe younger are interested in you. No one older. But as you get older, there's younger and older interested in you, so that broadens the pool. But yes, there's opportunity to accrue more status, and you're not stuck in this violent status game of school, which is really kind of scary for a lot of young boys, I imagine. So yeah, there is opportunity to age out of inceldom for sure. But I think motivating them with the goal of, if you achieve status in these ways, education, intelligence, a good job, being reliable, that comes with the reward of being sexually selected. I don't think anyone is saying that to young boys. It's not used as a motivational tool in schools, but
I hate the way that they put that. That comes with the reward of being sexually selected, guys. Ooh, wow, wow, wow.
perhaps it should be. It's one of the main things that motivates young men is the promise of being sexually selected. They kind of are maniacally driven to do whatever is rewarded by the opposite sex. So the mind of one sex shapes the body and the mind of the other, and we're motivated to respond to whatever is rewarded. So that could be leveraged to help young boys be motivated.
Absolutely. And as well, you know, if you actually just say to them, look, lads, things are going to get better. Because the reality is, part of what this lad was feeling was teenage angst,
Yes.
which we've all gone through.
Yes.
Every single one of us has gone through. And he said, and I found it quite upsetting because it reminded me of what I felt when I was a kid. It was like, I'm not good at anything. Well, number one, we know that it probably isn't true because he was good at art. And number two, of course you're not going to be good at anything. You've just started your life.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it takes a while to get good at things.
Absolutely, yeah. So it would have been the lesson there would have been for the parents to really double down on his artistic skill, what he was good at, and really foster that. And rather than letting him get kind of distracted into other status games and think that, oh, being incel at 13 is the worst thing in the world, I need to prove that I'm not. He should have been just fixating on a longer game and developing himself. Yeah, because like you say, a young boy at 13, every 13-year-old man is probably, or boy is an incel, but they needn't be so concerned about it. And that was one thing I thought the show did well in depicting, that this is a modern concern. I thought they did really well in the show to juxtapose Jamie's experience of worrying about forming relationships and learning about it on the internet and panicking about it and letting it affect his self-esteem so much. They juxtaposed that with his father's experience, who Stephen Graham isn't the most handsome fella, but he's depicted as being very funny in school in the show. And that's how he met his mother at school. But it kind of, it contrasts it. Like, it was a lot more straightforward of an experience. You meet someone at school, you go on to form a relationship with them. Whereas now, the modern dating market is very, very complex and novel, and the parents don't know how to prepare young people for it. Adults barely know how to adapt to it themselves.
Poor Stephen Graham catching strays in this.
Never mind train the next generation of what it's going to be like. So I think we have to try. And yeah, preparing them, if online dating is where it's at, that needs to be built into the lessons. You know, that's important. How do you not get filtered out? How do you shine, if you can, in whatever ways you can?
William, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We always end every interview the same way, with the same question.
Oh God, what are they going to do? Oh, I thought they were going to do a song.
So one thing we're not talking about that we really should be.
Well, you guys are talking about it, and your audience are, because I know you had Stephen Shaw on to talk about the birth rate collapse and the population collapse.
Oh, God.
But just to kind of some tangential points to that, I would talk about unwanted childlessness among women specifically.
Oh, of fucking course you would.
So a lot
of course you would.
Dr. Shaw talks about it, but that's something we really need to reckon with. How are we going to adapt to a world with a really aging population? Because the fertility crisis or the population collapse, yes, it's concerning to
Guys, I'm crying that I haven't had kids yet. I'm crying. Why am I not a mother? Why? 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 Where are my children?
to me as an issue in and of itself, but people tend to think, oh, what is your solution? Just roll back women's rights for 100 years and make them have babies they don't want?
I am a mother. I am a mother to a little orange boy.
Yes.
That's not my solution. But
I'm just messing.
But at the very least, women should be able to have the amount of children they want.
Yeah.
So this is against their own desires. So I would maybe...
Neither sex is happy with the way things are.
Right. And I would be in favor of perhaps even going as radical as subsidizing egg freezing for young women. Young women shouldn't have to choose between career or children. What matters in terms of bringing a child into the world is the age of the egg and the amount of eggs you can work with from the start. The age of the body of the woman is actually less consequential as the age of the egg.
There are a lot of problems with IVF. It's not as reliable as people like to pretend. And I wonder, you know, the point you're making with the choice between a career and children, I don't know if that circle is ever going to get, a square is ever going to get circled, or whatever the expression is.
Perhaps, but if you pumped money into R&D to make this technology even better, giving young women the most chance to do whatever they want with their eggs, if you harvest them at the most you can early on, then women can have children.
Don't harvest me.
They can sell them, they can do their career, and they still have their autonomy, but they don't encounter this unwanted childlessness. And I think that's an epidemic that isn't spoken about enough. That's kind of the equivalent of male incels, is the unwanted childlessness. And they often cite the reason of not being able to find a partner who measures up to their standards as one of the motivating factors for the unwanted childlessness. You know?
William, thank you so much for coming on. Head on over to Substack where he's going to answer your question.
I'm honestly not too bothered about that. About oh, I must have children before I get to a certain age. I don't actually hate the idea of just adopting one day. If I ever feel like being a mother one day, I'm actually not totally against the idea of just fucking adopting. I'm not obsessed with this idea of oh, this child must have my genes, my superior genes. I'll just fucking adopt some kid that needs adopting, you know, man. I'm not against that idea. So I'm not too bothered about, oh my eggs. I have to freeze my eggs. I don't really give much of a shit about that. My jeans. I think it's just our current culture who we very much sort of put a lot of we believe that we pass genes directly onto our kids, which we do, but I think we overestimate how much our genes affect how the genes in our offspring express. We actually don't have much control over that at all. That's very dependent on the environment that the kid grows up in, and also it's very random in the way that the genes interact with the person that you have a child with. So you could end up having a kid that looks nothing like you and acts nothing like you either. It is a complete lottery. You don't know. You can end up having a kid and fucking hating that kid. And a lot of people do end up doing that. Not that you would hate a kid just because it didn't turn out like you. But yeah, I don't know. I just think that, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters that much, like whether the kid has your own genes or not. I don't think it matters that much. Knowing my family across the board is just for the best to not at all. What, to not have a family? Plus there's loads of kids who want to be adopted. Yeah. I have a kid who lives in Sweden. She hates metal. It's very disappointing. She lives in Scandinavia and doesn't like metal. I mean, what's going on there? Hard for me to look at this world and decide, yes, I want to subject another thing to this. Yeah, that's all. It's also difficult to bring another person into the world right now, I think. Difficult to justify that, but yeah. Get a dog. Just get a dog or a cat instead. Get a pet. Far less complicated adoption process. All right. I am getting tired. If I stay up much longer, I'm going to start talking absolute crap. Not that I'm not already talking crap. Who is online? Who is online? Maple Takes is online. All right. Before I talk any more crap, I'll love you and lead you. Love you and leave you. /raid. Maple Takes. Yeah. It's been fun. It's been nice to talk. It's been nice to talk and chat and hang out and stuff. I'll see you next time. I want to do a DJ stream at some point. Yeah. And then probably another chatting one next week. But I need to DJ at some point. I have a free trial of Tidal that I need to use up by the end of the month. So I have to use it before the end of the month. Otherwise, I have to pay £20 a month for Tidal. It's extortionate. All right. I'll see you next time. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Let's make sure that raid works.
There's few announcements and a lot of screw-ups on day 13 of the campaign trail.
Raid.
46% hike for the console, but I think the games digitally might not be tariffed. Maybe. But they may charge the same price digitally as they... Yo, Mooncat, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it.